morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And welcome to the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm Sean Myers, taking you for the next 45 minutes or so right here on 93.7 The Fan on this Monday in mid-February, before I will turn things over to Jeff Hathhorn and Jim Colony, who are filling in for the guys. Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson, a well-deserved day off today on this holiday. Day off as well for Nicholas Harry Callis, so I will try to fill his very big shoes with this early morning show, and I've got a number of topics that I want to discuss. If you feel like you would like to join this conversation, give me a call, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I'm going to talk about a new potential option for the Steelers' 2026 quarterback a little bit later. Also discuss how maybe some spectacles in sports aren't quite what they used to be. But I want to begin with a topic that is most pertinent to the NBA, but applies to all of the major sports, and that is tanking. And the reason why this is at the forefront most recently is because this week the NBA and its commissioner Adam Silver fined a couple of franchises, the Utah Jazz and the Indiana Pacers, 6-digit fines for actions that indicate that they aren't trying to win games right now, that they are basically intentionally compromising their season with the efforts to get rewarded in the draft. It's what we call tanking, and it happens in pretty much every major sport at some point in time throughout the course of the season. Now, this is relatively early for teams to be tanking. There's still about 2 months remaining in the NBA season. We just had the All-Star game last night, which isn't quite the halfway point. It's a little bit beyond that, but most sports look at their All-Star game as kind of the unofficial midway point. And certainly we know that whether it be in the NFL, whether it be in Major League Baseball, the NHL, or certainly, as I'm talking about now, the NBA, teams are going to try to lose games to an extent with the hope that they can benefit in the draft lottery, which is what the NBA has, which is what the NHL has, which is what Major League Baseball as of late has utilized as well. The NFL does not have a lottery. It simply goes based on order of finish, or reverse of that, I suppose. But ultimately, the reason for why teams do this is pretty obvious, right? You want to get that next generational star. Or even if there's not a franchise-altering player at the top of the draft, you're going to have better options to choose from. Typically, the worse you are the prior season. Not just in the first round, but in all the subsequent rounds. The NBA only has 2 rounds of their draft, but nonetheless, it's still the same strategy in that sport as it is in hockey or baseball when there are many more rounds. And so I understand why NBA's commissioner Adam Silver, or in Major League Baseball, or in the National Hockey League, why they don't want tanking, because it makes many games each and every night not feel competitive. There's not really 2 teams trying to accomplish the same goal of winning that game or winning that season. And that's not good in theory for the game. It's not good for the fans in attendance in theory. But I also can see it from a completely different perspective, and that's that of a fan of a team that's not good enough to really contend for a given season, not good enough to win a championship with the roster that it currently has. If you're a fan of that team, wouldn't you be willing to sacrifice a season or two or three or even more potentially to then get those franchise-altering players with the hope in the long term of getting to championship contention and ultimately winning that title in whatever sport you're a fan of? This is, I think, applicable to Pittsburgh Steelers fans. And it also was applicable to the Pittsburgh Penguins heading into this season, where most people expected that Pittsburgh, with what it did this offseason, was not really trying to be a playoff contending team, a competitive team. Yes, they had their superstar hangovers, if you will, the players that have stuck around since the championship teams, obviously Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Chris Letang. But it seemed as though with what they did this offseason, it was more so trying to get some younger guys playing time while likely looking to get one of those top 5, top 10 picks in the upcoming draft. And it's not going to work out like that for the Penguins. They have kind of exceeded expectations drastically, which you see every now and then. That happens in all sports. But if that was the strategy for Pittsburgh, to try to do whatever it could to get a top pick, to maybe secure the number 1 overall selection and get a player like Gavin McKenna to come turn this franchise around, I don't think Penguins fans would have blamed them for that. I think most fans supported that approach. Would you support the same thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers, a team that has been in the playoffs, but by and large has never felt like a contending team, a team good enough to win a Super Bowl, even though if you get to the postseason, theoretically, you at least give yourself a chance to make a Cinderella run? I would certainly say whatever team I'm a fan of, if I know that they are not a credible and viable championship contending team, I would be A-okay with them doing what it takes to try to turn things around. And usually the best and quickest and easiest way to do that is by stockpiling high picks, trading veteran players who are not going to be part of the future, who are not going to be part of that next wave, that next era. Trade them for younger players or more draft picks. You can really improve quickly if you do things the right way. And when I say do things the right way, I often mean at the expense of short-term success. So as a fan of a team, I am all for tanking if you think it's going to remedy the problem in the long term. Now, you have to have the right people in place in terms of a general manager or an owner or whatever. Obviously, we know in baseball, ownership is so important because you need to be willing to spend money, not only just to sign free agents, but to retain your own players when they get further along in their rookie contracts, when they get to arbitration, or when they potentially could become free agents. Pirates fans know that all too well. They're not necessarily spending a ton in free agency, although they did make drastic improvements in that regard this offseason. But you know you're not going to be able to retain your absolute superstar players like Paul Skeens. Are you okay if your favorite team suffers in the short term to get those generational players like a Paul Skeens, like a Connor Griffin, who was not a number 1 pick, but certainly Paul Skeens was? I think it's a tough situation to try to fix, because let's take any of these sports where there's about 30 teams every season who are going to be in the league. It varies a little bit. Of course, we know 32 in the NFL. But in Major League Baseball and the NBA, there's 30 teams. There's probably 10 to maybe 12 teams that at the beginning of the season know they will be championship contenders. And once you get maybe to the halfway point of the season, a few of those teams might have already fallen out and have become clearly no longer contenders. And maybe the other way, there could be 2 or 3 teams that were not expected to be in that contending group that have emerged as legitimate threats. So if you look at it, okay, maybe a third or so of the league really has championship aspirations any given season. And a third of the league, even if it tries its best to contend, to avoid tanking, just will not be good enough to ever get there. Why would those teams that have really no chance, why should they try to maximize their win total for a given season when the best that they can really hope for is to be a mediocre team? Why would you want your team to scratch and claw and do everything it can that season to finish maybe a little shy of 500? Why is that better than being absolutely miserable, being so bad that you get potentially the reward of a generational player, a savior in that subsequent draft? And take the San Antonio Spurs. Victor Wembanyama has completely changed their fortune because they got the number one pick. They now have the player who, in all likelihood, is going to carry that organization, if he stays healthy, for the next 10 to 15 years. We've seen it so many times in hockey, and look no further than Pittsburgh when the Penguins, who had a couple of terrible seasons, got the number one pick, and their reward was Sidney Crosby. And even before that, they got the number 2 pick and Evgeny Malkin. That is usually the best way to go from a mediocre or subpar or really bad team to a very good or championship team. So I don't know that there's a solution. If you were to, for instance, completely randomize the draft where it's not based in any way, shape, or form on the previous season's record. So whether you're the best team and win a championship or you're a historically bad team, every team gets the same odds at getting that number 1 overall pick. Well, that would probably solve tanking to an extent. There's no doubt about that. There's no then motivation to do poorly the previous season. You don't get any benefit. You're not any closer to getting that next generational player. The problem with that is the teams that are near the bottom, it becomes even more difficult for them to get out of that because they're not getting better players theoretically through the draft the next year. So we might see a situation where if you were dealt a bad card and just by the luck of the draw did not get a favorable pick for 2 or 3 or 4 years in a row, even if you're already a bad team, you're going to be an even worse team. So is that beneficial to the league? Most professional sports want parity. They almost do everything in their power to force parity because you'd rather have 15 or 20 or 25 teams thinking that they can contend and have a legitimate shot going into this season as opposed to just 5 or 10. So for leagues that want parity, having the worst teams get the best picks the next year, that's usually the recipe to create parity and to continue parity. It is a very difficult situation, and I don't think that Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, had a real answer when he talked about this, but he was very clear that teams that they deem to be tanking, to intentionally not try to win games, will be punished. They'll be fined. They'll maybe lose draft picks potentially in the future. He said more or less all options are on the table trying to curb this. Again, I go back to the fact that I understand why a league or a commissioner or owners might have that mentality. But I do think from the fans' perspective, if you know your team is not good enough to win a championship or even really contend for a championship in the upcoming season or maybe over a span of a few years, wouldn't you rather be really, really bad and have a much better chance to get out of it with a savior-like player as opposed to just being kind of okay, sort of in the middle, a mediocre but not miserable team? I don't really see much benefit to that. Yes, it might be slightly more watchable if your team is about a 500 squad. But again, I think of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think after this past season, most people were ready to embrace, let's be bad for a year or two, bring in a young coach, and we'll have growing pains together where you might have a 5 or 6 win season. But what do you get as a result of that? Maybe you get a top 5, top 7 pick, and potentially a much better chance to find your next quarterback. And I think that that is completely understandable and really, in my opinion, logical as a fan base to be rooting for something like that. Instead of being an 8-win or a, as fans know all too well, 9-win or 10-win team in the NFL, or you could use the equivalent for any other sport. Would you rather be an 81-win team in Major League Baseball, or would you rather be a 65-win team for a season and potentially get the next Paul Skeens? It's a pretty easy answer for me, and I don't know how leagues can adjust and adapt so that fans don't have that mindset. because I have been a fan of teams that have been absolutely terrible, and I'm fully embracing the fact that they're going to stink, give the young guys playing time, move on from the veterans, stockpile draft picks, stockpile young players in the minor leagues or who are, I guess, further down on the depth chart. Let those guys grow and struggle and get the reps needed. And then the hope and belief is that a few years down the road, the entire organization, those young players and the fan base in particular will benefit from all of the speed bumps along the way, all of the growing pains. You kind of wash those bad seasons away with the hope that things will be much better in the future. Again, I don't know what the solution is. There's some things that have been discussed, for instance, in the NHL or the NBA, which have a pretty similar calendar with the season starting around October to November and then finishing up regular season in mid-April. Could you implement, let's say, from March 1st on, your record from that point to the end of the season for the teams that miss the playoffs? You actually reward the team that has the best record that misses the playoffs amongst that group with the number one overall pick, so that teams are trying down the stretch of the season, even if they're not postseason bound, to do the best that they can to put the best team on the floor. Maybe, but there's going to be loopholes in that as well. Teams are, I think, in that regard, incentivized to narrowly miss the playoffs instead of making the playoffs if they're not really going to be a contender. So again, even though you're looking at it a different way and you're getting teams to try over the past or over the final 15 or 20 games of a season, it's still the same issue where teams are basically, I guess, doing everything they can to not maximize their success on the court, on the ice, on the field that season. You want to do just enough to keep your fans interested, but you certainly don't want to compromise a high draft pick or numerous draft picks in the future. Your thoughts on this topic, you can weigh in. Give me a call here on the Fan Early Morning Show, 412-928-9370. You can apply it to the Pittsburgh teams. If you've been a fan of the Pirates, you know all about this over the years. If you've been a fan of the Penguins, you can think back to Mario Lemieux and Sidney Crosby and why they are here. It's because the team was so miserable in the years preceding it. And if you're a Steelers fan, you probably don't know much about this. The Steelers seemingly will never embrace that type of mentality of tanking, although I know there's a lot of fans that wish maybe this specific upcoming season that would be the route that this team would take. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case, but would they be better off for it? Are you okay with tanking? If it's your team, do you want them to suffer in the short term for potential long-term success? We'll take a break. When we come back, I want to discuss another potential quarterback option that is now on the board for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sean Myers taking you for the next 25 minutes or so right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash Wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the Burgh. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Good morning. Now back to the Get Up with the Fan Early Morning Show. Brought to you by Steel City Medical Center.
Sean Myers here on the Fan Early Morning Show, taking you for the next 20 minutes or so, I should say, before Jeff Hathorn and Jim Colony will take over on this President's Day. Happy President's Day to everyone who is tuning in. We have a fan in the YouTube chat who has provided their thoughts on the tanking, on the draft lottery, things of that nature. Sports Sharp 412 talking about how there has been some sketchy lotteries over the years, including Sidney Crosby, including Patrick Ewing, LeBron James going to Cleveland, most recently Cooper Flagg going to the Mavericks after they traded Luka Doncic. Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist when it comes to sports by and large, but some of those do feel like a big coincidence, right? That LeBron James ended up in Cleveland, that the Mavericks, after they traded their generational player, get another one. I know that, Patrick Ewing's been one that's talked about quite a bit. Maybe if you're a fan of the Penguins, you think, okay, it was pretty nice to go from Lemieux to Crosby. How did that work out so well? I know no one's going to apologize for that if you're a Penguins fan. But, yeah, there's definitely some aspects of maybe how the lottery and the draft worked out very conveniently for the benefit of particular leagues. Nonetheless, I think it's an interesting topic. I don't know what the solution is. I do know that there's different interests between the commissioners and the governing bodies of these leagues compared to the fans of particular teams. And again, I think if you're a fan of a team that's not good enough to win a championship, by and large, you're probably okay with tanking, with the hope that it will get you to that next championship by getting those generational players, or at least getting enough quality players that you might not be able to get if you weren't one of the worst teams that previous year. Nonetheless, we'll move on to the next topic. And I talked about how the Steelers maybe would benefit from tanking because they need their next quarterback. It certainly seems like if you're going to get one of those guys in the draft, you have to be picking probably in the top 10, maybe in the top 5. And last draft and this one upcoming, you might not get a quarterback in the first round if you don't have the first overall pick. We saw just 2 quarterbacks taken last year in the opening round. Obviously, Cam Ward going number 1, and then in the 20s, it was Jackson Dart. That could be the case again this year. Fernando Mendoza's going number 1. We'll see if another quarterback's taken in the first round. There probably will be one, but it certainly might not be in the top 5 or top 10. But the Steelers have a decision to make on who their next quarterback might be. And I know that there's a lot of people that almost think it's fait accompli at this point that Aaron Rodgers will be back. That seems like the likeliest scenario, but he could retire. That certainly could be an outcome. I don't know that it seems all that likely that he's going to hang it up at this point. Maybe even a little bit less likely he continues to play but goes elsewhere. We know that there was some smoke around him playing in Minnesota last year, and it seemed like the Vikings, more than anything, made the decision, we're going to ride with this young, unproven quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, which certainly did not work out last year, and I don't know that they have a ton of faith that McCarthy is the guy now, but if they go the Aaron Rodgers route, are they good enough to be a contender with Rodgers, and are they already punting on a quarterback that they've only seen play in less than a dozen games in the NFL? I don't know that Minnesota is going to be really heavily after Rodgers, but perhaps they will. So there's a few different scenarios that would lead to the Steelers not having Rodgers as their quarterback. If that's the case, a lot of people thinking that Will Howard should get an opportunity. Maybe it's Mason Rudolph who gets some run. But there might be one new option for the Steelers. And as word came out over the last couple of days, and I believe it was confirmed by the man himself yesterday, that Derek Carr is interested in potentially returning to the NFL. And some people might be saying, well, when did he leave the NFL? Derek Carr retired less than a year ago after the 2024 season that was plagued by injuries for Carr with the New Orleans Saints, where he had signed as a free agent after all those years with the Raiders. He decided to step away, relatively young. I think at the time he was 33 years old. And the Saints, they were a team that was going to be rebuilding anyway. So it made some sense that he stepped away. He wasn't going to be on a very good team there. They were going to continue to struggle. He wasn't healthy. He had a shoulder ailment, which if you're a quarterback, that's not a good thing to have to deal with. So ultimately, Carr retires at a relatively young age, earlier than most quarterbacks that are still able to be starting caliber. And so he sat out this past season, and Tyler Shuck took over, and it seemed like they had moved on with the Saints. And I think they still are moving on. They're not going to bring Carr back to play for New Orleans. The Saints still own his rights, but now it seems like Derek Carr has shown a willingness to return to the NFL and play, not with the Saints, it appears, but with a team that he deems to be the right situation. And basically, he said it's a team that needs to be contending for a Super Bowl. So you could argue any team that's really contending for a Super Bowl, do they desperately need Derek Carr to get them over the hump? And if you would have asked me 5 years ago, I would have said, no, he's not the guy that's going to get your team to a Super Bowl. I, like many other people, had gotten to the point where I thought you need one of the elite quarterbacks. You need the Tom Brady. You need the Patrick Mahomes to win a Super Bowl. Because for a long stretch of time, those were the guys who were winning it every single year. And I thought, maybe there's 10 quarterbacks, maybe 5 to 7 quarterbacks even, that are actually good enough to win a Super Bowl. You need to have one of those guys, and if you have just a middle-of-the-pack starter, it's not going to be good enough at the most important position. You might as well move off of that guy, start over, try to find that next franchise quarterback. And when I say franchise quarterback, I don't just mean a quarterback that's good enough to start for 5 or 10 years with a team, but a quarterback that was good enough to win the playoff games against a Patrick Mahomes or against a Tom Brady when he was still playing. I think the last few years has shown that maybe you can have a little bit different of an approach and still win a Super Bowl. Because I don't think anyone would say that Sam Darnold was a elite quarterback this past year. Was he a very good quarterback? Yes. When you get into ranking, I think it gets way too difficult because I can't tell you the difference between the number 8 quarterback and the number 11 quarterback in the NFL. So if I say, oh, this guy's a top 10, that changes week to week, and it's kind of a gray area. But I think it's pretty clear if you have a quarterback that's probably even slightly above average, maybe in the top 12, maybe top 14 of NFL starting quarterbacks, if you have the right team around him, meaning you have a good running game, you have good receivers, you have a elite defense, That's what Seattle had this past season. They had maybe the best receiver in football. They had a very good running game and a very good offensive line. And they had, I think, arguably the best defense in football as well. They win a Super Bowl in large part because of those other factors. And Darnold was good enough to make the plays when needed and by and large not screw it up. I go back 2 years ago. There's conflicting opinions, I think, on Jalen Hurts, if he's truly an elite quarterback, and people after that Super Bowl saying maybe he deserves to be in the top 5 discussion. But whether you think he is elite or you think he's just a little bit better than average, he was good enough for the Eagles to win a Super Bowl because their defense dominated Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl. They had a terrific defense, and what was their best asset on offense? The run game and Saquon Barkley. You go back a couple years ago. While they did not win the Super Bowl, the San Francisco 49ers with Brock Purdy took the Chiefs to overtime. A few years before that, they had Jimmy Garoppolo take them to a Super Bowl, and they nearly won that one against Patrick Mahomes. Yes, I know finishing runner-up doesn't count, but they were 1 or 2 plays away from winning Super Bowls with Jimmy Garoppolo, who I think everyone would admit is not an elite quarterback, and Brock Purdy, which I think very similar to Jalen Hurts. Some might say that he's in that upper echelon. Others would say he's kind of middle of the pack. If you get a guy like Derek Carr, I truly believe if you have the right team around him, you can win a Super Bowl. So, does it make sense for a team like Pittsburgh or a team like the Minnesota Vikings or maybe the Indianapolis Colts, who are likely without Daniel Jones, even if they re-sign him due to injury for the majority of this upcoming season? Would those teams potentially be good enough to bring in a Derek Carr, whom they'd have to trade for, but probably not have to give up a ton, maybe a 3rd or 4th, or maybe even a 5th-round pick, depending on how things play out and how much he wants to really go to that particular team? Would it make sense to bring in a quarterback like that, a stopgap guy that can maybe give you a year or 2 or 3? Can you win a Super Bowl in that window with a guy like Carr, who I think would be potentially fairly comparable to Sam Darnold if he proves to be healthy? Now, if he's going to come back and play, I'm assuming that he's going to feel pretty good about his shoulder and about his health. He's still young enough at age 34. He's about 7 years younger than Aaron Rodgers, actually a little bit more than 7 years. Would you rather have a guy like that who is a 4-time Pro Bowler and 34 years old in Pittsburgh as opposed to a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers? And I think the Vikings and the Colts, and you could throw in another handful of teams in that discussion, they could also have that same approach. So if you're not a fan of kind of tanking, if you want to go back to that first segment for the Steelers, and giving a guy like a Will Howard an extended opportunity where he plays potentially a whole season and it could go completely sideways and you might have a miserable season if he proves to not really be an NFL starting quarterback. If you're not a fan of that and you want to go with a guy that maybe gets you a chance to get to the playoffs and beyond, would Derek Carr entice you as a Steelers fan? If you have to give up a 4th-round pick to get Carr, would you rather do that than bring back Aaron Rodgers for another year? And I think the benefit is, one, you could say maybe Carr is a little bit better than this version of Aaron Rodgers. And if you look at what Carr did in 2024 and you compare that to what Aaron Rodgers did this past year, there's certainly an argument that Carr was better. Now, he did miss some time and he was on a very bad team, but his quarterback rating was a little bit better. The yards per attempt was a little bit better. You can't really compare yardage or touchdowns and interceptions all that much because they didn't play the same number of games, since Rodgers basically played all of last season and Carr missed a good chunk of time in 2024. But you can certainly argue that he is a better quarterback than Rodgers is right now. You can also argue that even if you think they're about the same, Carr is so much younger that you could commit to him and hope that if he stays healthy, you have that guy for 2 or 3 or 4 years, that it's more worthwhile than bringing in a guy in Rodgers who you probably know will only be here 1 more year. Although we did say that around this time last year when there was discussion of Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh. I think it's an interesting thought. Is that a potential option for the Steelers or for other teams, especially now that you see that Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts are the last 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks? Could you feel good enough about Derek Carr to think that if you have all the other pieces around him, that he could be the next Super Bowl winning quarterback? We'll take a break, come back with one more topic about how a spectacle in sports isn't quite what it used to be. It's Sean Myers on the Fan Early Morning Show right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Marshall Township, work continues on the interchange renovation project on I-79. Watch for round-the-clock restrictions in both directions approaching the Wexford interchange. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good morning.
Now back to the Get Up with the Fan Early Morning Show. Brought to you by Steel City Medical Center.
Sean Myers back here for one final segment on the Fan Early Morning Show. I appreciate everyone tuning in on this holiday. Happy President's Day, and hopefully you're going to be sticking around for a couple of cameo appearances. Jeff Hathhorn and the legendary Jim Colony will be taking over momentarily. I got one last segment to get to, and it is about the NBA Slam Dunk Contest, but I'm also going to apply it across other sports because when I was a youngster growing up, the Home Run Derby was such a massive spectacle, and the Slam Dunk Contest felt the same way. And I remember the 2000 Slam Dunk Contest, which I think is the best one that I remember. And I know people that go back to the 80s would talk about Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins and all that. But Vince Carter was the 2000 Slam Dunk Contest winner, and he was going against guys like Tracy McGrady and Steve Francis. To me, that was must-watch television. The dunk contest no longer feels like that. But I would also say to some extent, the Home Run Derby is pretty similar. And if you remember when the NHL skills competition was a big deal, maybe back in the 90s, that also feels like it's gone away. So is this just we've seen it so many times that it loses its luster? Is there any way to get these events that used to be spectacles, much like the All-Star Games themselves, back to prominence? I think it's something that with the Slam Dunk Contest, we have seen so many different spectacular things, not just that 2000 or if you want to go back to the 80s and 90s, but even more recently with Zach LaVine, with Aaron Gordon, with Dwight Howard, with Jason Richardson. They did such spectacular things that it's really, really tough to be able to come up with new, innovative things to top it each year. And by many of the star players not participating, you get guys in there who might be great dunkers, but it doesn't feel the same if you don't know them as household names. And I don't even know the player who won this year's Slam Dunk Contest, and I'm a big NBA fan. I know Jackson Hayes, and ironically enough, Jason Richardson's son, Jace, were in it, and they were both mocked for blunders that they had. The Home Run Derby, yeah, it was pretty cool to see Cal Raleigh win it this past year and O'Neal Cruz compete and show off his jaw-dropping power. But it just doesn't feel quite the same to me. And I don't know if we'll ever get back to that where the Home Run Derby has all eyes on it as a truly can't-miss event, or the Slam Dunk Contest, or like I said, in the NHL with the skills competition that, at least when I was growing up, I thought was awesome as well. Maybe it's just the reality that those things will never be quite as significant as they were maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. That's going to do it here on the Fan Early Morning Show. I appreciate everyone who is tuning in, all the people on the YouTube chat as well. We'll step aside, but back with the Fan Morning Show upcoming right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA 074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And for free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Collier Township, watch for a right lane restriction on southbound I-79 approaching the Kerwin Heights interchange. That's where crews continue to repair the bridge that was damaged Christmas week that carries I-79 over Tom's Run Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Savings! Discounts, the best bargains.
At Ollie's, we've got brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices every day.
I get to keep more money in my pocket.
Ollie's!
Good stuff, cheap!
Now when the sun come up, I'll be
workstation.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I was here Saturday. And the last time you and I were on was Martin Luther King Day.
I guess we're the holiday team.
I assume the next time we'll be on will be the 4th of July. But I can tell you right now.
Memorial Day.
Oh, Memorial Day, maybe. No, I'm going to be working. I decided, wait, like this isn't work?
Putting your foot down.
I am. What else do we have between now and Memorial Day?
Sean, how was your fog drive this morning?
Yeah, that was, I woke up and I'm like, this might be a little sketchy of a drive here, but it was okay. There wasn't many cars out, so that makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, there was not a lot of visibility, but I guess I can't complain because I had to drive to and from the day of the blizzard. So I'd rather take a little bit of fog than anything like that.
I've never seen it as foggy as it was. And I drove in here. No, well,
ever
on this drive in on my route, and I live a little bit. Jeff and I have the same commute basically, except I live a little bit north of him. So, but it was foggier from where I live down to where he would have gone onto Route 8, and then Route 28 was actually better. I thought when you get closer to the river, it was going to be worse, but it was actually a little bit better. And we got stuck at a traffic light for about 2 minutes for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, so did I. And I was earlier
Elfin Wild?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell?
I thought about rolling through it.
If I was in the...
Have you done that, doing this shift where you're sitting at a light, you know nobody else is on the damn road?
Yeah, oh God, yes. Yeah, all the time.
Have you done it?
Yeah. Yeah, I've even pulled out onto Route 8 through a red light. Not through it, but, stop and wait around for 30 seconds and realize where is anybody. But there was hardly anybody on the road, like Sean, like you mentioned, right? There's nobody, it's just us. But I got to this traffic light and there were 6 or 7 cars already backed up. And then there were other cars. If I'd been in the front of the line, I would have gone.
Jim Colony, the rules don't apply to him.
No, they don't.
Indicting himself on the area.
No, they've, yeah. But I don't know. It was just, but otherwise it was, the tunnel was great. I knew when I got to the tunnel, the visibility would be
May I
pristine.
offer this piece of advice to some drivers that think that in fog, that high beams are better?
No.
Coming north on Route 8, somebody had these monster high beams, and they're driving really slow. And I'm thinking, do you know why you're driving really slow? Because high beams make it worse.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that like drivers? Do people take drivers? People don't do driver's ed in school anymore, do they? Are there any schools around here that do driver's ed? Probably not, because that would cost more money.
I thought you got like a discount on your insurance if you did that in school.
Well,
am I wrong about that?
No, but I know
that's good motivation to do it.
And it could be an independent course, like you can take outside of school.
That's what we had to do with our younger son. But our older son actually took driver's ed in Vermont before we moved back. And the day before that they moved here, I was already here. The day before they moved here, he took his driver's test to get his license. And he got, well, speaking of rolling through stop signs, he failed his driver's test in Vermont because he didn't come to a quote unquote complete stop.
You got to count to 3 at that stop sign.
But
right?
then it turns out that even if he had gotten his license in Vermont, when he came here, they would not have recognized his driver's license in Pennsylvania because he was not old enough yet, which, I mean, he would have been 16. I don't know. It was just kind of weird.
So when I was taking driver's ed in school, our driver's ed teacher got in a wreck.
While you were in the car?
And he was the hard-ass driver's ed teacher. Like, the first day you walk into the class, they roll in the projector, and they show the film of all the dead bodies. Bloody wrecks, like if you're not paying attention, you're going to die. So it scares the hell out of everybody who's 15 taking this course. And he's tough guy. He's tough guy. There are no mistakes. There are accidents because people aren't paying attention. Then he gets in an accident. And one of the kids, you have like the map screen or projector screen, like drew on the chalkboard a wrecked car. So he happened to like lift the screen because he pulled it down on purpose because it shouldn't have been pulled down. So he lifted the screen. There was a wrecked car. And he kind of spun around. And he was mad. But I know now that he was fake mad, that inside he was laughing his tail off because he knew that was funny as hell, that somebody got him. But we all had to sit quiet because, no one would confess.
Did he ever admit that? Like when you get older, when he's no longer your teacher?
No, I never went back and talked to him. He wasn't the greatest.
All right, so we get a couple of texts here. Oh, by the way, the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line, although I guess they're not sponsoring us until 6. But at any rate, 412-928-9370, Armstrong High School, Blackhawk High School, people have texted in that they still have driver's ed.
There you go.
Good for them. No, that's a great class.
So we had 2 driver's ed teachers, the one I was telling you about, and then the one that would take you on the road was the gym teacher.
Of course.
And basically, he would take you, if you went through the McDonald's drive-thru, you passed. So we go out on the road and we go through the McDonald's drive-thru. He'd buy you something, and if you could handle all of that, that was it. You passed because he didn't want to do it. So he would go.
So were you like eating the food while driving?
No, he would get his dinner. He would get his dinner. Our goal was to go through the drive-thru because it was one of those tricky, tight ones that if we could go through it, fine. We wouldn't get food, but he would get his his dinner.
Wait, what's a tricky, tight drive-thru?
Well,
it had a thing on both sides.
Yeah.
So it was
No, it was only one, but it had like high curbs, and it wasn't a huge parking lot, so it was you had to maneuver.
Needed some
through the
driver's
Sharon
skills.
McDonald's.
Did you have to parallel park?
Yeah, but he wasn't. He was great. If you got him in your car, you were gonna go get him his dinner and like drive around a little bit, and as long as you didn't do anything crazy, it's like, yeah, that part of it.
So then, when you went to the DMV to get your license, you took the guy or the woman to the drive-thru, figuring
I
that to
should
get
have
your
asked
license.
That, which fast food place do you want to go to? Actually, we drove all the way up to Oil City to take my driver's test, which was like an hour away because you heard through the grapevine they didn't really care up there. So instead of taking it at home, we drove up to Oil City and took it there. And I mean, I guess they were easy. I passed first time, so yeah, all the workarounds. It's probably changed over the years. That I wouldn't recommend everybody drive up to Oil City to get their driver's test. What do you remember about your oldest son first driving? Is he any good?
Well, the funny thing is, I was down here. I moved down here in February and started work in February, and then they didn't move down until after basketball was over in April. So I don't remember too much about it, but he learned to drive. I do know this. is that our mother-in-law, and I think we had already taken her car away from her, but if she was she still had a license. If she was in the car with Chris, remember you drive on your parents' license when you're learning how to drive?
Mm-hmm.
So he used to be able to do different things with her in the car when I was down here. And so I had, that at any rate, he used to be able to drive around as long as she was in the car with him. He could do different things. But he had to wait to get his license when we got down here. I can't remember how long it took him, but we lived at the other end of the school district. From where our house is and where Pine Ridge High School is we're in the hood. We're way over in the other half, closer to Hampton and West Deer. And so all of his friends, and there were plenty of kids that lived around us, but all of his friends, it seemed, lived over. And the same thing with our younger son. All of their friends lived over, almost on Perry Highway, all the way over in Wexford that way. So it was a challenge for us to have to drive him around. I can't remember when he got his license exactly, but he did have it his junior year, so that was handy.
So, Sean, how about your driving experience? Did you pass first time?
I was the second time, and I was older than most of the kids in my class because I'm an early November birthday, but I wasn't in a rush to get my license. I got it, I think, right after I turned 17, so there was a full year from...
Wow.
You remember, at least for when I was there, you could get your permit the day you turned 16, and then you had 6 months wait. So I was about 6 months after I could get it initially that I actually got it. I was not in a rush. I was a little hesitant with it, but I remember I took the driver's ed classes over the summer. So the first summer, it was just like you're in a classroom learning about watching movies and stuff. The next year, I was out on the road. And at that point, I still didn't have my license, but a couple of the people that I was driving with, along with the teacher, had their licenses, so that was just a piece of cake for them. I was very serious, 2 hands on the wheel and all that. But I remember, much like yours, Jeff, my driver's ed teacher, he just had us take him on whatever errands he needed to do that given day. So whatever he needed done, he's I got to go to the post office. We'll go there today or whatever. So I just remember being very serious about it and, 2 hands on the wheel. I'm stopping for the 3 seconds. I'm looking. Whereas like the other people who were maybe a year older already had their license. They were just driving, 1 hand on the wheel, casuals can be. So it turned out okay in the end. I would always recommend that people don't need to rush into getting that, take it at their own pace. Because sometimes you get a license and you get a little too eager, it could backfire. But yeah, I was in no hurry. I took a full year from the time that I could to get my license.
Ours was a matter. I lived out of town from where our high school. I lived 15 miles out of town, and so I needed to be driven to all sorts of activities and stuff like that. So so
you had to get it.
Yeah, but the thing is, what they did at our school is it used to be. So my birthday's in October. So I turned 16 in October, but they wouldn't let the people around my birthday, for all of a sudden they changed it where it used to be you could take, as long as you turned 16 when the course was over, then you could take it. And then they changed it so you couldn't start driver's ed. You couldn't take it until you were already 16. That was a pain in the neck. But the first road test we had, there was a girl, and the other guy and I were sitting in the back seat. She ended up on somebody's lawn because we started driving during the winter, in the second semester.
Sucks.
And she ended up, and Doug Riley and I are laughing in the back seat at this poor girl. And the teacher got, of course, did she get yelled at for ending up on somebody's lawn? No, we got yelled at for laughing at her.
Fan Pre-Show is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. When we come back, very briefly, we will discuss part of what's going to happen here for the first time this year at 1 o'clock on Saturday.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony, Sean Myers in for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, and Nicholas Callis. It is a President's Day morning, so happy holiday for everybody. It's that time of the year where there's a holiday every month, and then we get that dearth until Memorial Day, basically. I mean, there's Easter. Some get time off, some don't. There's, St. Patrick's Day, which is kind of the unofficial whatever holiday, but you have to take a day off for most employers if you want that day. Yeah.
I think today that all the snow days have caught up to a lot of school districts, and there is school today in a lot of school districts, maybe almost all of them. But our kids are older, so we don't know about that anymore. But I do know that there's school in a lot of districts today because they have makeup days already.
So if you're getting up, be careful. The fog is dense.
It really is bad.
So give yourself a little bit more time, and know that on Saturday at 1:00, right here, actually over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, Pirates and Orioles as spring training begins.
Bucko baseball.
And it's better now, I think. I don't know what you guys think. I like it that first full squad is today, and by the end of the week, they're playing games. As opposed to first full squad, week and a half, they're playing games. It's more NHL.
I was going to say, the NHL is ridiculous.
Because these guys, they don't play a ton. These guys come in good shape. And I know especially this year, guys have been there early that are participating in the World Baseball Classic. So they want to get a few games in, and then they're going to get to their respective camps. So every year I drank the Kool-Aid. This year, they actually made some moves that have me feeling better about what's going on with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, there's no question. Now, they still may not end up, but they won last year, 71 games. So last year was a step back. But every year we've waited for, look, let's invest in it. Let's, bring some people in. Was it like a huge hit? I don't know. But instead of, if they had gotten Schwarber, for example, that would have been it, you think? Would they have done anything else? Maybe they would have made the trade for the password. But what else would they have done? Probably nothing. And instead, they actually invested in 3 different hitters for the same amount of money that they would have paid one guy. So I'm kind of encouraged by it. It's like those financial ads where it says past performance doesn't guarantee future results. So, it's a little bit different, but at least they're trying by their standards. So I'm encouraged by it. I'm looking forward to it.
And I know the Cubs are still a good team. Brewers have taken a step back. I know the Reds added Suarez. So, Reds have always been that team, and they got in the playoffs last year that has also had good young pitching, but they've just had better hitting. And I just look at this lineup now, and I think about the lineup they had for the last game of last season, and it's not laughable like it was back then. This is the lineup. The last time the Pirates played a game, this was their lineup. Jared Triolo at short, Nick Gonzalez at second, Tommy Pham in left, Andrew McCutchen the DH, Joey Bart the catcher, Alexander Canario was the center fielder, Nick York in right, Rafael Flores at first, and Cam Devaney at third. This year, you're going to have a lineup with O'Neill Cruz, Brendan Lau, Brian Reynolds, Ryan O'Hearn, Marcell Ozuna, Gonzalez, Horwitz, Triolo, and Bart. Some of the same names, and maybe Triolo, maybe they find a replacement for Triolo, because that's, I think, the next move. Do they indeed take another step and find a third baseman via trade? Do they add another starting pitcher? I think there's still more to do, and there's still time to do it, but there's more to do for this roster.
I think they'll bring in a left-handed pitcher, most likely. And then otherwise, I think what you see and what you ran down there is what you get, except that, and we've seen it, and we're going to have Kevin Gorman on at 7 o'clock. And I know he talked with Henry Davis at some length. Jason Mackey's got a piece in the PG today with Davis. Is there a chance? This guy was supposed to be like a crappy fielder, and all of a sudden he's one of the better defensive catchers. And if he could do that with his defense, is it possible to do the same thing with his offense when he was considered to be the best collegiate hitter when the Pirates drafted him first? Could it happen? I don't know. But at any rate, if they get something out of the catching position in that way, and then the other thing is that whoever you've got there at shortstop, if the name is Connor Griffin instead of whoever else, and that works, then that's exciting.
Let's talk about Connor Griffin for a second. I think a lot of us are making this, and hopefully the Pirates are not, making this way too complicated, thinking about all these scenarios. It's very simple. Either he's good enough to play or he's not coming out of spring. None of the other factors, Super 2, that fact that he's 19, that he hasn't played in AAA, should not factor into their decision. They are in win now. They will tell you at the end of the year that every game matters. When we talk about a loss in September, that, well, that April game really hurt us now. Even though in April they'll say, well, there's still plenty of season to go. If he's your best player, he shouldn't arbitrarily best shortstop. He shouldn't arbitrarily go down to AAA because, you know what? He's got to take that step. This is a 19-year-old that's different than most 19-year-olds. He's built differently. He's married. Like, he's got a maturity that's different than most 19-year-olds. It's really simple. They'll know, and not just from the stats, they'll know from his swing how he follows a breaking ball, what the contact is like. If he's the best guy, and if he's not, send him to AAA. I mean, don't overcomplicate this with all these outside potential impacts.
It's just so that it's hard not to get caught up in the hype with him because there's a need there. And all of a sudden, here's this guy. But and I don't know, I can't imagine what it's like from his standpoint, and you mentioned the maturity. And I always find it unfair when but you see this if you go to MLB or any of the other websites where there's a 17-year-old kid coming up to be draftable, and there's always a comp. Who's this kid like? And I can't remember what Connor Griffin was compared to when he was 17 a couple of years ago, but we do know that right now he's being compared to Alex Rodriguez and Bobby Witt Jr. Those are the comparables for Connor Griffin. And so you've got one, well, depending on how you feel about a Hall of Famer, and then you got another guy who may be on track to a Hall of Fame someday, who could be the best guy at his position right now. Those are crazy comparables to have to live up to. But and I've never talked to him, and I don't think you have either, right?
I have.
You have, okay.
Have.
But he strikes me as the kind who just okay.
I mean, and I don't. Listen, I don't take too much from a quick media interaction of what this kid is like. It's just, what has he done through the minors? What do you hear about this guy? What do you see with your own eyes? And I just am against this, well, he's got to go to AAA or let's not start his clock. I don't care about his clock. I'm in the mindset where, I mean, we'll maybe get in a little later about contract or extending him or anything like that, but I'm in the win now. If the Pirates in 2032 win 10 games, I'm okay with that as long as they're going for it right now. If they go for it right now and then have to sell everybody because they won a championship or they competed for one or they at least tried and do like a Marlins thing from 15 or 20 years ago where they went all in and then sold it all off and then went all in again and won a couple of championships, I'm all for that. Because if the Pirates think they're going to win year after year, they're fooling themselves, and they need to change their mindset because they can't win year after year. They're going to have small windows under the current CBA where they can win.
Well, this window may be the smallest yet because the looming lockout, everybody's talking about that for next year. And then the other part of it is it's forcing the Pirates' hand here is Paul Skeens. Because he's definitely not going to be here later on. He's just not. And how far down the Pirates take this until they trade him, I would keep him until there's 1 year left, and then I would make that move. And again, we'll see how the business of baseball shakes out between now and then because it could change. I doubt it. But this year, I think they realized that there may not be a next season until 2028. I mean, is that possible that it would take that long if there's a labor stoppage?
It's possible. I'm not as convinced as others that there's going to be this monster labor. I know insiders who know more than I do about this stuff say that this is going to be long and dragged out. I just don't know if the small market teams are really going to band together and fight a salary cap or
why
fight
would
for
they?
a salary cap.
They're making money on this.
Right.
The local franchise has been making money for years, and whether or not it shows that they've been making money each year, at least whatever. The franchise is worth more and more and more and more, and there's talk of expansion, which means the franchise will be worth even more. So even if you're losing, a few $1 million a year on however the bookkeeping works, the small market teams are not losing money. They're not.
It would make sense for the small market teams if they really want to cap, and I believe they do, to go in and say, here's our floor. Here's where we're going to start. We're going to offer a salary floor of $90 million or $100 million, whatever it is. Like, make it show that we're going to be willing to spend as small market teams. And because I do think there is an appetite for a cap, even amongst the Yankees and Cubs and the other rich teams, not the Dodgers.
It would help them.
Right. But it's not going to be where there's, where it's at $150 million. It's going to be much higher than that. And I think the only way you get any type of cap and get protection and get the players to buy in, because here's the thing, because people immediately think, the players aren't going to want a cap. But if you sell it to the players of like, okay, Tucker's not going to get $60 million anymore, but you know what? You as a rookie, your arbitration is going to be less, or your control is going to be less, and guys 10 to 25 on the roster are going to make a hell of a lot more money. They're going to vote for it. That's I think a fallacy in this. If you convince those guys, the majority of the guys that don't make insane money, that they're all going to make more, I think you can convince them of the cap.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Typically, though, the leaders and Skeens is already emerging as a leader among players, even though he's still only 23 years old, and yet it's not just his ability that makes him a leader. It's just it's him. But you've seen in the past where the guys who are leading the Players Association are those guys that make the most money.
But if I'm Nick Gonzalez or I'm
almost anybody on the Pirates,
Kyle Nicholas or somebody like that, and if somebody comes in with this speech, we need to fight no cap. Why should we be limited to amount of money? But the counter is, but wait, my salary could double, and I'm probably never going to be in that range to make that kind of money anyway. Why would I care if Paul Skeens doesn't get paid $90 million a year someday? Why would I care when my family could get a hell of a lot more money under a floor, because it's going to jack up the costs of some of the guys that are not going to be your frontline players, that are going to be your bullpen guys, that are going to be your rotation guys, that are going to be your backups. I think that's where you can win it, but you have to present a floor that's going to be high enough to where the union will listen, and maybe the other owners will say, okay, these small market teams are not just taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, there's more of them than there are of, there's more of the regular old rank and file than there are of the elite.
All right, I was going to do some kind of like clever Batman, Dark Knight, but I just see that everywhere. Everywhere's got a Batman, a Dark Knight, whatever it is. So A.J. Burnett is back in Pirates camp.
Yay.
Let's talk about his potential impact and the Pirates having him back in camp, as he's going to be there for about a week as a special advisor to the pitchers. And we'll discuss some of his quotes before we're joined by Kevin Gorman coming up at 7 o'clock. Mark Cabali is going to join us at 9 o'clock. At 9:30, David DeCastro is going to be by, a special friend of Jim Colony's.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that, Sean. Big-time friend of Jim Colony's. And I'm just dropping it on Sean right now. At 8 o'clock, we're going to do an Olympic draft that you are going to be a part of. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. We'll get on that poll next here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Pitt men's basketball lost 79-65 on Saturday against number 11 UNC. Cam Corhan had 23 points for the Panthers, who next play on Saturday hosting Notre Dame at 2. And Team USA men's hockey claimed a victory yesterday 5-1 against the Germans. It was a big performance for Austin Matthews with a couple of goals. Connor Hellebuck made 23 saves in the victory. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Team USA is on a collision course with Team Canada in the men's hockey Olympic Games. The Americans beat Germany on Sunday 5-1. Austin Matthews scored 2 goals for Team USA. It's an impressive win, but Canada is a unit. They're a wagon. The Canadians beat the French 10-2. Tom Wilson fought a dude in the third period. I'm not even mad. It's more funny than anything. They're the bullies on the block. It's going to be an epic showdown when these two teams square off on that day.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Most people think about break-ins. Some think about fires, but water damage, that's the one nobody sees coming. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package, so your home is protected from intrusion, fire, and water. It's full home protection done right. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to get started today. Terms and conditions apply.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Book us. 2menandajunkdrunk.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Cloudy with flurries today, the high 30.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through mid-March, PennDOT crews will shift traffic patterns across the McKeesport-Duquesne Bridge as crews do containment installation. Expect delays. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony, Sean Myers in for the guys today here on this President's Day. Sean Burnett is at Pirates camp. Not to be a coach, he's going to be a mentor to pitchers for about a week. As Don Kelly said in Kevin Gorman's story in the Trib, he brought an edge and a compete factor, something we need to emulate as the Pittsburgh Pirates this year. Burnett says certain cities deserve it. Certain cities crave it, and that's what we did. We felt it from the fans. We felt it from the city. We played for them. I talked to a few guys already, said, you win in Pittsburgh, you're not going to be forgotten. You're just not. Did we go as far as we wanted to? No, and we're still not forgotten. So it's a place where they respect when you go out about your business between the white lines and compete. As long as you do that, you're fine. And he went on to say some more. Skeens was very complimentary of it. Bubba Chandler was. Whatever you need, I'm here for, he said. Hopefully I don't let them down, Burnett said. I'm not here to change anybody. I'm not here to make a miracle. I'm just here to make somebody better if I can. I mean, I love the idea, not just of him, but of other guys. I mean, Bill Mazeroski went down there for years.
Bill Verdon was there all the time.
You know, trying to think of others. Kevin Young would help out.
LaVallier's down there. Anyway.
And there are others that I'm spacing on right now that have been there over the years. Ed Ott I saw down there. LaVallier's been down there.
Yeah, he lives
in the past. So I think it's good. He does bring an edge. He does bring if you're looking to give a young team some swagger, and I think they already kind of have it with Skeens. I mean, AJ can provide some confidence or some edge. It is something he brought back in 2013.
Well, plus he was one of the things that was missing. They had a lot of young guys. That was a great. I mean, that was a great group of guys of young guys, and they all came up together. McCutcheon was there before everybody else, and then Walker. But then the other guys like Harrison came over in a trade. Mercer, a lot of the pitchers. They needed somebody like A.J. Burnett, who was a been there, done that guy, as Mike Tomlin would say, and he had a great attitude from another player's standpoint. And I know for us at times he was difficult to deal with, but from the other players' standpoints, I think they kind of watched him, and it wasn't like they thought to themselves, okay, we have to go and be jerks to Jeff Hathorn for a while. But it's just that I don't know, there was something about his attitude that it resonated with the younger guys and made them better. It was an attitude that they couldn't have because they didn't have that kind of experience. And, the sit the F down, that thing, the STFD shirt that came out, and, he was a big Walking Dead guy that they would get together and watch, and the little theme things that, you can have like the old Red Sox 25 cabs, 25 players, 25 cabs kind of thing, but they were all really good. So that would work. The Yankees were the same way. Some guys hated each other, but they were all good. These guys were good, but they weren't, there needed to be a sense of togetherness there. Skeens is Skeens, but I think Jared Jones, I know he's been hurt obviously, but he's got a little bit of that attitude. I think Bubba Chandler is in a more playful sense without knowing these guys I think it's great to having a guy like him around because he's like and even the stuff he says, like he gets there and he sees that there and all the machines are all lined up and everything else. And every one of these guys is throwing 100. And, back then, not everybody threw 100. Now, whether that's good or bad, you can argue that everybody throwing 100 is not necessarily good. Jared Jones might be an example of that. Everybody's needing Tommy John surgery. But no, Burnett's a great guy for these guys to have around. And he's also the kind of guy that would just sit there and probably not butt in with anybody. But I don't know, he might. But just to be there if you want to, hey, you got something to ask me, come on over and ask me.
Obviously Burnett had a good fastball. He threw it hard. But hopefully he can show them that you can be intimidating and in control without having to throw it 100 miles an hour. Like there are other things you could do. There's a confidence you need to have when you get rocked to come back the next time, that it's still your place. I'm sure he loves the fact that the game has changed, that there's not the shifting involved that there was when he was playing. True. So he could tell stories about, the damn second baseman standing out in left field, ball goes right through,
Everybody thought he was yelling at, who was it, Barmas? Or was it Barmas or Jordy? Who was the shortstop when that happened?
I think it was Jordy.
Was it? But everybody
no, it was Barmas.
I think it was Barmas because everybody thought he was disrespecting a teammate. No, he wasn't. He was disrespecting whoever's job it was on the bench to tell the defenders where to go.
It's hard to argue that having him there is in any way a negative. If any little bit of positive can come from A.J. Burnett, it's an obvious decision. I don't know if I want A.J. Burnett as my pitching coach, but to come down for a week and to kind of give his advice and be able to tell a story or two or help somebody out with something. It's awesome.
Yeah, I like it. And I think there's not that he wasn't mature, but I think now that he's retired, he's no longer playing, he probably still has that edge, but it's not a little bit more of a refined edge.
Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. When we come back, the greatest of all time won the greatest race in NASCAR. We'll discuss next. Fan Morning Show on a President's Day on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Team USA men's hockey notched a 5-1 victory on Sunday against Germany to finish perfect in pool play. Austin Matthews had a couple of goals for the Americans, and Connor Hellebuyck made 23 saves in net. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 73 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now. The gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. With the trade deadline over and teams gearing up for the stretch run, don't wait for that what-if moment. And switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley.
It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's 6:38. Make the smart call right now to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Fan Morning Show guys are off for President's Day. Jeff Hathhorn, Jim Colony, Sean Myers. In for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, and Nicholas Callis. Yesterday was one of those days where you're glad you had the multi-screen look, because it's like Daytona 500, golf tournament, hockey game, at least for me, because I'm not quick enough to switch back and forth, all three at the same time.
I can't figure out how to do it with our new system, and I guess I don't have picture. I don't know, whatever. I have to sit there and go back and forth.
Daytona 500 had 25 different leaders, which is insane. 25 different leaders, and the winner led only for the last lap, Tyler Reddick. And he drives for Michael Jordan. Crazy, crazy ending.
Is he related to former Duke star J.J. Reddick? Because that would be kind of funny if he was.
It would be.
Drives from Michael Jordan.
It would be, yes.
It'd be like that commercial where the kid shows up at the door in his Duke shirt.
I mean, there were earlier in the race, there was a 20-car pileup that affected some of the cars, and then there were wrecks towards the end. It's crazy how in that race, like at the end, people just go for it, and then you just see cars, even right at the finish line, there are cars behind Tyler Reddick just going everywhere. The third place winner, I think, slid across backwards. I don't know if do you like that, Jim? Do you like that kind of racing? Like, does that? I didn't
really watch much of it at all. I was mostly on the hockey game, and then switched over to once the hockey game was decided, I kind of went to golf. But I usually watch the Daytona 500. I just like the spectacle of the race. The new format, though, with the 3 different things, they've done that for a few years. I don't know. With
the stages, you mean?
Yeah, I guess I can't really follow it, and I don't care enough to try to figure it out. But I did hear early on that I tuned in, and it was after the wreck, and then the big storyline going in was William Byron trying for 3 in a row, and he was out of it. And I know they kept saying, at least on the Motor Racing Network on the radio I was listening, that, there's a lot of race left to go. He's still not out of it yet. But, if he wasn't, he never got back into it. And that took away one of their big storylines. But, when you have a first-time winner, that's pretty cool. I know that you're really into it. and Ryan Blaney has a local connection.
Yeah, and he got spun out towards the end. He was in contention. You go from like in contention to 27th.
Yeah, the thing is, and I don't know, how does that affect their earnings?
Well, it's a sliding scale.
But I'm talking about overall. Is it like a lot of other things nowadays where influencers and they're, it's all sponsors. Once you're a big time driver, once you establish your reputation, you get the sponsors working for a racing team, pays you more money, and doesn't matter as much whether you win.
Compared to back in the day, yes, they're making enough money off sponsors that before the season starts, a lot of them are millionaires for the season, and it just grows as the season goes. It's not like, where you're racing for paycheck to paycheck, or, you needed to win that race to pay for repairs to your Pontiac. It's not back in those days.
Or Randy Quaid needs a sponsor for his team.
I love this quote. Denny Hamlin, who's also still drives occasionally, is a co-owner of the team with Michael Jordan. And his quote was, he loves his race team. And he told Reddick this. I was like, you understand the responsibility you have, that you have the power to bring joy to Michael Jordan. You have that power, and no one else can do it. And he did it. And Jordan was jumping up and down. He's going to turn 63 tomorrow.
Wow.
And that's his birthday present, winning the Daytona 500. Bubba Wallace is the other driver, and he finished 10th, but he was in contention until the late wreck. And he was all in tears because he thought he had a chance to win the Daytona 500. Daytona it's crazy to have a sport where your biggest race is the first one, because almost always in a sport, the end of the season is, and they do have a championship, but when your biggest race is at the start, it makes it unique. But the drama was there, and if you like wrecks and anything could happen, and you just don't know you could be sitting in perfect position and somebody else wrecks and takes you out and you do nothing wrong. And it's a craziness. You just don't see that in many other sports except what is that short speed,
short track
skating?
The
short track speed skating.
Yeah.
Where guys take each other out. But you just don't get that in other sports. One thing that has changed, and I want to get both your guys' opinion on this as we continue. A coach was fired last night in college basketball because he publicly was being too hard on his kids. We'll discuss that next. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines on Saturday. Pitt men's basketball suffered another setback in conference play, 79-65 defeat against number 11 North Carolina. The Panthers are now just 2-11 in the ACC, despite 23 points from Cameron Corhen. Pitt hosts Notre Dame Saturday at 2. Our coverage with the pregame begins at 1:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan, also on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, you can go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet Store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
February in western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Marshall Township, work continues on the interchange renovation project on I-79. Watch for round-the-clock restrictions in both directions approaching the Wexford interchange. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Kevin Gorman will join us on that coming up in a little over 10 minutes. Our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. What's the Pirates' win total? Under 75, 76 to 80, 81 to 85, or 86 and above.
I'll have to I haven't checked in yet.
Kansas State fired its head basketball coach yesterday. He still has $18.6 million remaining on a contract that goes in through 2030. Why did they fire him? Because after a game, and they're struggling this year, he said that his players don't deserve to wear the uniform and that few of them will next year. That he's embarrassed for the university and for the kids for the way that they played. They were going to practice at 6 in the morning the next day. Players got to have some pride. They don't deserve to be here. I would wear a paper bag on my head if I were a fan too. It's a post-game rant by a coach. And he was fired. And the university is saying it's for cause because of the words that he just said. What do you
Sounds
think of
like
that, Jim?
Well, they're looking for a reason to get rid of the guy without having to pay him. That's what that means. That's what it means.
Sean, are those words that you hear and be like, oh, you're causing undue mental distress? Or is that just a coach being honest and being tough on his team?
Well, there's a couple of factors that immediately come to mind for me. First off, didn't Deion Sanders basically say something when he took over Colorado saying that none of the guys that were there previously were good enough and he was going to replace them? And he said something about Gucci luggage or whatever.
Right. He's
and
a hero for
everyone loved that, right? They said it was confidence and swagger, and then he backed it up with, I guess, better results. So you could probably get away with saying stuff like that if you're winning, or at least if people believe you're going to win soon. But when you're doing it when you're losing, you no longer have that grace or that leeway. But we know in this area in particular, on the women's basketball side, Pitt and Penn State have both had former players file suits against their coaches. You have to be very cautious as a university about what your coach is saying and how he or her might be treating the players. Even if you don't think it's anything that's across the line, when they're saying stuff like that publicly, there's going to be some blowback. So you have to probably be more cautious now than you were 10 years ago in that regard. Not that I agree with it, but there is some precedent of if you don't treat players in what their eyes is an appropriate way.
So you have to bow to players. So coaches have to bow to players.
I think we're seeing that it's trending that direction.
Recent public comments and conduct, in addition to the program's overall direction, have not aligned with K-State standards for supporting student athletes and representing the university. We wish Coach Tang and his family all the best moving forward. That's from the K-State athletic director. They said that the comments provided public disrepute, embarrassment, and ridicule to the entire university. Because he said that some of the kids don't deserve to wear the uniform, that they have to show some pride, and that they don't deserve to be here. Are we to a point where this is just ridiculous, that coaches can't say anything or can't be honest or can't be tough on guys? Or was it always wrong, and now they're just correcting something in the Bobby Knights and Mike Krzyzewski early in his career that just can't happen in
No, I guess I'm showing my age and stuff, but that's just whatever that guy said. If all those quotes and everything else that's exactly what he said, that is so tame. It's not even funny. Don't
it
you
is
think?
what he said. I mean, you can watch it.
Yeah, isn't that tame? That's nothing.
Yeah, I look at that as, I guess, fortunate. Like kids and stepkids, like they took it, like they grew from it. And most of the times when coaches say that, they're trying to get the best out of you. They're not just trying to ridicule you. But in today's age, especially in today's age, where there could be players making more than the coaching staff. I won't say more than the head coach, but more than any one of the assistant coaches. Players rule now, don't they?
Some of them do. But that's almost the same in any instance where you've got you've got the stars and the not so stars. But this coaching thing, I mean, that's, like I said, my initial reaction is that that's to me it's nothing, and that they're just, hey, let's see if we can fire this guy for cause, which means they don't have to pay him. They fire him, they have to pay him. So that'll be like everything else today. It'll end up in the courts, and somebody else will figure out in 2 years whether or not they owe him money.
We've heard a lot of horror stories from past generations, or even recently with whether it be hockey coaches or you mentioned Bobby Knight, where they were crossing the line, right? Maybe slightly physically abusive, definitely verbally abusive, where it wasn't seeming like they were using it as just a motivating, but they were really crossing a line. But this in particular, those public comments, I don't think did that. But again, you have to be so sensitive now if you're a university or an organization or whatever, that there's going to be a legal blowback for stuff like this, that I think we're seeing an overcompensation, to your point, where you get too reactive.
And there was no mention of any other incidents of him being verbally abusive in practice, or no physical issues at all.
The worst stuff would be not in a public setting, certainly. If there was stuff going on that was bad, it would not be at a press conference.
He ripped his team frustrated after a game at a press conference, and now he's fired. Had one win in the conference. That probably has more to do with it. Now the university is looking to get out of $18.6 million he owes them because a coach was ticked off after a game. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida to a beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. Warmer with some sun today. A high of Mike Webster of 52. 61 is the high on Tuesday. 61 is the high on Wednesday. 64 degrees is the high on Friday. When we come back, we'll go down to Florida, where it might be 64 degrees right now. So eat that, Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review, as we talk some Buccos here on 93.7 The Fan.
Morning dense fog will be around for most of the morning with the dense fog advisory in place through 11 a.m. It's been a while since we've seen fog this thick and this widespread. Once the fog burns off, expect mostly cloudy skies for the rest of the day with highs hitting the mid-40s. Morning temperatures are in the low 30s in most places. Now noon temperatures will be near 40 degrees with winds coming in out of the southwest at about 5 miles an hour. Highs should return to the 50s tomorrow. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kittico Weather Center.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Collier Township, watch for a right lane restriction on southbound I-79 approaching the Kerwin Heights interchange. That's where crews continue to repair the bridge that was damaged Christmas week that carries I-79 over Toms Run Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Pirates win total. Under 75. 76 to 80, 81 to 85, or over 86. We're still early in the voting, so I don't want to skew potential results.
The polls haven't closed, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they have not closed. But you know what is open is the first full squad workout, and the clubhouse is going to be opening up in a few minutes. And before that happens, Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review joins us. Kev, how are things in Florida?
Sunny, cool breeze. I can't complain.
Yeah. You know, it's going to be in the 60s here later this week.
It might be in the 60s here today if it makes you feel any better.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
But it's going to be sunny.
There's a lot I want to get into, but first thing I want to get a feel for, like, Kevin, every year teams are optimistic. Like, I don't know of any year when the Pirates were really bad where you didn't at least fake some enthusiasm that if all these things went right, that it could be a special year. But what is the confidence in camp now that this could be a special year?
Well, let me just take you to a conversation yesterday with Brandon Lau, the newly acquired two-time All-Star second baseman, who said, you look around the clubhouse and you see a lot of talent. And I think that's the biggest difference from years past when the Pirates may have had an all-star or two, and they were, to be fair, fringe all-stars, guys that were not sure things, a Mitch Keller, a Brian Reynolds, who one year was an injury replacement for Ronald Acuna Jr. This year you're talking about, a two-time all-star starting pitcher and the reigning National League Cy Young winner and Paul Skeens on the mound. You have Ryan O'Hearn potentially at first base, Brandon Lau at second base, Brian Reynolds in right field, Marcell Ozuna at DH. Those guys have all been all-stars, as has been Keller, as has been a two-time all-star in the lefty reliever that they acquired, Gregory Soto. So you look around and say, boy, there's a lot more star power here. There's a lot more guys with, major league experience and postseason experience. And I think it takes some time for a team to build chemistry. It takes some time for everybody to come together and learn how to play well together. But I think it's a good starting point when you have guys that are proven major leaguers, have played at the all-star level, and have played in the postseason. I think those are all good starting points for the Pittsburgh Pirates this year.
Kevin, how was the A.J. Burnett re-experience?
Yeah, it's cool to see AJ around. Speaking of bringing some star power, this is a guy who, at 6'4" and looks more muscular than he did during his playing days. He's a presence when he walks.
So you're saying he was a wimp back in his playing days? Is that what you're getting
yes.
at?
STFD,
Yes.
Kevin, come on.
But the funny thing is to still, to see him, go in and hug Connor Griffin in the clubhouse. Connor Griffin's 6'4", 225, and he's like, man, that's a big dude right there. And Paul Skeens, it was the other way around. That Burnett was a bit impressed with how big Skeens, just seeing Skeens in person, just how big he is. But certainly, the swagger is still there, and I think that's what is maybe missing a little bit from this Pirates team is that swagger that, hey, we've done something in this game. I think, Paul Skeens has it to some degree, but his accolades have been individual. And I think, you bring in a guy like A.J. Burnett who has, pitched in and won a World Series, who has pitched in and completed a no-hitter, and a guy who was one of the catalysts, is certainly on the mound for the Pirates playoff teams, their wild card teams in 2013 and 15. So, there's certainly a swagger that was brought here by AJ. And I think just to have him around some of the young pitchers will be beneficial for both sides, that AJ's back in the game. He's been craving that, and that guys like Paul Skeens and Bubba Chandler and so on, a lot of these young guys have a guy who pitched at a very high level in the major leagues. He was also an all-star for the Pirates in 2015. That they can have someone to bounce some ideas off of and say, hey, what are you seeing? Because a lot of their feedback they're getting is from, the TrackMan and the Edgertronic, and it's all very much analytical data, and it's all very much electronic data. For someone to say, hey, I see something here that maybe the data isn't showing you, and it can be a slight adjustment. Sometimes those tips are just as valuable to the players, that they have someone they consider a peer or, in this case, a mentor, that can give them a little bit of an idea of like, hey, this is what I'm seeing, and this is a slight correction you can make that I've experienced that has helped me.
You know, Kevin, earlier, we talked about that earlier, and then we got a text, and this is a point, you know, somebody said if you think 7 days around pitchers in spring training is going to have a lasting impact, you're wrong. Now, I rebutted that because I think, and I don't know if you agree with this, that it's not, you know, necessarily whatever he says this week, but just his whole attitude, it seems to me like it could rub off on these guys.
I think that's the intention of Don Kelly is that the attitude, that the winning swagger rubs off on the young players, that they get a feel for, hey, this is a guy who was a winner in the major leagues. And AJ's had his ups and downs. I mean, he basically got run out of New York. They traded him and took on some of his salary to give him to the Pirates. But, you know, so there's a guy that they can bounce things off of. I personally think the Pirates don't do enough of it. I think there's a huge age gap between their last World Series champions and their current team, and so that's hard for Pirates players to relate to. But I think it would have been beneficial to have, you know, even in his later years when his health was failing, to, you know, have Dave Parker around, to have, you know, guys even from the early 90s teams around more frequently. A lot of teams do that. A lot of teams have, you know, the old timers hanging around at spring training and have a chance to, you know, sit around the clubhouse or in the dugouts and BS with the players and tell old stories. And I think there's a little bit of a generational gap there because of how many years it's been since the Pirates have been in a playoffs, which is a decade now, and how many years it's been since they've won a World Series, which is, you know, going on 5 decades.
Oh, thanks for that uplifting news, Kev.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathhorn, Jim Colony, Sean Myers in for the guys. It was a great story on Henry Davis, and you broke down a lot of stuff. And when you're 1-1, man, you're expected to be an impact player. What are some of the things that he did to try to be, after becoming an impact defensive player, to try to become an impact bat?
Well, you know, I think a lot of it was Henry trying to do things on his own, which was going back to, you know, his high school and college days, and especially coming out of Louisville. He was considered the best college bat in baseball, which is why the Pirates selected him number one. This was not a defensive move that they made. In fact, when they brought him to the majors, they did so as a right fielder, despite very limited experiences at that position. That Henry believes in his bat, but it just hasn't translated to the majors. He kills the ball in the minors. Absolutely destroys it at AAA. And so that's why the Pirates have confidence that he can do that. The other part is that he's transformed himself from a guy who they didn't have much faith in him as a catcher, to the point that I don't think they believed he could catch in the major league level, to someone who now, you know, got Gold Glove votes and was +8 defensive run saves last year, which was, you know, quite a turnaround, a 12-point swing from the previous year when he was -4. I think they believe that Henry's going to work as hard as he possibly can in whatever direction they give him. And I think what was lacking was having, in his mind at least, the biomechanical data that was showing him physically what he was doing wrong. You know, it's one thing to say, okay, we want you more upright in your stance, we want your hands off your shoulders, things like that. It's another thing when you find out that you're putting 90% of your weight on your back leg. And you're wondering why you're driving the ball into the ground, or why you're such a dead pull hitter when you're not trying to be, when you're trying to hit to all fields. And I think he realized through looking at the data and having an idea, and I think, you know, one of the things Henry expressed to me is that if you show him something, he processes it quickly and he acclimates quickly. And so that he's like, that's why I was the number one pick, is because I can make those adjustments on the fly, and I can adapt to what people are telling me very quickly. So I think that's the thing he spent the offseason working on that. Well, will it be an overnight success? I don't know. I've seen people, you know, I've posted videos of him taking batting practice, and people are still being critical. And, you know, I don't know that we're going to see Henry turn things, just flip a switch and all of a sudden be a great hitter at the major league level. But I think for his sake, it's not just about their going out and taking 500 swings a day and trying to figure it out on your own. It's that he actually had some analytical data that kind of told him what he was doing wrong, because it was more for him just about feel. Now he has a better idea and better understanding of what was going wrong. And I think that helps him, you know, acclimate and adjust.
Oh, Kevin, Don Kelly is the longest tenured professional coach / manager in Pittsburgh. But and I know spring training is spring training, and I know it's early in this spring training, but is there any discernible difference in Don Kelly or this spring training over what you've seen over, Derek Shelton spring trainings?
Well, you have to understand that Don Kelly, as the bench coach, ran the spring training. He's the one who mapped it out and had the schedule and basically made sure everybody was on time and on point. So there's not going to be drastic differences in that regard because DK had a lot of sway in that. Where I'm seeing is the energy and the enthusiasm and the positivity. I think Derek Shelton went into last spring knowing he was a dead man walking. It was very obvious. He looked a little more haggard. This is a guy who was always made sure his appearance looked good, and he looked haggard. He looked tired, and he looked like he knew the end was coming. And he's admitted as much afterward that that he didn't have the right persona for that team last year. I think having Donnie Kelly as the manager from day one will be a big difference for the Pirates. And I can tell you this, I had a conversation with Jim Leland about a week or so ago, and I guess it was 2 weeks ago, but he said that, where Don Kelly can get an advantage is if he, maybe instead of laying off the veterans and giving them a little bit of grace, kind of maybe initiate with them is that, hey, let's hit the ground running here. Let's get you guys playing on a regular basis, give you a lot of bats, a lot of innings in the field, and get this team ready for opening day so that when other teams are still kind of making their adjustments to this, going from spring training to the regular season, that perhaps the Pirates can hit the ground running and maybe steal some games and build an early lead. And he felt like that would be very important for a young manager and essentially, this is not a young team age-wise, but it's a young team in terms of being together because, a lot of these guys are new faces in new places. So I think that could be a big difference is that Don Kelly is, as a guy who had to fight to be the 25th man on the roster every year of his career, and I think he played 9 major league seasons, parts of, that he understands the value of versatility. He understands the value of doing anything the manager asks of you to make an impact on the team. He's played every position on the field. He did it all in one season, in fact. And I think, that persona that he brings, which is upbeat, positive, willing to do whatever. And he still, joked last night, it was his 46th birthday, and joked that, hey, there's some weather coming my way. I might have to be on the tarp crew. Here's the manager saying, like, I may have to go out and pull the tarps on the field. And just jokingly, but that tells you a little bit about he's willing to do whatever. And I think he's going to ask his players, the same of his players. And maybe not every player. There's different rules for different guys, especially, say, a Paul Skeens. But I do think that having him from day one, it's going to be a different type of energy than it was last season for certain.
We're joined by Kevin Gorman, Pirates beat writer for the Tribune Review. I want to ask you about a few positions, and what I want to know is who do you expect to play the most games at these certain positions? I'll start with first base.
I don't understand why the Pirates would go out and make a big trade and spend the kind of money they are in salary. If they weren't going to, this is a big free agent signing, if they weren't going to play Ryan O'Hearn at first base the majority of the time, given that he's the defensive superior to Spencer Horwitz. But he said he's open to playing some outfield, but I think he's going to get the majority of the reps at first base.
Third base. Or is he on the team?
I think when all is said and done, I don't know how they're going to start the season. When all is said and done, I think Jared Triolo is going to be your third baseman, and I think he's going to play at a near Gold Glove level. And I think the only thing that might separate Triolo from the Gold Glove is Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Right field.
That's the interesting one. Brian Reynolds should be locked into that spot given that he played there last year, but that could be the position where the Pirates rotate guys. I could see Reynolds going back to left. I'm curious. We haven't talked to Brian yet, and I'm interested to talk to him today, but he has the ability to play left field and knows PNC Park's left field. I don't know that they want to put the wear and tear on his legs, but I could see them rotating guys in right, especially guys like O'Hearn and some others.
And so if he's in right, then Reynolds, this is probably a no-brainer, goes to left? Is what you're saying?
Well, here's the thing. Left field at PNC Park especially, you almost have to have center fielder speed. And that's why they brought in guys like Jake Mangum and Jostinson Garcia. Both of those guys are center fielders who can play left and do it with speed and have shown the ability just early in spring training to track down fly balls. That's been impressive.
Do you think? Go ahead.
There's a big but there because the Pirates have two left-handed hitting first basemen, and that complicates a lot of things now that Marcell Ozuna is at DH. They could possibly put Ozuna in the outfield, but I don't see that happening. So there's some interesting questions here going into spring training.
Who will end up at the end of the year catching the most games, and is Flores far enough along to where Bart could be expendable?
Well, Joey Bart's been considered expendable and maybe an attractive trade candidate for other teams. I don't know if it's going to be Flores that pushes them or if it's going to be Endy Rodriguez. The Pirates are still high on Endy. So I think Henry Davis will catch the most games. I think he did last year as well. Or at least they had a really good record when he was catching. I know that. They had a winning record with Henry Davis behind the plate. Flores is more of a bat-first guy, so I don't know that he's going to be making the push behind the plate as much as Endy would. But, Joey Bart, the Pirates still believe, has that 2024 season in him more so than what he did last year. But I think there's two things. I think the Pirates don't plan on carrying 4 catchers on their 40-man roster all season. I think that's a bit of a luxury. But I also think that last year when they traded Jason DeLay and then almost immediately someone got hurt, I don't know if it was Endy, but, all of a sudden then they're calling up minor leaguers and going from being in a position of strength to weakness almost overnight. So I think they're going to be very careful about that.
We expect Lau at second and Cruz in center. Who's going to be and drum roll? Yeah. Who's going to be the shortstop?
Everybody is cautioning me that Connor Griffin needs more bats in the minors and Connor Griffin needs more time in the minors. If you look at Connor Griffin in the clubhouse, if you look at him on the field, he looks like a major leaguer. He looks different. He doesn't look or act like a 19-year-old kid, even though he is and won't be 20 until April 24th, which is a few weeks into the season, almost a month into the season, actually. But he looks the part, and I think he should be the opening day shortstop. Will he be? That's up to Ben Cherington and company, but I think he's going to make a very strong push to give the Pirates no option. That's my prediction, is that Connor Griffin's going to do everything in his power to make that as difficult of a decision as possible, because he is a special talent. This kid has superstar written all over him.
Kevin Gorman, Pirates beat writer of the Tribune Review. First day of full squad workouts today in Bradenton. You got a locker room to get into. Thank you so much for your time, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
All right, see you, Kevin.
So let's react to some of what Kevin had to say.
Yeah.
When we continue.
I know.
And Twitter is brought to you by South Hills
Locker
Kia.
room's open.
And Peters
it's
Township.
closed already. Team meeting.
Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Jeff Hathor and Jim Colony and Sean Myers for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, and Nicholas Callis. Fan Morning Show on a President's Day on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Yesterday in the Olympics, Team USA men's hockey claimed a 5-1 victory against Germany. Austin Matthews scored twice for the Americans. Connor Hellebuck made 23 saves in net. USA finishing perfect in pool play. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee in materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Hey, the NBA All-Star game happened this weekend, and the final score was the West 121 against the East 115. Or at least that's what the headline should read. But instead, they did this weird world versus stripes versus stars round robin thing. If a tree falls in the woods, no one's around, you don't hear it. If the NBA All-Star game happens or All-Star games happen and no one watches, did they really happen? No. I'm Drake Toll.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know what's going to be here soon? Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering. So so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through mid-March, PennDOT crews will shift traffic patterns across the McKeesport-Duquesne Bridge as crews do containment installation. Expect delays. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jeff Hathorn with Jim Colony and Sean Myers. Our thanks to Kevin Gorman for joining us from Florida, where the highs are only going to be in the 60s. So feel bad for Kevin.
Yeah, I know. It's rough.
I thought it was some things to react to off what he said. I'm the first base thing where he thinks O'Hearn's going to play more at first is intriguing to me because Horowitz hit it well in the last month or so of the season. He can also play second, Horowitz can. And I wonder if it's, and they haven't really disclosed this, is it a health thing with Reynolds where they don't want him playing, like he's lost a step, they don't want him playing left field, like this, how that part plays out. I'm not overly concerned. I'd rather have bats and worry about defense. But it is interesting that he thinks O'Hearn is going to play more at first.
Well, that did stick out to me a little bit. Here's a concept. Third base, anybody? You want to get your bats out there, and if you're facing a right-hander, and if he can also play second base, I mean, what, he can't throw the ball across the diamond from third? Anybody. But yes, Horowitz. I didn't really think of that. I was thinking, okay, he's a first baseman. You mentioned, when you get to the outfield, well, Reynolds came up as a left fielder. He started out as a left fielder here. Now, are his knees an issue? Apparently, they can be. I remember when he moved to center field, and everybody's like, "Ooh, center field." Well, center field is easier to play than the other two positions, quite honestly, in terms of actually following the ball off the bat and everything. Even though you do want your best defensive outfielder in center field to cover more ground. The weird thing about the Pirates situation is that where they have their left field, which is expansive and almost like needing two center fielders, typically your right fielder is the guy that you want, with a better arm that can, whatever. It's almost like the Pirates have to go oppo when they're home and away with their outfielders in terms of where you want to put your weakest guy.
Right, like Reynolds could play left at Fenway.
Yes.
Not that they play there often, but
no.
you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, in those type of parks where right field might be more cavernous or right field and left field are the same, and maybe it doesn't matter.
But I'm with you, and I remember talking about this Saturday and stuff. So whoever your 9 best hitters are against a given starting pitcher, whether it's lefty, righty, whatever, those are the guys I want in the lineup, 95% of the time. Whoever your best hitters are.
What do you think, Sean?
The first thing I'll say, based on what Jim just said, is I think the Pirates have to make more of a concerted effort to get their best players in the lineup instead of kind of punting once or twice a week by putting out a weak lineup like we've seen so many times. I think that they have to manage with urgency this season instead of just saying we're going to put all our backups in the lineup every single Sunday. I do think, and with these signings, I thought all along it was going to be a little bit of a wonky fit defensively. And then when you bring in an Ozuna who pretty much will have to DH the vast majority of the games, it takes away other options for what you could do. But ultimately, I think that is secondary to just having an improved offense. But I think fans need to go in expecting maybe we talk so much about what they had, the seventh best ERA in baseball last year, something like that. That might regress a little bit this year. That's just the reality of it's hard for those pitchers to replicate what they did. But I also think the defense probably takes a step back. Even as good as Jared Triolo is, you're not going to have Ke'Bryan Hayes out there like they did for the early part of last year. And then there's some other guys who just probably won't be as good defensively. You hope that you're able to get maybe another run and a half a game for what you did last year. So if you take a half a step back in terms of the defense and pitching, that's still a net positive.
I just want guys who can hit. I mean, we've seen so much lack of hitting. And how many times, I'm going to say this and then watch them lose like 3 games in April because of defensive mistakes. But, you know, they're going to have more chances as a hitter to make an impact on a game than you are as a defensive player. Except maybe at, catcher? And where else? Shortstop, maybe? But I just, and shortstop is a position that shouldn't end up being an issue. But, and I hadn't even really thought about like a guy like Horowitz at third base until, Jeff, you mentioned it. Oh, yeah, he can also play second.
He hasn't played there.
Okay.
So I want to temper that with me just throwing that out there. And he hasn't apparently been working there at all in the spring. And I do think this, like, if they don't bring in a third baseman, they don't trade or they don't bring in some reclamation or Andujar or somebody, whomever, to play third base. I mean, if these other guys are hitting, it's not going to be as big a deal as when Ke'Bryan Hayes was there because they were counting on Hayes to be a hitter. They wouldn't be counting on a third. As odd as that is, because third base is an offensive position, they wouldn't necessarily, if you're getting...
As soon as they paid him, all of a sudden he couldn't hit. I mean, not that he was a great hitter to begin with, but he was hitting okay, and then they gave him a big contract, and then all of a sudden he couldn't hit at all.
And he didn't hit with the Reds either, and that's a much easier hitting ballpark from a power standpoint, at least, than it is with the Pittsburgh Pirates. As we continue, let's stay with this, with some of these other discussions about where guys are going to play this coming year. The first game is Saturday over on our sister station, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. It's the Pirates and Orioles. Then the first game here on the Fan is Sunday against the Tampa Bay Rays. That is also at 1 o'clock as baseball is back here on the Fan in just a couple of days. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan's Super Service. That's where you heard Kevin Gorman, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. On Saturday, Pitt men's basketball suffered a 79-65 loss against 11th-ranked UNC. The Panthers now 2-11 in the conference. Cam Corhan had 23 points in the defeat. Pitt hosts Notre Dame Saturday at 2. Our pregame starts at 1:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. With the trade deadline over and teams gearing up for the stretch run, don't wait for that what-if moment. And switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mac.bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Join Coach Dave Grave for a Next Point Wins book signing. That'll be at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on Saturday from 1 to 4. Support Youth Sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details are at 93.7 The Fan PittsMansBasketball.com. Again, that's on Saturday from 1 to 4 at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry. Jim, how's the Pirates poll working out here? The PJ Fitzpatrick Fan Morning Show
Yeah, I think
Twitter
we've
poll.
kind of settled in here with about 400 votes in the course of about an hour. So we had under 75, 76 to 80, 81 to 85, and over 86. And, okay, I had to vote. In order to see the results, I had to vote. Okay, so I voted 81 to 85 because I think they're probably going to win around 81, 82, 83,
Okay.
somewhere around
All
there.
right.
That's I voted there because that's what I think they're going to do. I thought that 76 to 80 would get the highest percentage of votes. However, it didn't. 81 to 85, 45%. So nearly half the people agree with what I'm thinking is that they're going to be 500, maybe a little over, and maybe at least playoff contention, right? Because 83 got in last year?
Yeah, Reds, yeah.
Okay, 76 to 80 got 29%. And then over 86, I don't know who these people are, but they got 17%.
Wow.
And then under 75, which is where they were last year, got 9%.
So those are the extremes.
Yeah.
In this poll scenario.
I shouldn't say this because sports betting, and we have
You know how many times that
I say I shouldn't say
phrase
this?
is followed by something he really shouldn't say, Sean?
No, I think I'm okay with this, but I don't bet typically, okay? But I think I'm going to, swing by Rivers Casino and pop down maybe $50 on Donnie Kelly to be the National League Manager of the Year.
Wow.
Because if, in fact, they do win and flirt with playoff contention and no other team goes completely crazy, and even if the Dodgers do, well, they're supposed to, that I think that's a fairly mid to long shot bet on Donnie to be Manager of the Year. I'd have to look at the numbers, but I think it was around 15 to 1, 20 to 1, something like that.
All right, since we're on this, if you were to bet on who the Pirates MVP will be outside of Skeens, who would it be?
Wow. That's a pretty good one. Because my initial, you know who the first name I thought of? Was Connor Griffin. But that's not going to happen. Their best player, I think, is still Reynolds. But one of those other guys is probably, if Brandon Lau does what he did last year, then it would be him.
I think it'll be one of the two guys that the Pirates need to have a bounce back, which would be either Reynolds or Cruz. I have way more faith in Reynolds bouncing back than Cruz. He's too much of a wild card, so I'm going to go Brian Reynolds.
Safe bettors. Would you lay down a bet that the Pirates are going to make the postseason?
No.
I think they probably finish with 80 to 82 wins, which will not be enough. So I think they'll be improved, but I don't expect them to make the playoffs. And I know you said something before that is said every single year about the Brewers are a little down this year. I thought last year they were going to be down. I have learned to always expect
so
that
they're the new Cardinals, is
they
what
will
you're saying?
find a way, no matter what. I think last year, heading into the season, they subtracted their closer and added nobody, and yet I don't know how many games they won, but they cruised into the playoffs. I expect every single year they're going to find a way to make the playoffs.
All right, so this year they get rid of their best pitcher. And their best starting pitcher. And then, no problem.
It seems like they have a formula that, maybe the Rays have had as well for a long stretch. They figure out a way, even when they subtract from the roster, to at least kind of maintain the level they had been at.
And their GM came in second to Cherington, right?
That's true. All right, when we come back, Deutschland was not over the United States. We'll talk some Olympic hockey as we continue. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Pitt men's basketball fell 79-65 on Saturday against the number 11 North Carolina Tar Heels. The Panthers are now 9-17 overall, 2-11 in the conference. Pitt hosts Notre Dame Saturday at 2. Our pregame starts at 1:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Marshall Township, work continues on the interchange renovation project on I-79. Watch for round-the-clock restrictions in both directions approaching the Wexford interchange. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Before we get into hockey and the U.S. all-time Olympians draft at the top of the hour.
Oh, wait, it's U.S. only?
Yes.
Wait, I didn't pay any attention. What are we drafting?
We're drafting the best United
American
States
Olympians.
on the President's Day. We're drafting Americans. We're not drafting Canadians.
The best
no Sidney
American
Crosby.
competitors. Okay. I
No-
completely zoned out before. I thought we were doing Olympic
Pavo
events.
Nurmi.
So.
Yeah, no Pablo Well, yeah, him. A quick reminder that as Pirates full squad workouts, Jared Jones is working his way back. He is not back there yet. He is working back from his Tommy John surgery. That injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25? Call 888-98-TWINS. So before we get into the men, the women's United States hockey team, our hockey team, takes on Sweden coming up in about 3 hours from now. And then it's Canada against Switzerland and the inevitable, or what seems like the inevitable, United States-Canada matchups. I think what's cool about the growth of women's sports is this is something that a lot of people are going to tune into. And the last time it was great drama, and I think this time is going to be really good drama too.
Sorry, I just pulled either a Pomp or a Starkey. But I was paying attention to something completely different. I was caught up on our Olympic thing, and I was looking at something else. I'm sorry.
What I was saying, Jim, is the growth of women's sports. Are you against that?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. But when it comes to women's hockey, it's just the U.S. and Canada should just play like a 9-game series, first to 5 wins. Because none of the other teams even matter. It's kind of a waste of time to watch.
Well, some of the round robin kind of seemed like that for the men as well. The hockey team beat Germany yesterday. It got into a blowout situation.
Germany's got some legit guys on that team.
They do. Some dry something guy. He's pretty good.
Something like that.
Is Kuhnhackl playing for that team?
No.
No?
No, they talked about, I didn't realize Dreisaitl's father was like a legendary German, player for their national team. Kuhnhackl's father was maybe, still considered maybe the best, all-time German thing.
Well, that was by far the best the United States has looked. Credit to Mike Sullivan, because there was early on in that Latvia game, you're thinking, what in the world is going on here? And they've started to play some good hockey. They will get the winner of Sweden-Latvia. Sweden, more likely than not, who is a team that probably on any day could beat anybody. Like, I think of the quarterfinal matchups, the United States probably is going to end up with the toughest in getting Sweden.
Oh, there's no question.
Because Canada gets the winner of Switzerland-Italy.
Switzerland's got a few players. But a goalie can steal a game. But when you look at the shots totals that the U.S. and Canada have had against their opponents, especially in Canada, but it's like not quite 10-1. And I know Canada won a game like 10-0, but the shot totals are just ridiculously lopsided. And I thought, and the U.S. ended up coming back and winning the game. Jeremy Swayman allowed a goal from center ice. And it reminded me of, this is thinking back to 1980, when Tretiak, who was the greatest goalie in the world for Russia, for the Soviet Union, allowed a goal, a similar goal. He got yanked, and they brought in this guy Mushkin, an untried young kid, and the U.S. ended up coming back and winning the game. And if they left Tretiak in the game, who knows if the U.S. would have come back to win it. But that made me think about it. Jeremy Swayman, I think he's going to be watching from wherever the third goalie watches from now on. But a goalie can, and what if Shilovs steals a game for Latvia against the U.S.? Because it could happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
It could.
It's not going to happen.
Teddy Bluger scores the game winner?
First of all, they have to steal a game from Sweden.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Well, and Switzerland.
I mean, what do you think the mindset would be like for Erik Karlsson facing Mike Sullivan in the Olympic Games? If there's ever been a motivated player to beat another coach, it would seem to be Erik Karlsson, because he never was motivated playing for Mike Sullivan.
That's a kind of a mystery. Somebody must know the real answer to that.
I like where Team USA is at. I like the way they're playing. I know they've got this tough draw. I like their toughness. The Kachucks bring an edge to their team. They're not the most talented team. That's Canada. So you can't try to out-talent Canada. You're going to have to bring a different type of game. And I mean, Canada is completely loaded. They should be the favorites. I mean, their fourth line is a top line for almost every other Olympic team. But I think...
Well, how about their power play?
Is all time. And I think Sullivan has the right mindset for what they're looking to do.
But why isn't Canada producing high-end goaltending anymore?
Because no one wants to be a goalie in Canada because of all the offensive talent. I don't know. It's a good question.
I think that's the advantage for Team USA is in goal. Now, I guess Jordan Binnington's a guy who's won a Stanley Cup, and obviously, he has international experience. Is he going to be their guy in the big games?
I would think.
You would imagine.
I don't even know who their other goalies are off the top of my head.
Team USA, I think, is better in net, and especially 1-versus-1, because I just don't think Binnington is an elite goalie.
I mean, I guess my scenario would be is that in the gold medal game, Tom Wilson takes a penalty and the U.S. scores. Jake Gensel scores on a power play as the U.S. beats Canada because Tom Wilson took a dumb penalty to give the U.S. a power play that all the Canadians will lose their mind that a penalty was called for somebody cross-checking somebody in the back of the head.
Maybe you'll fight both Kachuk brothers at the same time. Well, that's been done before. That was done in the Four Nations, which was kind of ridiculous. I mean, it was funny, but it was ridiculous.
All right, when we come back, let's get into this all-time, winter or summer, American Olympians. We each get 3, and we'll decide who has the better team. We'll post that on social. Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house like Ron Cook? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. And the weather looks really good for the rest of the day today. There's Ron. 47 degrees is going to be the high. The fog will finally dissipate at some point, but make sure you leave a little extra time if you're heading to work this morning. High of 61 on Tuesday, 61 on Wednesday, and Jake Gensel on Thursday. When we come back, we'll get into that all-time American Olympians on President's Day. Jeff Hathorn, Jim Collin, and Sean Myers in for the guys.
Great for talk radio, my man. Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See JoeBallGM.com for details. Joe Ball GMC, sales and service.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Collier Township, watch for a right lane restriction on southbound I-79 approaching the Kerwin Heights interchange. That's where crews continue to repair the bridge that was damaged Christmas week that carries I-79 over Toms Run Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Happy President's Day on this foggy morning in Pittsburgh. Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony, and Sean Myers in for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, and Nicholas Callis. Fog is starting to lift a little, although it's still pretty bad apparently out there.
Yeah. Be careful out there. It's pretty much all I got.
Do you think Callis is awake right now?
No. What? Here would be a poll. What happens first today? Callis wakes up or Cook drinks a beer?
I'm going with Ron on that one.
No,
You're a pathetic person, you know.
I'm giving it to Callis. I think I hear those guys get on Ron all the time for that. You can't. No, I mean, if he'd be dead if actually he had the habits that he's accused of having. I'm sure Ron is behaving himself. Plus, he'd have to buy all those things this early in the day.
The Winter Olympics have been fun. I've enjoyed watching some of them. There are some events more than others, but the weather's been cooperating. There have been some cool storylines. Norway owns cross country. I mean, there's a lot of things that are, the Lindsey Vonn wreck kind of sucked early, but other than that, it's been intriguing. So, because it would be hard for me to come up with 9 Winter Olympians of all time, here are the best United States Olympians. This is something we can unify on. If we did a president's draft, do you realize how much any of us would get ripped for the rest of our lives? And I won't get into anything more than saying that. So this is a unifying thing.
You mean you don't want me to say? No, okay.
No.
You don't want to tick off the Whig Party.
So this is unifying. We all root for the United States in the Olympic Games. So who are the best Olympians / teams of all time in the Olympic Games? They have to be an American team. We did, during the break, a flipping of the coin to determine the draft order. And Sean, Jim will tell you over and over again how he wins nothing. He never wins anything. He has no luck. And yet he will get the first pick in this draft, followed by you and then me. Jim?
So I get to go first. And I am going to make, when I do this, I'm going to make a political statement along with this. I think everybody can agree with this political statement.
All right. The number one pick is
Jesse Owens. And the political statement is that he basically, Hitler was there watching the whole thing. And that was one of the great, and I know he was only in one Olympics in 1936 in the Berlin Olympics. But so he didn't have a chance to do, and the people that are going to get picked next, and my next pick will be multi-time Olympians. So they won a lot more medals. But in terms of the impact and everything that he did in those Olympic Games, was just nothing short of tremendous. So I'm going with Jesse Owens as my number one pick.
And a shout out to John Woodruff from Pitt
Yes.
in Connellsville, who also won in that Olympic Games. But yes, all right. Pick number 2 after Jesse Owens, best individual or team in U.S. Olympic history. Sean.
I will preface by saying I am a terrible listener because I just picked up upon the fact that we can also pick teams. So I might have to adjust on the fly here. But I'm going individual with my first pick. One of the most breathtaking athletes that I've ever seen, and I'm certainly not a gymnastics fan, but Simone Biles is my choice.
Pick 2 is Simone Biles. Recency bias. She is very good.
And plus, she'll probably win some more in 4 years.
And Will Graves is like her personal AP correspondent who also covers Pittsburgh sports for the Associated Press. He has been with her for like 12 years or however long this run has been.
He's over there now, isn't he?
He is. He's covering some type of skiing. I'm not sure what type.
I know you guys aren't skiers, right?
No.
And I didn't grow up as a skier. My wife did. So she likes watching the skiing. I like watching the skiing events too, and I skied a little bit. But to watch the stuff that these people do with the aerials and the moguls right now, if you watch any of that mogul racing with the thing to do, if those guys don't need knee replacements by the time they're like 28 years old, I don't know what they're going to need.
It's horrible. So Jesse Owens is the first pick.
Yeah.
Simone Biles by Sean is pick number 2.
Solid.
Which allows me for pick number 3 to pick the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team. Come on, it's Miracle on Ice. It's number 1. But for me, it's the first overall pick for all the obvious reasons, whether they're political and beating the Soviets or beating Finland for the gold. That team wasn't going to do anything. Mike Eruzione, Herb Brooks, Craig Patrick, Jim Craig with the flag draped over him.
Looking for his dad.
Which was an awesome experience. And I thank Keith James again for coming in on Friday. We spent an hour. He was at that game. And we went over that experience and what it was like leading up and being in that state. Here's the wild thing that I learned from him. Do you realize that the gold medal game was the first game of the day? So as the U.S. fans are celebrating in the stands, ushers came in and asked everybody to get out because they had to clear out for Russia, Sweden. So you think of it and the celebration and all the medal or, the podium and the raising of the American flag would have been awesome. Well, yeah, it was for the Swedish and Russian fans because the Americans were kicked out because that was the first game. So Jesse Owens, Simone Biles, I have the U.S. Olympic hockey team. We snake draft this, so I get the next pick. And I get the greatest Olympian of all time, Michael Phelps. with the third and fourth picks, I get Michael Phelps and the U.S. Olympic hockey team. Phelps has more medal wins. I don't even know how many it is. It's 20-something.
It's a lot.
Than anybody else. So I'm really loving my team. Sean, the pick goes to you.
All right, I'm going to go with a team this time. Maybe the most famous basketball team of all time, 1992 Dream Team.
That team was loaded.
They weren't playing the best competition, but even if they were, I feel pretty good about their chances.
But just to have a team with all of those guys on it. I mean, Jim, you and I remember that. Like, when it happened, it was crazy to think of Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson and Barkley and Malone and Christian Laettner.
And Magic was the really cool part, right? Because he was already done playing in the NBA at that point, I believe.
I mean, it was an unbelievable. John Stockton, I think, was Mullen, I think, was on that team.
Yeah, Patrick Ewing. Or did you mention him?
I hadn't yet because I mentioned Christian Laettner.
Christian Laettner. Yeah. Which one of these guys does not belong? It's at the old Highlights magazine thing. I'd kind of forgotten about the team aspect of it. So now I get 2 picks, right?
You get 2 picks.
And I will throw in for the old people. Another great team was the 1960 U.S. Olympic basketball team with Jerry West, Oscar Robertson. Jerry Lucas was on that team. But anyway.
And those were college guys.
Yes. Okay, so I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 people. You can't go wrong with any of these people. So I guess not to counteract Phelps, I'm going to go Katie Ledecky, who is the most decorated swimming Olympian, well, for the U.S. or anybody.
Yeah.
So I'll take her. And then after that, geez, I mean, there are so many, but I'm going to go, since it's Winter Olympic time, I'm going to go Eric Heiden, who's a speed skater.
Call. I was hoping that was going to be available.
Well, that's all right. You've still got some pretty good ones that are there.
Because that's the thing in 1980 that people might forget because you think of the hockey team. Eric Heiden won, 4 or 5 golds?
He won kind of like everything. And it was similar to what Katie Ledecky has done in swimming, which is to win pretty much every distance. You know, typically if you win the 500, the 1,000, okay, that's what you do. But then he won everything. So I got to go with Eric Heiden.
So Jim's team is Jesse Owens, Katie Ledecky, and Eric Heiden. Sean so far has Simone Biles and the Dream Team from 1992. Sean, your final pick.
So there's a lot of good options left.
There are.
Historically great. I'm going to go a little bit away from that. I'm going to go with someone personally that is my favorite, who I think also will maybe curry a little favor with the Twitter voters. I'm going with a guy very close to here who won an Olympic gold medal with a broken freaking neck in 1996. Kurt Angle is my choice.
All right. I thought when you said someone close to here, I'm thinking, you're going Mary Lou Retton.
I don't have to go any further than Mount Lebanon for this one.
Kurt Angle.
Oh, it's true.
It's dang true.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot left on the plate. Yes. Kurt Angle's a great call because before he became a sportscaster on Fox 53,
and spokesman for Fox's Pizza, I believe as well,
and a WWE wrestler, he was an all-time great wrestler.
And not many Americans were winning Olympic gold back then. It was, I believe, mostly Russians that were winning, or one European countries, certainly.
Any former Soviet republic.
Yeah. Not many U.S. wrestlers are winning gold.
So I've got a lot of options here.
Yes, you do.
I've got
like 3 of them on my list.
Like Mary Lou Retton, Dara Torres, who won a ton of medals, Jackie Joyner-Kersee.
Yep, she's on my
Mark
list.
Spitz.
Yeah.
Carl Lewis. Apollo Anton Ono.
I'd forgotten about him.
And he won a bunch.
Yeah, he did.
Bonnie Blair.
So you haven't mentioned who you're picking?
I haven't yet.
Okay, because I was going to throw out a name. This is probably who you're going to pick. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Edwin Moses.
There's that. I mean, I wanted to mention Mary Lou. I want to mention this name, too, before I mention my name. Lauren Williams from Rochester.
Yes.
Who not only participated in the Summer Olympics, but also in the Winter Olympics. She came back after she won in the Summer Olympics to do bobsled for the United States, which is something that's so unique to compete in both Olympic games, summer and winter. So a shout out to Lauren. Man.
No, I think I know who you're going to go with now.
I'm feeling the Winter Olympic vibe here. I'm going a little off the board and going Apollo Anton Ono.
Ooh.
Because speed skating has been big right now. So those are our teams. Apollo Anton Ono, the U.S. Olympic men's hockey team from 1980, and Michael Phelps for me. Shimon Biles, the Dream Team, and Kurt Angle for Sean as he works Twitter. And for Jim, Jesse Owens, Katie Ledecky, and Eric Hayden. We'll figure out who has the best when we come back. We'll get back into some Pirate talk as full squad workouts begin today in Bradenton. Mark Cabali is going to join us coming up around the top of the hour, and David DeCastro will be with us at 9:30.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while.
We'll hear from him coming up in a little over an hour. Fan Morning Show, Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It is the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. Team USA men's hockey claimed a 5-1 victory over Germany on Sunday. Austin Matthews with a couple of goals. Connor Hellebuck had 23 saves in net. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Well, Adam Silver did a bad. The NBA has cracked down on tanking by saying there may no longer be a rookie draft. That's right. We may just reformat this. Have no rookie draft and instead allow everyone coming from the high school, college, pro ranks in Europe to be a free agent. Sounds great, right? Wrong. I'm Drake Toll.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schleideckcompany.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through mid-March, PennDOT crews will shift traffic patterns across the McKeesport-Duquesne Bridge as crews do containment installation. Expect delays. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony, Sean Myers in for the guys today on this President's Day. Much like my academic career, I did more research after the test than before it.
It's like, I know the feeling.
And one of the names I saw that just made me giggle and continues to make me giggle is Ted Ligety.
Ted Ligety.
Ligety-goo.
Ligety split.
Bodie Miller was another name we could have. Peekaboo Street. Lindsey Vaughn, we could have,
Right, but in terms of winning multiple medals and stuff like that, you can't go wrong. And I just...
What were some other names?
Well, the ones I even had written down that didn't, Mark Spitz is one. Edwin Moses, I mentioned out loud. And somebody else I forgot that was kind of an obvious one. People texted in. I thought you were working your way around to Shaun White. Who's a snowboarder, won a bunch. Mark Spitz, I mentioned. Let's see. People are mentioning stuff like Scheffler. Okay, whatever. But these are people that won like a zillion medals. Somebody said, what about Tanya Harding? Ha. Michelle Kwan. See, this is when now people are starting to go for like the
Christy Yamaguchi was one I considered.
The good-looking figure skaters.
Would you pick someone, like, could you pick an individual basketball player for Team USA and say that?
Because they only played once back then.
You could.
I think,
David
oddly
Robinson.
enough, the player with the most gold medals for U.S. men's basketball is, you want to guess?
The Big O?
No, because they only played once. Because there was amateurs back then.
True.
It's a current player.
LeBron?
Nope.
Steph?
Nope.
Durant?
Kevin Durant.
Oh, okay.
Most gold medals all time for Team USA basketball. I was thinking for a while going Kobe before I realized we could put teams in because I thought what he did in 2008.
The dream team is something that I consider. That was one on my list too. Because that was just such a special, unique. Like, would you say the 1980 men's hockey team was the greatest hockey team ever? No. But for the moment of it, that's what made it so special.
Weird thing was that game was not on live. It was on tape delay on TV. And I remember hearing about the result before I watched the game. I do remember that. And then there's a kind of a misconception is that was the big deal. The do you believe in miracles and yes and everything else. But in terms of, they still had to beat Finland to win the gold medal.
Right. Do you remember staying up and watching the tape delay of that? The U.S.-Soviet Union?
I can't remember if I stayed up. I don't think it was as late.
It started at 8:30.
Well, back then, I wasn't even thinking about, I didn't even get started doing stuff until 9 o'clock. So,
By
I was
stuff,
like 20,
what do you mean?
But 24 years old.
Define stuff, Jim.
Stuff. No, like we'd go out my cousin and I were talking about some place that they were going to go to watch, like when we watched the NCAA basketball championship game between Indiana State and Michigan State, which was a big deal because it wasn't like college basketball was, you could watch like 85 games every night. That was a huge deal when they played for the NCAA title. And I remember going out to a place to watch on a big screen on a projection TV in 1980. And so we were just getting started at 9 o'clock. So there you go.
And you're a skiing champion.
Well, no, there was some, when I worked in Boston, I was younger, I skied a lot. There was the Genesis Fund. We had a celebrity kind of ski weekend at Attitash in New Hampshire. And I actually do have a cup for the fastest qualifying time among celebrities that weekend. And I defeated, among other people, Tim Fox, like you, Ohio State Buckeye, former New England Patriot. Jim Lonborg, a former Red Sox pitcher who his career was cut short because he skied when he shouldn't have after he won the Cy Young in 1967. Doug Flutie was skiing incognito because he was still on a contract, but I finished with a better time than all those guys.
Nice.
The Mayer brothers, however, they were a little bit better than I was.
Oh, they cheated.
Phil and Steve. And you know who the best guy was, but he wasn't there that weekend? The best skier I knew was the quote-unquote celebrity in Boston, Jack Edwards. Everybody loves Jack Edwards, Bruins play-by-play guy.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan's Super Service. That is a line he will never be on. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Michael Johnson was a name I forgot.
Jack Edwards. F him. When we
Not
come
Michael
back,
Johnson. Jack.
it was an exciting weekend for golf fans because the world number one came out on fire on Sunday. Wasn't quite enough, but a couple of really good golf stories. We'll get into that. We've got Mark Bowley coming up, David DeCastro in an hour, and we've got a few more thoughts on the Pirates as we continue. It is the Fan Morning Show on a President's Day on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines on Saturday. Pitt men's basketball fell at UNC 79-65. The Panthers now just 2-11 in the conference. Pitt hosts Notre Dame Saturday at 2. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see what
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
February is the month for love. When's the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees and adored how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared of what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. And what's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zerorez is going to spread the love to you and your home. How about a post-Valentine's flash sale? 3 rooms for $109 and a free 4th room. That's a massive savings. Must book by the 20th of February to get the deal. Call my friends at Zerorez right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZerorezPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zerorez has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Zerorez. Spell it backwards or forwards, it spells the same.
That's the power of
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony, Sean Myers, and for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, and Nicholas Callis. Mark Cavalli's going to join us soon. He is in the building. In fact, he's walking in here right now.
We can't keep him away.
Jim, part of the fun of yesterday when we were talking about all the different events to watch was
There goes the Ron Cook hat again.
Was Scotty Scheffler posting a number. 63. First time in his career, had 3 eagles in a round. If he could only do something in the first round, he'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I kind of lost track of him over the weekend, and then I get in the car to do a couple of errands before I got home to watch all these things at once, and I flip over to the golf channel on the radio, and all of a sudden here comes the leaderboard, and he's at 16 under. I'm thinking to myself, what? Wait a minute, hang on. What was he? And he shot 30 on the front, and he would have been better on the back, except he bogeyed 2 holes to go along with those eagles that you mentioned. But so he gets back into it and posts a number 20 under, where everybody had to try to catch him, and the weather was getting worse. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, he might end up winning. But Colin Morikawa ended up winning. But it's just, when you say you can never count the guy out, I guess you can never count the guy out.
His drive and then second shot on 18 that set up the final eagle was elite, and I guess you would expect that from the world #1 player. Akshay Bhatia kind of struggled. There were other guys who at times, like McIlroy had a good final round, but he had struggled too much early. There were guys that kind of were poking around at times that lead, and then Morikawa had a couple of really good shots in the last couple of holes, and then he announced after he won it that he and his wife are expecting their first child.
Yeah, that was a nice little thing. But if you watch you watch the TrackMan stuff and everything else nowadays, you see all the technical information that you get. But the non-technical, the old school information was the wind was blowing, and you see the flag sticks are just bouncing back and forth. I'm surprised they even stayed in the cups. That's how hard the wind was blowing off the Pacific coast. And Morikawa's final shot on 18, where he, it's not like he has the banana ball slice, but he does play a left to right fade. His actually is a power fade as opposed to the rest of us. But he sent it out over the Pacific Ocean. and then it came back in and set him up for, well, he nearly made eagle himself when he didn't really need to.
I mean, if you didn't see it, it was bad enough that towards the end, when someone was trying to replace the ball on their ball mark,
Yes,
it would blowing across, like it would blow for a couple of inches. So they kept having to redo it and redo it and redo it. Morikawa waited for like 19 minutes to hit his second shot because they couldn't place the ball because it kept blowing sideways because of that wind.
That's crazy and there are so many, rules of golf, and I'm sure probably somebody watching on TV called in a rules violation while all that was happening. But and that gives more credit to Morikawa, because one of the problems that some of those guys have is when it's not a problem. Well, it's a problem for everybody, but when you have to wait, you get, and any of the rest of us hackers can talk about and can identify with when you've got something good going and all of a sudden you run into a situation where you just have to stop playing. I mean, that's remarkable that he was able to come back and react the way he did and make the shot that he did after having to wait around so long.
When I got done hosting on Friday, I got home and there's live golf from Adelaide, Australia. There was live golf that was live, and Rahm and DeChambeau and those guys. I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch some of this because I don't normally watch live. It actually was pretty entertaining, Jim. Like you can hear some music on the course. Some of those guys are in shorts.
So it's like the 16th hole at Scottsdale.
Yeah, I mean, they have the team competition, which kind of keeps everybody still focused because your team could win the event. But what happened towards the end is Anthony Kim, who had been out of professional golf basically since 2010 or hasn't won since 2010. I mean, remember young in his career, like he won some key Ryder Cup. He won some good President's Cup matches. He was the up-and-coming guy. He was going to challenge. He was going to be, if not the next Tiger, at least was going to be one of those guys that Americans were going to root for. And then his life went south in a hurry. He battled addiction. He battled injuries. He had been out of the game for 12 years. And he comes back, and he's playing with Rahm, and he hits some elite shots. And good for him, man. I mean, all the demons that he battled to work his way back and to birdie, I think 4 of the last 5 holes or something like that was pretty awesome.
It is pretty cool. I did see something about him. I didn't realize that I'd forgotten about him. And that it had been
As
that
had the
long.
world, yeah.
But even if I had known that, he made a comeback, I would have said, was this from like 5 years ago? And then realizing that he's been gone for as long as he has.
Well, Mark Caballi's here. He's going to break down the slalom races as we continue. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider, if he gets his voice back.
Touch
John?
and go.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Yesterday on the ice, Team USA men's hockey notched a 5-1 victory against Germany to finish undefeated in pool play. Austin Matthews scored twice. Connor Hellebuck made 23 saves between the pipes for the Americans. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Listen up, basketball fans. You at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
Hey.
who's an oversharer,
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 0% financing for 36 months plus $500 off your project. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Marshall Township, work continues on the interchange renovation project on I-79. Watch for round-the-clock restrictions in both directions approaching the Wexford interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. We can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect. We were able to raise over $345,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families. It's powered by Dynegy, brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. So thank you to everyone for being a part of Warmathon. 950 families is pretty awesome. Jeff Hathorn with Jim Colony and Sean Myers, Mark Cabali. Thank you for coming. How was the fog on your way in?
It was not bad. I really didn't notice it much except a little condensation on the window coming out of my house. But you know how that is. Warm air, cold ground causes fog.
That's
Call
very
myself
well
Robert Sir, right?
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Call yourself Robert Sir. Indeed.
I think
because when I think of Robert Sir, I think of you often.
Well, but the thing is, it's not very warm out there. It's still mid-30s. I finally, after what are we looking at now? 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. My driveway's almost clear of snow, baby.
So nature cleared your driveway, is what you're saying?
No, it's right now. It's just a big, solid piece of ice on the edges. I mean, I'd need a magic wand to break that sucker up. So I'm hoping Mother Nature takes care of that.
Wait, now your son's a wrestler,
Oh,
right?
he ain't doing that. Come on, man. He got the attention span of a gnat.
What better training for a wrestler than going out there and shoveling?
I told him he has one last practice tomorrow, and he went nuts. I'm not going. He's not going to be the next Kurt Angle. He ain't going to break his freaking neck. Maybe he will.
Well, we hope not.
Well,
no.
I'm talking about him getting whipped.
Is he going to hit better this year?
Oh,
in baseball?
Now my phone's going off like crazy.
It's probably
let's
him.
hope so. Well, first, in the fall ball, it goes from coach pitch to kid pitch this year, right? In fall, they made that transition, and the one issue he was having was not swinging the bat. So it's hard to hit the ball when you don't swing the bat when the kid's pitching to you. But one out of every 106 pitches are over the plate, so you can tend to.
That's a rough transition when you go from the coach pitch where the coach just puts it right in there so the kids can hit the ball, and then all of a sudden, oh, wait, not everything's a thigh-high inside half
You got
pitch.
hit,
Wait.
when you get hit the first 3 times up, it sort of takes the
fun out of it.
luster off of it. So we'll see here.
Does he elbow guard?
No. You like he wears a helmet. He'll take it. And you know what? The best part is about 4 or 5 years ago, he played soccer. And if you know 4 or 5-year-olds playing soccer, if a bee flew across their face, they would cry. So I really ingrained into him that he's not allowed to cry while on the field. So he'll sit
Never
there.
watch a league of their own.
He'll get plucked like right in the freaking ribs, and he'll just hold it in. I don't know if I should be proud of myself or
You
not.
should be proud of yourself. Got to be
Rub some
tougher.
dirt on it.
Because, that soccer, man, like I said, they cry for everything.
Did you hear about how this D1 men's coach got fired last night?
K-State? Was that the K-State guy?
For saying that the guys don't deserve to wear the uniform and embarrass the university, and they need to show some pride, don't deserve to be here.
I'm guessing, just off the top of my head, that they didn't have a very good record.
They did not.
And
One
they were
league
probably
win.
looking for a reason to get rid of him.
They call that just cause.
Just cause.
For him, and that's the only thing. Like, there have been no reports of issues at practice or with his team, but he's having a bad year. He was ticked off at a news conference, and they canned him for saying that.
That wasn't the Doug Gottlieb one, was it? Is that the one where he was just slamming the table? Every blank in time. That's all I said to him. Was that Doug? I think it was Gottlieb, wasn't it? It was a different one. He went absolutely berserk because he got a technical or something. You got to look that up. Go on X.
What do you think about that? Is that emotional distress, as they're claiming?
No, that's them trying to figure out a way to get rid of the guy, not knowing any of the facts surrounding it. If you're firing a guy over that, you might as well just fold up your program.
What's the worst thing a coach ever said to you? That reminder, we're on the air.
Oh, okay. Well, probably the worst thing is it was a little bit. I don't even know how to put it into context. We were fooling around in the dugout, probably Pony League, and the guy, we were laughing at him, and he says that he was going to take us out because we got boy power and he got man power.
Seriously?
Yeah, we still, 30 years later, we still tend to bring that up, saying manpower.
Sean, what about you? What's the worst thing a coach ever told you?
So I am very lucky. I didn't have any real bad experiences, but I also didn't really play many sports. I just played like in-house baseball and deck hockey growing up. So thankfully, coaches were not too bad. I can tell you as a fact, I would not have handled that well if I was getting like insulted or kind of called out. Now, there's obviously like constructive criticism, motivation type of stuff, but I would not have in that time of my life been able to handle like a coach really coming at me.
This guy was the Big 12 Coach of the Year 3 years ago.
Huh.
National Coach of the Year.
Jerome Tang.
Is that his name?
It is his name.
It's the astronaut.
No, I got one time I got the rubberneck like Bud Kilmer on Varsity Blues. You grab your face mask and just start ripping it
Really?
around.
Did he say you were the dumbest smart kid you know? And rest in peace, by
I
the
don't
way.
know. I
Jim.
don't know the difference between a sneeze and
I
a
wasn't
wet
good
fart.
enough to get yelled at by a coach. The only thing I remember when I was in 8th grade, I got cut from the basketball team after I kind of almost made it as a 7th grader. And I went in to say, like, what's going on here? And he goes, maybe you reached your peak in 7th grade. and sadly.
You could sue nowadays.
Sadly, when I look back on it, he was probably right.
What's the word? You've been a coach. Have you? What's the thing?
I never got, I never coached anything in terms of other than my kids. No, I never. The highest I got was a middle school coach when we were in Vermont.
I gotta shut my phone off.
It must be important. Your phone keeps ringing. No one's getting a hold of me and Jeff. No, I never.
We silenced our
I
phones.
coached a few games
silenced it.
in Vermont. I never had any, parents. What I wanted to do was when I got out of college, before I stumbled into radio, was to be a teacher and a coach. I wanted to be like a high school history teacher and a basketball coach. And I don't know what it would have been like. I don't know how long I would have lasted. I don't know how much things would have changed between when I would have started doing it, in the early 80s, like around 1980, until now. I don't know. It was different back then. I know my, parents, as far as I know, never went to, you got in trouble with a teacher.
It
wasn't
fault.
like,
It was your fault.
yeah, it wasn't like,
Yeah.
And I grew up in a small enough town where my parents knew a lot of people. And my mother had actually played, she was a teacher herself for a while, and then she had gone to school with a lot of the teachers that I had. So there was no refuge there in terms of, like what I'm going to go talk to your teachers. No. No, it was, if they talked to the teacher, it was to get more information on what they could do to punish me based on what the punishment was at school.
Since Starkey's now a coach, what do you think he says? You shoot like George Mikan.
I watched it.
What would his insult be?
He stomped
Holy horse biscuits.
No, he's like Boeheim on the sidelines, stomping his foot, wondering why his team couldn't rebound out of a 2-3 zone. It was very Boeheim-esque.
I would think that he would drop some kind of
no, he was
distant ABA reference of trying to rip off.
No, he was really good. He does have an out-of-bounds play, because I was watching. He coaches the North Hills 9th grade team, they're actually pretty good, by the way. And anyway, they've got there's some good players on that team. But I was sitting with Mike White from the PGs and big North Hills guy. And Mike elbowed me during the first half. He goes, he's got an out-of-bounds play called Mulsey. And I said, you've got to be kidding me. And he said, no, they never ran it. And then at halftime, I went up to Joe. I said, you've got to run. I said, you got to run. I said, I got to see Mulsey. And so sure enough, first time out of bounds under the basket, offensive end, he's like, Mulsey. And they ended up getting a 3-pointer out of it.
Oh,
so
did it go down?
Yeah, and then they ran Mulsey 2 more times without as much success.
That's crazy.
But it was fun watching him. I thought he was really good with the kids.
Come on, Jeff. You ever get rubbernecked or yelled at?
Oh, very much, a lot. Our shop coach, our shop teacher was our middle school basketball coach, and he always used to threaten that he was going to take any of us down and cut off our right hands. Because we wouldn't use our left.
I've heard that. I remember hearing that one as a kid.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping figuratively speaking.
But nowadays, I could just say, well, look at the emotional distress, because I was worried he was actually going to take me down into the shop and cut off my hand.
That's right, because he had the wherewithal to do it.
Right.
Well, hey, Jerome Tang went 1-11 in his last 12 conference games, so maybe that had something to do with the emotional distress or whether they.
No, exactly.
I said this one on the Capel show. And I was talking to Jeff and said that I had a coach come up to me once. It was because my birthday's in January, and
Happy
cheerleaders
birthday.
or something had decorated like they would decorate lockers.
They did that in the 70s?
Yeah, it wasn't the 70s, but thanks. So
they didn't do that at my school.
So they decorated it, and the coach's like, "Hey, I hear it's your birthday." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "So you're Aquarius, huh?" Like, yeah. He's like, "I knew you're always destined to be a water boy." Said, "Now get back to work," or something like that. Like, I thought that one was at least clever.
Yeah,
he had, I had to think that out.
That's kind of funny.
And yeah, so that pretty much summed up my career. Thanks,
Take your
Coach.
hands off. Did this spite your face?
No, just cut them off.
No, let's cut your nose off to spite your face, right?
We'll get into some Steeler topics next with Mark Cabali. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire at a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. High of 47 Mel Blount degrees today. Low of 39. High on Tuesday, 61. High on Wednesday, 61. High on Thursday, 59. High on Friday, 64. We're getting closer to David DeCastro's number. Dave's going to join us coming up at 9:30. It is the Fan Morning Show on a President's Day on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear-wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK, B5FN6T, M055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Collier Township, watch for a right lane restriction on southbound I-79 approaching the Kerwin Heights interchange. That's where crews continue to repair the bridge that was damaged Christmas week that carries I-79 over Tom's Run Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I don't know anyone that's as excited about the start of Pirates season as our guest, Mark Cabali.
Hey, I got an open mind now, Joe.
Good. Saturday is the first game on the air against Baltimore. That's over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. And the first game on the Fan is Sunday at 1 o'clock. It's the Pirates and Rays as we get into Pirates season. Come on, you got to be at least somewhat optimistic or think they're going to be better than what they've been.
I'm optimistic, but I'm not thinking they have a legit shot here. I mean, after 40 straight years of what they've done, just because they've added a couple $12 million guys where it's huge for Pittsburgh. Imagine a team like the Cubs or the Phillies adding a couple 12, 15 million, whatever. Who cares? I need to see it. I'm still in that mode of I am going to be critical until you show me, and once you show me, I'm going to jump on the bandwagon. That's that's where I'm at.
That's just the worst because you're sitting back and then but then I'll jump on the bandwagon.
I'm jumping on the bandwagon, but I don't think there's going to be a bandwagon to jump on.
Then players will be asked about it, and they'll say, there's plenty of room for everybody. There's still room on a bandwagon. That's okay.
That bandwagon's been empty for 40 years or whatever it's been. What are we looking at, 79? I don't even count those 90, 91, 92 great years. I still think that's ruined me, to be honest with you. The Francisco Cabrera hit, that ruined me for life.
Well, they had built up to that, though, too, where they made strides in 2011 and got to, like, August. And then in 2012, they didn't collapse until September. And then they did bring in people here and there. We talked about A.J. Burnett was one of them. Russell Martin, obviously, was a big deal.
Marlon Byrd.
Liriano was a huge
sign Papa Francisco. So they did. The people that they brought in, and those weren't major additions in terms of, like you said, Mark, those weren't like big ticket items, relatively speaking. And yet they were nice complementary pieces for the Pirates, although the Pirates, they need more than just complementary pieces. They need these guys to be impactful.
They need everybody to play out of their gourd, too, out of their mind. I mean, you can add whatever you want to add. If Cruz bats 200 and has his mind up as what, that's not going to help. Brian Reynolds gets off to a slow start and just not playing like he should be. Well, everybody knows I still think the best player on the team, there's going to be issues. If Keller's just ho-hum, if Bubba Chandler what have we seen from Bubba Chandler that says he's going to be a star right now in the league? Nothing. He could be, but, you got issues at third base. You got issues at catcher. There's more potential than ever, but I still need to see it first.
Well, at least there's something to look forward to, I think. Does it bug you guys as much as stuff like this bugs me when I know you mentioned O'Neal Cruz and not to dump on him anymore, and then every once in a while it's like, you see StatCast says that was the hardest hit ball this season. It's like, I don't care. Yeah. I want to see, hit the ball 119 miles an hour, but give me a couple, give me a few more like 103 mile an hour
flares to get in there somewhere in the gap.
It's arbitration money time for him. Like, it's time for him to step up. He said he worked from the day after the end of the season. He went back home to the Dominican and worked with Wilton Guerrero and has really challenged himself against good lefties. He came into camp and asked Mason Montgomery to be the first guy he batted against and throw 100 against him, and he's going to play in the World Baseball Classic. Of all the guys on the roster, he's the one with the most upside from a talent perspective.
I don't think anybody's ever questioned his talent, right? He has the talent that very few in the league have. It's sometimes being disengaged, or at least from the outside looking in, he looks disengaged, where he can't do that. You can't do that. You can't go in 2 for 62 slumps, or you can't be doing that if you're a star player. And if he can get by that, how many more people in the league has more talent than him? Probably not many.
It's financially in his best interest this year for him to be successful. There's a lot of factors. I think Ozuna's a good add to the room. Ozuna's a guy who's made mistakes, and he's learned from them. And I think he's a guy that will be respected in that clubhouse, and maybe he can help make a difference. But that's the key to me. Can O'Neal Cruz become an actual all-star? Not a home run derby guy, but can he be if he can become an all-star, this team fights for the playoffs.
And you're expecting a lot from Connor Griffin, right? If you're going to keep him around. He's still, 19? That's a lot to ask of a 19-year-old.
No, he'll be 20 next month, or in April.
Oh, that makes all the difference. Yeah. You still can't buy a beer, though, right? That's a lot to ask. If he comes up here and plays above average ball, then all of a sudden that switches your whole infield around and makes you, pretty much have a legit third baseman, or at least options there. But that's tough. You got a lot of things that have to go right.
Well, if he does anything at all, he won't have to buy any. He'll be like Ron Cook. He'll be like America's guest.
What about
Everybody will be
1-1
buying for him.
catcher, Henry Davis? Oh, Big Hank.
Had that 90% on his back foot. Now he's got that. You saw Gorman's story. I mean, now it's better. I'm willing to give him a chance to see if he has a whole offseason to focus on his hitting, and he has better advice and has that, given what he did, as Jim was saying at the beginning of the show, given how much he improved as a defensive player, why can't he improve offensively?
Weren't we told that he was a awful catcher and he would never be a catcher? And that he proved that wrong last year, at least I think he did.
Best collegiate hitter.
But 1-1, man, you can't miss on 1-1s.
Oh, Brian Bullington would tell you something different.
Van Bensko. Was he?
He wasn't 1-1 though, but he was the best collegiate hitter. And so they made him a pitcher.
We still talking about moving Skeens to hitting too?
No.
I would love to see that though.
I think we're done with that.
That's
they
one
never
time
started
you wish
with
there wasn't a DH.
They never
just
started
to see
with
him
that.
go up there, see what he could do.
He's put the kibosh on that.
Rightfully
I
so.
know, but I would almost be
Love
willing
that.
to.
It just worked in one of my dad's favorite words.
The kibosh.
Honestly,
I would be
kibosh even mean?
I would be willing to bet, and this is without even seeing the guy up close ever, that he could pick up a bat tomorrow and walk out onto the field in Bradenton against just some middle of the, like Kyle Nicholas or somebody like that throwing at him, and that within 10 pitches he'd hit one off of the roof of the building beyond left field. Does he hit left-handed or right-handed? Whichever he did, he'd hit one like 400 feet. I'll bet he could. I don't know. I just love to see it.
Then you put the kibosh on it after that.
I did.
You just put the kibosh on that.
If we were to have a meter at your house to monitor your viewing at home, beyond watching Pomp and Richie, would Olympics be next on your list of things that you watch?
I've tried. That curling. I mean, the most exciting part of the curling was when the Canada guy got screamed at and started swearing because he used his pointer finger or something. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. But
Well, the Swedes accused him of cheating.
Well, he did, right?
I don't know. I didn't.
Petey Pointer?
I didn't see it.
I don't know.
Curling's fun, by the way.
No, it's stupid.
No, it's fun. If
How do
you've
you
ever
become a
done it.
To
curler?
do or watch?
To do it.
Okay.
Well, maybe
To do it. And then when you watch it, the best part is the yelling. Hurry,
Is
hurry,
it?
hurry. You're setting up a gird. You have to talk Canadian in order to really sound legitimate.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If there was one sport in the Olympics you would never, ever find yourself doing, what would it be? One
Skeleton.
event. The head first down there.
Head first down the hill, hands behind you.
To me, the two-man luge is just kind of weird.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
So
No, anything on those ice
jumping?
tracks.
But that ski jump.
Yeah, ski jumping is frightening.
But the
They really never-
sensation of flying would be cool as hell until you
but
hit the ground.
sensation of
They never,
crashing.
it depends on how you hit the ground. If you land on your skis, you're okay. If you end up like Eddie Edwards, who became
Dun,
the
dun,
agony
dun,
of defeat.
dun.
Oh, actually, Eddie Edwards.
Dun, 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 dun.
Eddie Edwards was not the agony of defeat. It was some Czech guy, I think it was, or a Polish guy. It wasn't Eddie Edwards, who was the Eddie the Eagle, who made a claim because he won Britain ski jumping, but he couldn't really do it very well.
I think the
A
cool
thrill,
thing to
a
do would be
victory.
like one-man bobsled. That would be. That's kind of like.
That's a new thing, isn't it?
I don't know.
No, I
Yeah,
thought
it used to.
that
No, it
always-
was 2-man, 4-man.
Oh
and
yeah,
all of a
yeah,
sudden
you're
there's,
right.
like,
You're right.
single
Herschel
bobsled.
Walker used to be the anchor. You remember back in the day because he was so fast and powerful.
Was it Lolo Jones, another track person?
Warren Williams.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, I think it was. I don't know if it was Skelton or if it was Luge. They were going like 70 miles per hour.
No, it's crazy.
Like,
And
what are you
but Jeff's
doing?
right. The skeletons head first.
The
Any of those-
luge, you might die, but you're not going to see it coming. So
Well.
what the heck? This is a cool ride. You're laying back on. It's like you're about to go under a car to change the oil, and someone just pushed you down a hill.
Yes, they got bobsled on that. I think that would be kind of fun, as long as I didn't have to drive.
Well, see, the thing is, okay, you've got in 4-man bobsled, you've got the driver, obviously, is very important, Then you got the brake man, who's obviously very important. Then you got the two other dudes that don't seem to do much of anything except push the sled, and then you got to jump in on time. But did you guys? Did the other thing that I think that so many things are frightening about the Winter Olympics, including like snowboarding, and the snowboard, the aerials that those people do, whether it's the half pipe or in the slope side, whatever they call it. And did you know that Chloe Kim's boyfriend is Myles Garrett?
Yeah,
she's like the America's.
She used to win gold, and now she dates Myles Garrett.
I don't even know.
No, she only got a silver medal this time because she was really good, but the other girl was better.
Kim do?
She's a snowboarder and she does half pipe and aerials.
She was like a singer or something. Wow.
Doesn't
maybe
Kelsey
she does too.
have a wife that competes? Jason Kelsey. Does his wife compete in the Olympics? Am I correct about that?
No, that was.
Well, the other Kelsey is dating somebody.
Yeah, I've never heard of her. No, who's the? Come on, she was on the soccer. Jamie, the tight end, Zach Ertz's wife, is on the U.S. women's national team.
Okay,
soccer. I believe that's who you're thinking about.
All right, when we come back, we'll get into a little football, and then David DeCastro is going to join us in 15 minutes. It is the Fan Morning Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Pitt men's basketball suffered another loss on Saturday at number 11 UNC. Final score 79-65 in favor of the Tar Heels. Pitt hosts Notre Dame Saturday at 2. Our pregame begins at 1:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes? Call McVeigh.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The USA hockey team has knocked off Germany, and America defeats the Germans once again. 5-1 is the final score in the preliminaries, and it looks clear the USA is the #1 hockey team on ice in the world right now. Canada will still stand in the way for the gold, but if you ask me, I'm taking the boys in red, white, and blue. Obviously, I'm Drake Toll.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through mid-March, PennDOT crews will shift traffic patterns across the McKeesport-Duquesne Bridge as crews do containment installation. Expect delays. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff Hathorn, Jim Colony, Mark Cabali, Sean Myers in for the guys. They will be back tomorrow. It is President's Day, foggy President's Day. Steelers topics now with David DeCastro coming up at 9:30. Mark, now that you've had time and the coaching staff has officially been named, what do you think of this group and the fact they have 27 when you include all the not trainers but the
strength and conditioning.
Yeah, strength and conditioning.
The athletic training staff,
the chief of staffs,
and that too.
Chief of staff. Yeah, it's pretty diverse. When I mean diverse, I think that a lot of them can coach multiple positions. I'm sure that's by design. I mean, if you look, the offensive coordinator can also be the pass game coordinator and the tight end coach. You can go on and on. They got 4 guys that have offensive line coaching experience now, which is highly unusual. So you know where it is. I mean, it's hard to sit here and say that they put together a good staff or a bad staff because it's a coaching staff. You just don't know. You have to wait to see some results here. But I at least like the way he's thinking and the way they're going about it here. You're not just have a bunch of old guys from Greenfield. You got a lot of mix. And yes, I am standing up because I got a cramp in my hamstring.
The video, which makes the video stream look hysterical.
It looks like you have to go to the bathroom.
Because God bless them,
got a hamstring issue.
It's like when people first started using Zoom and they did this because they felt like they had to go right up against the camera in order to talk to somebody. That's what it looked like you were trying to do.
Or the infamous Mike Tomlin, we do not care. Who asked that question, Jim?
I don't know.
You remember the infamous Mike Tomlin meme where he just says, we do not care?
I don't remember that. I remember him saying that, but I don't remember if it was a response
like this
to
one. Next up, Jeff Hawthorne from KDKA Radio.
It was my question.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Negative
that's the only
Nancy.
thing that's given me credibility with the kids. Is they're like, wait, I heard the whole clip. That's you. And I somehow then became, a lot cooler than I was.
Yes, I said Hawthorne on purpose.
Yeah, I know. Except they got your name wrong, but I don't know if I ever got yelled. I did. I knew if I was in such a mood, I could easily get him just to go yes or get him to go no.
Oh, yeah. That
was real
funny.
easy.
I told him one time before at the owners' meeting, I said, sometimes when you do those darts, those one-word answers, you'll see me laughing in the background because I know what you're doing there. And I just can't control myself of laughing that you're just being a, you know what.
We need volunteers, not hostages.
In like a minute or so before we get to DeCastro, what do you guys think it's going to be like from a media standpoint with McCarthy? Like, what do you think those news conferences are going to be like?
Oh, if it's anything indication of what his first one, his only one was, it's going to be pretty honest. Because everything he said during his introductory news conference is pretty much what he's done, right? Well, minus Will Howard so far. So you'd have to believe that he believes him as well. So I think Mike had no use for us or no use telling us anything. I don't think Mike's going to be that way. McCarthy, at least he hasn't showed.
But it's going to be different when he actually has to respond to things that are happening in real time in terms of stuff that like a loss that just happened or a situation with a player that just happened, an injury that just happened. There are differences in what coaches want to let on, what they will say and then what they – I mean, and we've joked with any of the coaches locally to any of them where any of us we could be on the other end with people asking us questions and we could pretty much answer them exactly the way, with very few exceptions, exactly the way you knew that Clint Hurdle would answer it, Derek Shelton, Mike Sullivan, any of those guys, Dan Bilesman, go way back.
But, even during the week, we wouldn't even request Tomlin because there was no use.
Yeah.
Now that might
when we
change,
did.
too. He was always available, but it was like, why?
Is it going to be on Tuesdays still? Is it going to be after practice daily?
Well,
there's all these kind of questions.
You figure whatever that TV, their live stream, that's going to determine a lot. So I wouldn't think
Tuesday's
that
a
would
good day,
change.
though. Nothing's more useless than after
Monday? Yes, I agree.
after a Monday night game, then we see it on Tuesday, where nothing happens between the post game and the news conference. Then Tuesdays, and plus the way that they've done it, and you know what, they've done it the same way. I don't know how they did it with Noel. I can't remember. But with Cowher and Tomlin, it was pretty much the same, and I can't imagine them, and McCarthy seems like the kind of guy who would come in and say, oh, really, that's the way it's always, okay, yeah, we'll just do it that way.
I just know when he used to do his radio hit in Dallas, you know how some coaches do that? He would do it on Friday, which would be, what are you doing?
Wow.
Friday, you wouldn't want to talk about the previous week's game because it's old, and you're already at Friday, so let's hope I wouldn't think that that's the case. It's going to be
well, it always depends. His owner also had his own appearances. He probably had to schedule around there.
Jeff, just imagine if you guys employed a guy who actually worked for the Mike McCarthy press conference. Oh, where is Pomp?
6 times he was a Pro Bowler, every one of his last 6 seasons with the Steelers, and he only played 9 years here in Pittsburgh and in his NFL career. David DeCastro, former Steelers guard, is going to join us next as we continue here on the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Team USA men's hockey claimed a victory 5-1 on Sunday against the Germans. Austin Matthews, Connor Hellebuck were 2 key components. Matthews scoring twice, Hellebuck making 23 saves. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
It is, what is it right now? Negative something outside. It is below 2 degrees. And when I walked out this morning, my wet hair, it froze to my head like Richie Walsh. Your heat, it might be running more than it should. Why? Well, not necessarily your furnace. You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. That's what happened to me. I got new windows, and Window Nation is going to lower your energy bills and keep all that hot, toasty, warm air inside, because when that happens, when your insulation fails, your heat leaks out, the cold gets in. Talk to those pros at Window Nation. Get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale, plus 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now, and you'll get an extra 10% off by Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a quote now online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan's Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Jim, we have a special guest on
I know. Listen to that music. Sounds like some snappy Stanford band music, not from out on the field. But yeah, joining us now is our good buddy David DeCastro, former Steeler. David, here's the thing is that a lot of people, Jeff even said, and I think Mark even asked, where is he? Is he still here? Now, this is one of the great things. You played for the Steelers for a number of years, and actually you are hiding in plain sight in the North Hills. So what have you been up to?
And yeah, I ended up staying here. I got 5 kids, so I'm busy with youth sports, a lot of pickup and drop off, that kind of thing. I'm playing some golf, settling in, and yeah, making the most out of North Hills. A lot of good outdoor stuff up here too. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Hey David, how much do you follow the Steelers now? I do believe I saw you briefly at the playoff game before you ducked out the back way. How much do you follow them? Or are you just casually watching them, or do you dive in like some of your former teammates tend to do?
No, yeah, I really didn't. When I retired, didn't really watch much at all. I watched a couple of games here and there, and then this past year I started watching a little more. The kids are kind of getting into it now, and Pouncey getting into the Hall of Honor, and Ben as well, and Joey. That was cool going to that game, and then Thomas Tull invited me to a game, watched the playoff game or the Ravens game, and with him, that was pretty cool. So yeah, I'm kind of getting back into it a little bit. I don't really watch too much, don't follow it that much. People always ask me questions about what's going on, and kind of ask them kind of what's going on because I kind of been out of it, but yeah.
Well, David, I'm going to ask you about what's going on with the Steelers. Just to follow along that line, I want to ask you this one: do you watch Mason McCormick? And as a young guard, what do you think if you've followed some of his career and what he's doing?
Yeah, it's funny as a right guard, probably one of the older people that kind of so used to just watching that position, right? Whatever you're even just casually watching, your eyes just always go to him, and yeah, I think he's playing really well. It's kind of fun to watch him. Young guy, and I got a chance to meet him on the field. Really good energy. Really nice guy, and yeah, I think he's doing a really good job.
Well, he's got to follow in your footsteps to some degree, right? And but what makes a good offensive line? I know that, and even looking back when you guys were in your heyday, and I'm going to put Al as part of that. But in other words, you and Pouncey are high draft picks. You're Pro Bowl guys. And then you've got guys like Ramon, you've got guys like Al that were undrafted free agents. Marcus Gilbert was a high pick. But how do you get the right combination of an offensive line to play together like you guys did?
Yeah, it was a lot of continuity, a lot of time together. I think that was the key. You don't really see that much in the NFL guys sticking around together like that. We were really close too. Really cared a lot about each other. Spent a lot of time off the field together. Pouncey's house hanging out, and we just had a special group. We wanted to win, and I think Pouncey was definitely the leader, the lead dog, if you will. But we all took a lot of pride in it, protecting a guy like Ben. We had a big job to do.
Dave, you had to hear what Joey said on Cam's podcast about Ben. First of all, did you take offense to that, knowing that you were so tight with Ben? And what do you make of that whole situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I guess, negativity seems to sell these days. But, I love playing with Ben, poor Ben, protecting him. It was a big task. And, Ben, I just loved his energy. I mean, Ben's the ultimate competitor no matter what it is, whether it's cornhole, darts, pool, shooting, playing horse, basketball. I mean, he's a guy when you get in the huddle and he's got that energy. He does, we used to do the head tap before the games, the pregame thing, go around, tap everyone's head. And I mean, you kind of miss getting those juices flowing, and having a guy like that, where that's what you need as a quarterback, that energy, that will, that want to win. It was contagious, and took a lot of pride in protecting a Hall of Fame quarterback.
At any point this season, did you think, damn, the Steelers quarterback is 6 years older than me?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty wild, pretty impressive what a guy like Aaron Rodgers has done in his career, and he's still be able to spin a ball like that and be out there playing. I mean, credit to him. That's not easy. I mean, it's not an easy game. It takes a lot of wear and tear in your body, and pretty impressive to watch.
Kenny, you said you haven't watched. You don't watch it closely. Whatever. I'm not sure exactly what how closely you're closely would jibe with other people's watching closely kind of stuff. But you must have different. I mean, you watch the game differently than we would, even though we follow it pretty closely. How critical are you when you watch? Are you like a kind of like a what's going on here? Do you sometimes not understand what you see and why they're doing what they're doing? How do you watch a game exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so used to watching the line play, right? Like the receivers and stuff. Like it's funny. I didn't really learn that much about cover 3, cover 2. You kind of know what it is, the basics of it, but it was kind of very much a kind of niche thing. So yeah, like I said, I don't watch closely enough to comment, or I'm very much a casual observer now, and just will kind of watch it with the kids when they want to throw it on or whatnot. So yeah, I can't sit here and help the other guys with the criticisms or what they give you some expert observation.
Well, then what good are you? Because you're the offensive lineman. You guys were always the guys I used to go to because you were the guys who really not only knew what was going on, but would tell it like it is.
Yeah, it's just been a while. When you're out of it, it's kind of hard. I guess you get a little rusty. I have to sit down and come watch a game with you guys, and maybe spend a little more time getting back into it. But I think just as you get away, you just kind of, you don't pay too much attention and you just kind of become a casual observer, I guess.
Speaking of a guy that has a lot of opinions and a guy that a lot of talk about Hall of Fame now with Belichick not making it, Pouncey, what did he mean to this team as a leader? Obviously, he came out in defensive end the other day, but what type of player is he, and should he have – I'm guessing you're going to say he should be in the Hall of Fame this past year. What did he mean to the organization?
Yeah, I think I've said it so many times. I mean, he was a tremendous player, but just what he brought to the locker room, the team, and he was really was the truest leader, if you will. You know what I mean? Held everyone accountable. Gave tremendous effort and just make sure you're doing stuff, or else if you weren't on your keys, he'd let you know about it right away. And he demanded a lot, but guys, I don't think there's everyone respected him tremendously. He was like I said, the real leader of that locker room.
David, the draft's going to be here in 2 months. I imagine you're going to be down there in that mosh pit with everybody else watching that. What do you remember about your draft day in 2012?
Yeah, I remember I was out in Stanford watching it at my the host family I lived with during the summer, and it was it was so surreal. You're so young. I mean, just look back. You're so young. It's just so wide-eyed coming to the city. I mean, I don't think there's a better place to play football. With the history here and just the amount of love, the people and the care, the people and the fans here really, really enjoy it. So that was just that whole kind of first couple of years trying to calm down and not be so stressed out about being a perfect player and trying, just kind of like there's so much expectations, right? When you're a first rounder and you're coming in, it was real stressful, quite a whirlwind. But once I settled in after a couple of years, it felt right at home, and look at me now, I'm here raising kids, so it's a pretty awesome city. There's too many better sports towns, and especially playing football. So.
All right, talking to David DeCastro here on the Fan Morning Show. Okay, speaking of playing at Stanford, what do you make of NIL these days and how everything has changed with the transfer portal? What do you think it would have been like when you were in school? I mean, would you have been going to next door to Cal and said, hey, you know what, you offer me a few more bucks and I'll go cross town to play with you guys? Or what do you make of what college football has turned into here?
It's crazy. It's hard to keep track of it. I feel like everything's changing, pretty rapidly every year, and they're trying to get a handle on it. First of all, I'm happy guys are getting paid. I am happy with that part. It's kind of weird. I think back in the day, everyone was kind of committed to one school for 4 years. So it's kind of different now when you got guys leaving after a year. It's definitely a different vibe, but like I said, I'm happy guys are getting compensated. They put their bodies out there and they deserve it. But I don't think people are still watching. People still loving it, and college football's a special game.
David, I don't know if you know, but the Steelers hired a tight end coach named Robert Kugler, right? I don't know if you remember him at all, because he was a ball boy for you guys, maybe your rookie year. Sean Kugler's son. Would you remember anything about him at all, or being up at training camp?
I think he was a high school playing in NA, right?
Yeah.
There's two brothers, right? Yeah. No, I remember them. Yeah, they're so young, man. Time flies, makes you feel old.
Yeah,
huh?
that's what I'm saying. Does that make you feel old that the guy that was the ball boy in high school is now the tight end coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Happens quick, huh? Happens quick. No, that's awesome. Local.
Yeah,
a local guy. That's sweet. Good for him.
And another starter who was a ball boy who went to NA is the starting corner, and Joey Porter Jr.
Yep, there you go.
David, what's that feeling going to be like looking at the sideline and not seeing Mike Tomlin there?
Yeah, it's weird. A lot of people ask me. I mean, he did it for a very, very long time, man. He was head coaches are special. For every level I've had, high school, college, NFL, I've always been lucky to have some great coaches, and Tomlin was one of them. So I think it's gonna be weird, gonna be an adjustment, but it's part of life. It happens.
Hey, David, before we let you go, thanks for joining us. If you want to plug anything, the floor is yours. Why don't you plug it for him,
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. What do you got for me?
Well, no, you tell people what you're up to these days.
Yeah, no, like I said, just doing some business stuff, raising some kids, and kids I underestimate how hard kids are. They take a lot of work, so shout out to all the parents out there. It's not easy, and I respect everyone that does it.
You're an offensive lineman to the core, Dave.
Dave, did you ever miss? You ever miss it though? It sometimes, right after you retired, was it like, man,
yeah, of course.
I really missed this,
Yeah,
or did you just
miss the rush?
Turn the page.
You missed the rush. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to turn the page. Yeah, it's not easy. I think it took a little bit of time, but yeah, you miss the rush, you miss the boys, just going out there, working out, being a meathead, and getting paid a lot of money to do it. I mean, it's fun. I mean, it really is. I mean, you gotta play a game that you grew up playing and get compensated well, and everyone's cheering for you, and feel that adrenaline going. It's and doing with the guys I got to deal with, Al Pouncey, Ramon, Gilbert, Filer, BJ Finney, all this long list of guys, Munchak. I mean, it's a blast. You can't replicate it. Yeah, you got to turn the page and transition to something new, which isn't easy. But like I said, the kids are wearing me out. So I got my hands full, and I'm transitioning and like you said, turn the page and on to the next thing. So
do you tell the kids that the windshield's bigger than the rear view, or that the standard's the standard, or?
I haven't broken the Talmudisms out yet. No, I haven't done it. Yeah, maybe as they get older, they can start to understand a little better. Yeah, definitely will.
Hey, it's hard to think of your name without thinking of Al's. How's Al doing, and what's that friendship still mean to you?
It's huge. I mean, we coupled every day together. I mean, he was one of my best friends, and yeah, he's doing well. I'm definitely missed. That's part of the things you miss. People move away, go to different places, so I still try to see him. Go on trips or go down there. He's down in Miami fishing. He's got a fruit farm keeping him busy. So, yeah, there's special relationships. You try your best to, see each other and keep them alive.
We will get together for that golf game this year, right?
Perfect. Yeah. What's your game looking like? You got a handicap, or you just a casual guy?
Well, I have a handicap. It's not very good. 14. I'm old. I play from the forward tees. I'm terrible, and I have fun. So how does that? That sounds like a match.
We're right on the same page. That's all it's about.
All right, excellent. All right, Dave, thanks a lot for joining us, and we'll catch up to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Dave. When we come back, we'll wrap up with Mark here on the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. Team USA men's hockey 5-1 winners against Germany on Sunday. Austin Matthews scored twice. Connor Hellebuck made 23 saves as the Americans finished perfect in pool play. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Black and Gold fans at Schleid Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schleid.company.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Want to chug a half-court heave? The St. Louis Billikens are arguably the best true mid-major in the country. Over the last month, Josh Schertz's club ranks top 5 nationally in EFG percentage offense and defense. Balanced, fast-paced, and ferocious on both ends. They're worth entertaining at 100-1 to win the national title. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
February in western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer and Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer and Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Marshall Township, work continues on the interchange renovation project on I-79. Watch for round-the-clock restrictions in both directions approaching the Wexford interchange. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
Mark Cavalli brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Pomp and Joe are here. Limits is here. It's not President's Day for them. They're here, fully accounted for. They used all their snow days, so they had to come in today. I got a text from Jerry DePaula.
You did. We love Jerry.
Department Jerry DePaula?
Yes, and reminding me that the interim head coach at Kansas State now is Matt Driscoll, the former LaRoche coach.
Wow.
And Northgate and Seneca Valley coach and Butler Community College coach and Slippery Rock assistant. He takes over for Jerome Tang and his slip of the lips. The fan Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. X was down
for quite a while, yeah.
For quite a while. So how's the poll doing, Jay?
Okay, the poll is, and we got a decent amount of feedback. Okay, so the Pirates win total for next year, under 75, 76 to 80, 81, 85, over 86. The runaway winner was 81 to 85, which means that people expect the Pirates to be in playoff contention, right? Because 83 got in last year. 76 to 80 is next at 28%. Over 86, nearly 16% of the responders said over 86 wins.
He's going to vote again right now on his phone.
He's including the spring training results as well. And under 75, which is what they did last year, was just 8.4%. So people expecting, actually they're expecting playoff contention.
If the Pirates were a president,
Bucko
which
Fever.
president would they be? Walter Mondale.
Fan
He
weather.
wasn't the president.
He didn't.
They're getting antsy to get in here, so we got to get out of here.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. Bill Taft's my favorite president, by the way.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house?
He was the first one to throw out the
cutout?
first pitch.
You want to retire in a Florida beach house?
Hang on.
Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. There it is. Warmer with some sun, a high of 47 degrees, Mel Blunt degrees today here in Pittsburgh, and it's going to be warm most of the week. Our thanks to Mark Cavalli, to David DeCastro, to Kevin Gorman. Sean, been great working with you. Jim, great working with you. The guys are back tomorrow. Pomp and Joe are next. This has been the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal,
your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6T M055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Collier Township, watch for a right lane restriction on southbound I-79 approaching the Kerwin Heights interchange. That's where crews continue to repair the bridge that was damaged Christmas week that carries I-79 over Toms Run Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First full squad workout for the Pirates is today. Everyone has reported to camp, so no concerns or no worries there. Last couple of players, including Marcell Ozuna and Brian Reynolds, reporting yesterday. Ryan O'Hearn also arrived over the weekend. Pirates' first spring training game is this Saturday. First spring training game right here on The Fan is on Sunday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. All reunited again. It's a wonderful Monday, Pomp and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And he went to a fairly small prep school, too. It's not like he was facing the best of the best necessarily either. And at showcases, when he was facing better pitching, he showed all the tools that the hitting wasn't great. It was a real question of could he hit real quality pitching like you're going to see basically every night in pro ball, at least in terms of quality of stuff or quality, even just pure velocity. And I've mentioned a few times, he does have that arm bar. I can't do it and probably stay in the video here, but like his hands are so far back, he almost locks that elbow. It's really unusual for hitters to do that and have even the success that he's had. I've just kind of given up and been like, doesn't matter.
Because it hurts your barrel control or it hurts your hit tool, right? Like it's okay for power, but it's bad for hit tool, right?
Yes, you're going to be longer to the ball, so you may obviously generate even more speed as you're getting to the ball, but you are now much longer. And guys who are there, it is, I say lock. Obviously, it's not truly locked, but just try it, right? Try to actually straighten your arm completely and then essentially release to start a normal swing path. You lose time. You are less flexible at that point. You just see very few, not zero, but very few big leaguers who do that and have success. The majority of guys who have that will end up having to change it at some point or they will not have success. That is a case where I'm completely comfortable at this point saying he is an outlier. He's so athletic. His understanding of the strike zone is beyond belief, particularly for a guy coming out of Mississippi high school. To see him do this at low A and then better at high A, which is where I first caught him, and then get a double A, and at that point you're like, what the heck? What do we have here? Like somebody said, it sounds like you're describing Willie Mays. I'm like, Willie Mays at shortstop.
That was a lot, Bob, but that last part was the key.
Willie Mays at shortstop.
I didn't know what the hell Keith Law was talking about for a minute there. What's that called, Limits? Bats and...
It's called the Rates and Barrels podcast on The Athletic.
But the last little bit was a mouthful. Willie Mays at shortstop. Earlier in that interview, Keith Law of The Athletic, and that's an Athletic podcast, by the way, said that, and a lot of people agree with this is the best baseball prospect since Mike Trout. And, well, first of all, Bob, please, how are you? I'm sorry for skipping that part.
No, I'm glad
Everything
you had
good?
a nice weekend, and your basketball team always right there, and at the end almost pulled maybe one of the best comebacks of ninth grade basketball in quite some time. Fell
we
short.
had a great time, man. We did.
Anytime you take on Aliquippa, what did you say, lose once by 28, come back and almost beat them? That's saying something.
They're really good. It was fun. How are you, Limits?
Anxious, excited, and very scared. How are you guys?
Good, but that's normal, right?
Pretty much.
For me, too. So let's just dive in here because I think, listen, Steelers quarterback is always the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports in a way, but it's sort of on the back burner at the moment. So the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports to me, maybe even including that, honestly, because I think we all kind of know what's going to happen there, is Connor Griffin. Like, we just had and have a generational superstar with the Pirates. His name is Paul Skeens. And now we're being gifted with perhaps another one? This is Crosby and Malkin potentially, Bob. This doesn't happen. There are drafts where the first pick stinks, let alone the first two. The Penguins got Malkin they got a generational player on the second pick after Ovechkin. The Pirates get this guy with what, the 9th pick?
7th.
9th overall.
It was the 9th overall. I thought it was 7th, but you're right. The point is, all these teams passed on him maybe because they were looking for college pitching and people closer to being in the majors. But this kid, boy, if it turns out to be whatever we all think, it's going to be magical.
Well, what do we make of this? Keith Law is a guy I respect as much as anybody in the baseball business. He used to come on my show at a station called 1250 ESPN. Did you listen to that as a young lad, Limits? Were you still too young?
I was still too young.
Bob, I think that ended in 2012 or something like that. That was where I broke into this business, much to a lot of people's chagrin. But Keith Law used to come on that show, and I thought he was great. He used to work in baseball, work for the Blue Jays, I think, among other teams, and then made a name for himself as an analyst. I mean, do you have just the last part of that again, Limits? The Willie Mays of shortstops, the best prospect potentially since Mike Trout.
What do we have here? Like somebody said, it sounds like you're describing Willie Mays. I'm like, Willie Mays at shortstop.
Think about that. And the context of that was, would he be an outfielder? Like, is he too big to play shortstop? The stuff we used to hear about Cruz. Bottom line, Bob, what are they going to do with Griffin? What do we make of this? How does it play into what we think of Ben Cherington? Like, is his reputation going to take a sudden and dramatic turn? But let's focus on this. Does this dude come north from spring training? Because that's where I'm focused right now. And I got to tell you, Limits, I might be wavering a little bit. Not because of the reasoning that you've put out, which is saving that year on the other end, because I don't know that they do that anyway. Because he might come up and win Rookie of the Year anyway, right?
Yeah,
which
very
would
possible.
negate that.
Top 2 in Rookie of the Year voting.
So, Bob, do you think they will? Do you think they should? And then let's hear what Keith. Do you want to hear what Keith Law says about that first, or would you like?
What I think?
Yeah, man. Let's go.
I think, and I've said this pretty much all along, he should be the starting shortstop this year. If everything that people are saying
from the start,
yeah. Because my whole thought with Paul Skeens when he came here, and after I saw the first year before he won a Cy Young, I thought this is your opportunity to put together a window here. It could be a window of a couple or 3 years of success, but you got to go out and add to it. You've got to, bring in other people, and they did not do that last year. This year, they've attempted to do more, and they have, but it requires even more. And if you have a guy like this, my time frame is how long is Paul Skeens going to be here? Always has been. And if I could do anything to help. And there are those who say, well, Connor Griffin won't come up because, he's just get Major League or AAA at bats. He's one of these guys, only 19, give him time. Plus, we want to keep another year. Bottom line is, these games in April and May, they count as much as they do in October. If he's what you think he is, and you're not putting him up here because you want to save that, then you're doing what's not right for right now. And I think right now it's got to be all cards on the table. Let's go.
Bob, I agreed with every syllable and half syllable and most of the quarter syllables you said as recently as, yesterday. But then last night I heard this podcast. I heard Keith Law, and he said for him it's not about the service time thing at all, why he would keep Griffin down, even for a couple of weeks. What he said made sense to me, and now I'm wavering. Now I have an evolving opinion. Now I might change my mind, and frankly, I don't know if I will yet. Let's take a listen.
My general answer is we have seen even elite position player prospects struggle with the jump to the big leagues. Even guys who look like they were completely ready, guys who'd performed all the way up through AAA, get to the big leagues and struggle on their first exposure. A lot of really good, really highly rated prospects, not just my highly rated, everybody. Universe all says these guys are really good. Most of them struggle right out of the chute. Is Connor Griffin that much of an outlier? He is probably the best number one prospect we have had maybe since Mike Trout. Certainly the best combination of presentability and ceiling. Maybe he's an exception to that. It's entirely possible. I don't love the idea. And I heard this morning from a good source that they are strongly considering it, or will at least give him an opportunity to win the job out of spring training, which I don't love either, because obviously he can look great in March and then look terrible in April. The first are pretend games. Hitting well in pretend games is not the same as hitting well in real games.
And he went on to say, what harm would it do if you had him down a couple weeks at AAA and he raked AAA pitching? His concern is it is pretty rare for somebody to skip AAA entirely, which would be the case here, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
It has nothing. He also went on to say, Keith Law did, This has absolutely nothing to do with service time, money, his opinion, any of that. It has to do with let's pump the brakes just for a second, start him at AAA and see what happens there instead of making this huge quantum leap. I'm still inclined, I have to say I'm still inclined to agree with you, Bob, but I feel like it's more out of my selfish want for excitement right from the start, like from opening day. I want to see this kid, and I know everybody in Pittsburgh does. But what would actually be best? Yes, I am wavering a little bit. Does that make sense to you? Even
sure,
he said even
sense.
2 weeks.
But I don't care.
2 weeks.
If he's everything they think he is and he can handle it, he's mature enough, he's physically gifted enough to be there, I say play him. And I say it again with the concept of this is Paul Skeens. This is the few years you have left really with him realistically. Make it big so that they can get to somewhat of an important series in October. And we'll see what they got then. Because if you get into a short series, those pitchers are capable of winning it for you. If you wait in 2 months, and let's say that whoever's at short.
Well, he's talking, again, to be fair, he's talking 2 weeks.
Well, what the hell's the difference? 2 weeks.
2 weeks to 2 months?
I mean, you're going to wait 2 weeks? Why not just start him then?
If he goes down to AAA and rakes it down. But what if he doesn't?
So what? You stick with him and just go with it. He's going to ultimately be your best player, from a position point of view. He is your best player, I think. If he's everything they say, again, we're talking about a tight race to get into a postseason. To me, that is the goal this year. I'm not going to handicap myself by not playing him at the start. I don't care for how little or how long. I'm going to play who I think is the best. Let's say he goes down there. I understand what Keith said there, that, you never know what you're going to get with preseason. We've seen it in football. We've seen it in baseball. There have been guys who rake it in March and come up and can't do anything in April. However, if you see the aspects, the parts of his games that you really like, and they're there, he hits solid. He may not have a good average, but he hits the ball solidly every time up. I see things. He's ready. Let's go. Bring him out there.
Is there such a thing as bringing up somebody too soon, in your opinion?
Sure, there is.
And what's the harm there? What's the harm there?
The harm there that you
bury somebody, maybe hurt their confidence.
If you think that little of his confidence, then he's not the player you thought he was.
I know, but how long does it take him to rebound if he comes up here and gets buried and then gets sent back and then
gets
called up?
Everyone has to go through
Would it be easier just to have him take the next step just for a little while? And then make the leap. I'm wondering about that. Bob says no emphatically, and I do hear him. I was saying that as recently as 24 hours ago.
Yeah.
Where are you limits on this?
Well, that's the other thing for me, too. He's never played in AAA, and I think he only has 21 games in AA. He is an incredible prospect right now. And as Keith Law said, the best position player prospect potentially since Trout. If that is indeed the case, I don't want to rush that and maybe overwhelm him too much, because then you're probably putting him like fifth in the lineup, a lot of pressure for a 19-year-old. I would rather ease him in, relatively speaking, not like call him up in August, but ease him in a couple of weeks in AAA, give him a month, call him up in May, get his timing and confidence up where it needs to be, and then call him.
And by the way, that's what I think the Pirates will do. Those are two separate things.
We also heard Law there say a source told him this is entirely possible that he could come north.
And it should be.
It should be. I do agree with that. It should be on the table.
And regardless of what they do, which I do think they'll do that, and they have every reason to think it'll be the best for him, I also think they think so highly of him. Everyone that you talk to about him says he's professionally ready. He has the kind of thick skin necessary to deal with the ups and downs that come with it.
Yeah.
And so I want to have him up there because I think these games are just as important when you get to August and September.
Maybe this is the way to phrase it from my end. If he does start, and I know because we all have Pirate traumatic stress disorder, that if he does start at AAA, there will be a groundswell of, oh, my God, they're trying to save money. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. I get all that sentiment, but that wouldn't be the case here. I think maybe that's my overall point. If this kid starts in AAA, I don't think there would be anything nefarious about that. I think that would be a pretty normal baseball move. And maybe, just maybe,
Chris Bryant in Chicago.
And I'm wavering. Well, they did that strictly for money reasons.
But again, they've done it with elite prospects. All teams do it.
Right. In this case, well, that's what I'm saying. In this case, I don't think it would be about that, and there would be nothing nefarious about that. It would be a baseball move, and I'm not sure it would be a move that I would entirely disagree with. Where are you on this? 412-928-9370. You with Bob? Emphatically yes. You with Limits? Emphatically no, unless they sign him to a deal. Limits has thrown that out there. Or are you with me? Wavering? Wishy-washy, no opinion whatsoever. These guys see him every day at spring training.
You had an opinion. You changed your
Talk
opinion.
radio.
No, I
man.
haven't changed. I'm in opinion purgatory here. I'm between. Listen, I think I'm being blinded by just the desire to see this kid play. Are we talking about this enough? We have one of the most respected baseball men really in America talking about Willie Mays at shortstop and the best prospect since Mike Trout. And he's not the only one talking about the Trout thing, Bob. How is this even possible that this has happened? This is Crosby and potentially Malkin.
It is. And it goes to show you that those guys, thrown right in there, and the expectations are high. The expectations were, to some, unrealistic, but they achieved it. And they started. They didn't mess around with, well, I'll go down to Wilkes-Barre. We'll send you here. No, they believe in what they believe. I think this guy is certainly one of those guys.
That's a good point by Bob, and I would like you to try to counter it, Limits. Yeah, he's on the phone now. That is a good point. I mean, they came right in and played. Now, wasn't Malkin playing? Where was Malkin playing right before that? Was he in junior in Russia, or was he in a professional league in Russia?
I think it was some professional league. I'm not sure of that. But he was playing with some elite players. I mean, good players.
I mean, this is the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports at this particular moment. Mm-hmm. I know Sid's at the Olympics. That's big. U.S. at the Olympics with Sully and company. That's big. This is far bigger. 412-928-9370. Mike Trout and Willie Mays, Bob, we might be talking about two of the top 10 to 15 players who ever lived. And I don't think people just throw that around. I don't think Keith Law just throws that out there. He could have said, we're looking at, I don't know, give me a really, really good Bobby Witt Jr. here. Right? We're looking at a really, really good perennial all-star. Right. No, we're looking at one of the greatest players of all time, potentially.
Well, here's something to support your argument. Maybe it's best for him to go down, because I was looking at Mike Trout here. And although, he's 34 years old now, which is crazy to me to think of Mike Trout as 34 years old already. But he's been around that long. When he was 19, he was brought up and he struggled. They sent him back down, and they recalled him after he had 163 average with 1 home run and 6 runs batted in for the Angels in 12 starts. 12
starts, okay. See, that's what I wouldn't want to
When he went down to Double-A, however, he struggled.
Double-A or Triple-A?
They sent him to Double-A Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
I guess there was some pitching coach or hitting coach on there who wanted to help him. Anyway, he had a 40-game rookie stint in 2011. His average that year with the Angels was 220, on-base percentage 281, slugging percentage 390. So that's not very good. And then right off the bat next year, started in the majors, and the rest is history.
Very instructive. Very instructive.
So I understand what you're saying. That's maybe important, but if he's not going to be a factor here this year at all, based on what Trout was in his first year,
but maybe you could help the process of him being a factor by just taking that little blip, that little trip to AAA. I kind of agree with Law. Like, what harm does it do in 162 games for 3 weeks?
How about though if you start him and he's really good, right?
Well, then bingo.
Then bingo.
You win the lottery.
Special.
Yeah. Are you wavering a little bit? Oh, my God. What do we
wavering. I just tell you what, I was looking at Trout since his name is brought up all the time.
Joe, this is show-stopping news that must be addressed.
Oh, geez.
According to Robert Murray, the Pirates have officially designated Jack Sawinski for assignment.
Oh, my God.
Sawinski doesn't make it to the full squad workout today, the first one.
Come on. Now I feel bad for him.
Goodbye,
I'm not a huge Sawinski fan, but the first day, Bob, the first day of full squad after all this, and it's goodbye, Jack Sawinski?
It's goodbye, Jack Sawinski. Can you believe that? Captain Jack, Bob. His 26 home runs years ago.
That first year, man, people thought he was going to be their answer. Just goes to show you how tough it is, I guess. But
he's a likable guy,
very
and he has
likable
some
guy,
power.
and he works hard. He keeps, he doesn't get involved in anything other than working hard.
But I've said, I think on numerous occasions that we'll know the Pirates have advanced when they move beyond McCutchen, at least last year's version of McCutchen, and beyond having Jack Sawinski on the roster. I think this is a good thing. It's a good sign.
Yeah, I do. I mean, they have to make this is like McCutchen, same kind of situation. Guys who were on this roster who were here, and they didn't have much to push them out of here. In the case of Jack Sawinski, how many Pirates have actually stepped up to take over his at-bats? Not many. So, therefore, at the end of last year, he's brought up again, hope against hope that he could put it together. Finally, now they have some bats that make his bat not necessary here. So, make a move. I think that's a good move. And maybe it's a good move for him, too. Maybe he'll go someplace that,
I
gives
hope
him an opportunity.
Watch him go someplace and become a 35 home run guy like Brandon Moss or Jose Batista.
Brandon Moss.
We'll be seeing Jack Sawinski with the home run leaders for the Reds or something. All right. What a story, man. What a story is Connor Griffin. Keith Law talking about him as the Willie Mays of shortstops and the best prospect since Mike Trout. That's all. I mean, I suppose he could have said he's Babe Ruth and Hank Aaron combined, Bob. Barry Bonds, Babe Ruth, and Hank Aaron combined. It wouldn't have been far off these statements. Where should the Pirates start him? AAA for a little while? Have him take the next logical step, or rocket him right to the majors? Law's point is how much harm would you do by sending him to AAA for 2 or 3 weeks? And I wouldn't think at all that was something like I said, nefarious by the Pirates. What's really going on here? Nothing. It's a kid who they don't want to jump from AA straight to the majors.
But
and yet, I'm kind of with you. I don't know where I am. I need help from the callers, Bob. I'm usually very definitive and even defensive, and sometimes angry about my opinions.
He has a Mark Johnson type of spring, which is he hits the ball all over the place.
Like Law said there.
Yeah, but how are you going to make your determination then? If you're on the fence.
I think they've already probably made their determination.
Which I think is back to the AAA. That's what I think they're going to do.
Like Law said, spring training is not a good indicator of what's going to happen.
But you can watch the kid daily operate,
Sure.
See what he does, how he handles situations.
Right. And again, I ask, and I'm sure he's going to handle everything great. I don't know if he'll hit, whatever. But you already know that about him. So what harm can there possibly be? You're right, maybe a game or two in those first 2, 3, 4, maybe even a month down in AAA.
Mm-hmm.
I'm blinded by my own anticipation and excitement limits, and I fully admit that. I think the best move might be AAA. It's just so rare to see somebody rocket. Give me some examples. I was looking
Bryce
for
Harper.
Bryce Harper never played AAA? I'll check that.
Yeah,
I'm the beat
but he
writer.
came up as a late 19-year-old, I believe.
All right,
and he was
Bob?
a high school pick.
Well, let's go to the calls here. What do you say out there at 412-928-9370? Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, Bryce Harper spent time. Yeah, you're right about that.
He had 21 games in 2012 in AAA. That's all.
Well, yeah, that was an injury assignment.
Right. So
that was well into his career. So he went for he is one. Wait, no, he's not one. He did spend time in AAA back in 2012 before he was called up to the Nationals.
Yeah.
Is that what
21,
you said?
Yeah, 21 games.
I thought you said 2000.
That's all.
Yeah.
And then that's when he made his major league debut during that 2012 season.
My apologies, Limits. I was looking at something different. And then he made his major league debut, and he was really good. Now, why would he have gone back? Maybe injury the next year? Why would he have gone back to AA for 2 games?
Yeah, I think that was just a rehab assignment.
So, but even he, 21 games is about 3 weeks. So even he didn't make the leap. You're right about that, Limits. Bob, what do you make of that?
Well, I'm looking at Ken Griffey Jr. just to see.
Did he make the leap?
No, not until June.
Okay.
But as soon as he came up, he hit. So now.
Well, that's all the more reason.
Right. I don't know, but Trout didn't. Trout went down, came up, and he struggled. He did not have a good first year. So I guess everybody's different. Some guys can handle it. Who would have been a good example of someone who did handle it at age 19 or 20 right off the bat?
Soto's
That's a good example.
Barry Bonds.
And Soto was a guy that they said this about too.
Correct.
Right? Talking about
Barry
elite
Bonds
status. And so he stepped right into it and did it.
Right. When I said the name Barry Bonds, I didn't mean that he fell into that category. I was just going to say he played 44 games at AAA. That's it.
So that's the most logical direction this is headed. That he will start in AAA.
And I'm going to tell you, I don't have a problem with that. I don't. Do you?
No, I don't.
Would you have a problem with it, Bob? Are we swaying you at all?
No, you're not swaying me. I'm just saying I would rather, again, my whole thing is centering around Paul Skeens. I want to see as much talent up here as I can. I wish they would have brought in even more in the offseason, but they certainly went much deeper than they did in previous seasons. So
Juan Soto's an example. He's an example, Limits. He only went to AA for 8 games and 31 at-bats. He never played a game in AAA.
No, he just soared.
And at age 19, he came right up for the Nationals and hit 22 homers with 70 RBIs that year.
Yeah, as a 19-year-old.
As a 19-year-old. So there you go. There's one. Haven't there been a couple guys lately? What about, how many games did Roman Anthony play at AAA? Can you find that, Limits, during our brief intermission? How many players have rocketed right past AA?
Here's another guy. Andrew Jones. Remember Andrew Jones? We used to see him all the time.
Yes, Bob. I have him at the tip of my fingers here.
I guarantee he stepped right in, too, because he was 19, I believe, when he came up.
Yeah, Anthony had plenty of time in AAA, 35 games in 24, 58 games in 25.
There you go. I'll look up Andrew Jones. Go to the first caller, if you would, Limits, and you can address Bob while I do the research necessary for the show.
Well, let's see what Patrick in Mount Lebanon has to say, Bob.
Hey, Patrick, what's up?
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. So I listen to you guys all the time. I would like to encourage you to include in your conversation when you're talking about Connor Griffin, Paul Skeens, the Pirates, so forth. I've been following this really closely. I would tell you there's over an 80% chance it's going to be a lockout next year. The game can be shut down. They bring in a salary cap, a floor, increased revenue sharing. First of all, this whole idea of a Skeens, that goes away. The Pirates have every opportunity of keeping Skeens under those circumstances.
Sir, your phone's going in and out a little bit. What's your main point on Griffin?
Well, as far as Griffin, service time doesn't necessarily have to be an issue because when they negotiate the Players Association contract, free agency time, service time, all going to get renegotiated.
I can't. I'm sorry, sir. I can't. He's going in and out too much for me.
But he makes it sound like it's automatic. They're going to get a salary cap, floor, ceiling, everything. I don't know that that's
what does
automatic.
that have to do with this?
Because he's talking about how everything was shut down after this year.
But how does that relate to Griffin?
I don't know. He didn't. I couldn't understand a lot of what because his phone was given out.
Andrew Jones played 12 games and 45 at bats at AAA. Bob, there's another little example for you. And what did he do in those games? He had a 1,200 OPS. And then he came up and immediately hit 18 home runs in 390 at-bats. I'm sorry. He immediately came up and was just okay for a little while, and then the next year was great. So I just don't see where a little bit of seasoning could hurt.
I don't either. He's one of those guys I'm willing to bet on that would have an impact immediately. That's just... I may be off with that one, but we'll see.
No, I mean, believe me, Bob. I was with you, as I said, less than a day ago, and may still be if my opinion changes yet again.
Here is Dave in the car to chime in.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, Andrew.
Thank you.
I love you guys, Joe, Bob. I mean, let's start off with I miss Ron, but that last caller, I don't know where he was going. We're here to talk about Connor, right?
Did you say Andrew at some point there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to somebody else in the car for a second. Don't mind me.
Is Filipponi in the car with you?
Are you going through a car wash?
No, Pony's not with me.
Hold on. Let me put
but I'm on my way driving back home.
Understand me better.
I'm driving back to Pittsburgh from Colorado right now, and I'm listening to you guys. And Connor, this is how I look at it, and I want your guys' opinion. And I miss Ron, all right? I got to say it.
We
but
all
here we
do.
go. Yeah, exactly. So here we go. Let's say this kid comes up And, I mean, he absolutely plays his way into the starting lineup. I don't understand how you could even send him down. But let's say he plays his way in and you still decide to send him down for 2 weeks, but then he does bad in those 2 weeks when he's down, when he destroyed it in spring training.
Well, stop. Let's stop right there. Yep. How much stock do you put into anybody, quote, destroying it in spring training?
I don't put a lot, but that's why I'm saying let's say he does.
Okay.
Like, let's say he absolutely plays his way in. Then I think you have to.
Well, on one hand, you're saying on one hand, you're saying you don't put a lot of stock in spring training. On the other hand, you're saying he could, quote, play his way in by playing well in spring training. So which is it?
You know what I'm saying. If he just goes above and beyond, if he just looks the part, the superstar, the Willie Mays at shortstop, if he is doing all of that, I just think it's hard to put him down. And I agree with Bob. You have a short window here with schemes. So, I mean, if he's showing you all the tools necessary, then bring him and let him show it. And
here's the other thing.
Here's another question I want to ask.
All those tools, and then he goes down and doesn't, and does bad when he goes down.
Well, you just have to work with him then. Here's my question: What if, how many months do you have to be here before you get that final year? That extra year.
It's like 3 weeks.
I can't lie. I don't know. I don't know really the logistics.
Because I was going to say, if they did it just for that reason, you'd know probably right off the bat. But if they did it because they really legitimately feel he needs to go through that, that's a whole different thing. And it may take more than 3 weeks. If he struggles and he doesn't play well down there, then you may want to keep him down there longer, especially if Nick Gonzalez does well here.
Even Skeens made 7 starts in AAA. Now, last week I used that against Limits in my argument, saying I think he would have been just fine in the majors right away.
So too.
But it didn't do any harm, did it?
No.
And it may have helped, right?
Yeah, but also he was ready. As soon as he came up here, you knew that. So, again, they just wanted to
And they wound up not getting the extra year service time anyway, right? So
correct, because he won Rookie of the Year.
I honestly think that was baseball related, and I honestly think this would be. There would be nothing wrong, nothing secretive or financial about keeping him down. I think it would be an honest baseball decision. And believe me, if Keith Law sees reason to rip the Pirates, he will rip the Pirates. He's been doing it for 15 or 20 years. Even he just blew off the service time factor in this Connor Griffin thing and said it would be about baseball.
There's also a, I guess, reward, you can call it, that was put into the last CBA where if you have a prospect start the year on the opening day roster and he wins Rookie of the Year, you get a first-round pick. It's not the same as, like an NFL first-round pick or something like that.
Is that right?
Yes, you're rewarded because of that.
What do you make of that, Bob? Get a nice first-round pick out of this if you bring him up right away and he wins Rookie of the Year.
I would like that. I think that helps. And maybe they're trying to encourage that, to happen. Here's another thing. Did Jared Jones ever spend time in AAA? He's only 24. He made his debut 2 years ago. He would have been 22. And if the Pirates decided that he didn't need it and he came around, I got to look this up because I can't remember.
I'll look it up, Bob. You keep talking. Yes, he did.
How much time?
15 starts.
Okay.
See, Bob, even more. 18 starts. It's almost unprecedented. It is. Juan Soto's the only example we found so far. I'm sure there are others.
Well, you said Andrew Jones just had a small taste of AAA and then came up
3 weeks
and
or so.
Well, yeah.
That's what we're talking about with Griffin.
Okay.
That's what we're talking. Juan Soto.
Then most likely that he's going to start in AAA. Most likely. And that's okay.
Yeah, we'll get back to this. Back to your calls. This is not necessarily him being up or not, just him.
How about this?
Is the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports.
This may be completely unrelated. But
please.
Jack Sawinski's departure, right? Does that open the door for Andrew McCutchen potentially?
Let's talk about that.
Who else is on their roster who would
Let's talk about that coming up, Bob. That's one of the greatest teases in Pomp and Joe history. Why didn't you play the Pomp and Joe song, Limits? Could you play it now on the way out?
I like that song.
I could do that.
That's a good way to start the day, and it's beautifully done.
I agree. Fan text line, you can play it as background music, Limits. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Turn it up a little, and then Bob will jump in after about 20 seconds. Bob, I believe you have a message for the Populace.
I do, but let's wait till this gets to a finale.
It's going to come to a finale with Filipponi in that guy's car talking about George Washington.
Up and jump.
I like the background singing limits. Give me more of that.
Up and jump.
Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And Bob, you have a message for the people.
How about that? I do. You can't follow that with anything but West Shore Home, right? Because winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects. You're sitting around, you're getting excited. Spring is right around the corner, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything, so you don't have to, and you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, on top of that, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With the Winter Savings Event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. And that includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing rates and make it easier than ever to get started, too. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installers. That's big. Schedule your free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Today is the first full squad workout for the Buccos down in Bradenton with spring training games beginning this weekend. And according to Robert Murray of Fansided, the Pirates are designating Jack Sawinski for assignment. So this could be just a spot to be able to create room for Marcelo Zuna on the 40 and active roster. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
34-year-old retired quarterback Derek Carr says he would be willing to unretire, but only for a team that could make the Super Bowl. Which begs the obvious follow-up question. Why would any team that could potentially win a Super Bowl want to sign Derek Carr? I mean, you'd have to have no other options out there to bring Derek Carr in. Has never been a Super Bowl quarterback. Derek Carr, a good QB, far from a great one. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You should watch us on our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing, Bob. You can subscribe. Just go there and watch. Go to youtube.com or go to our website, 937thefan.com. It'll send you right there, and then you can take a look at Bob. God, does he look great today. Explain your outfit, if you would, Bob, from head to toe, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I'm into, golf, as you know, and you are too. You have a golf hoodie on or something. We wear those clothes all the time. Yeah. So this hat is a Johnny O hat, a guy who does a lot of good work in terms of clothing lines and shoe lines and everything else they got. And it's a USA hat with a little Johnny O logo in the middle. And the shirt, it's not a shirt, it's a jacket from Lynx Brewing, which is here in Crafton.
Yes.
Lynx Brewing does a lot of beer for all the local country clubs and clubs that want it. And so they have a new brew coming out. And it's a combined beer and coffee in conjunction with Nicholas's Coffee, which is down in Market Square.
There once was a time when I wouldn't have turned down beer and coffee in the same mug, Bob.
Well, it's really good. I've tasted it, and they haven't put it out yet, I don't think, but it's coming out. And it's going to be called Breakfast Ball. What a great name for a...
Limits, have you had a breakfast ball?
No. I just knew that was a Fox TV show that was on for a couple of years that one of Pony's buddies was on, Danny Parkins.
If you have an 8 a.m. tea time and you're craving beer and coffee together, that's it.
How about the shoes, Bob? What do you have on today?
Shoes, some FootJoys. How about you, Joe? Would you please describe your wardrobe?
Just regular jeans and a golf pullover. That's it.
That's it.
And an old pair of sneakers.
Golf stuff goes a long way.
Listen, I made a vow a long time ago that I would work in an industry where I didn't have to wear a suit to work, and I succeeded. If nothing else, I succeeded at that.
I like suits. I like when I have to wear them for television. You don't want to have a suit on every day? Does it make you feel better?
It does. How you dress sometimes can be how you feel. I will say that. I feel good when I'm dressed up. The last time was for our Marconi event over at the casino. And I felt great because I looked great. You look great, you feel great. Do you agree with that, Limits?
I do agree with that.
I was back there during our brief intermission talking to Donnie Football about his wedding. And there's some interesting decisions to be made.
The seating chart.
I hear that you are objecting to being seated near Harry Callis. Is that true?
I never said that.
Okay. Would you have any problem with that?
Sitting near him or sitting next to him?
Next to him.
I'd rather sit next to Sean Myers, but I'm fine sitting next to Harry.
There's a hesitant.
The silence is not good for Harry Callis.
I don't think Harry would want to sit next to me.
Okay, so you two are enemies, or
no, not at all.
Not friendly.
We're friendly. I'm just closer with other producers, like Sean and Joel.
Yeah, I hear
that's why I picked them for my team, and we did that quiz with the PM team.
Right, I hear that, Bob, don't you? But the silence was louder than Cam Hayward saying nothing during Joey Porter ripping Ben.
Yeah, there's a little hesitancy there. So
I just needed to think, Bob. I didn't want to say something wrong.
who would you like to sit next to?
I'd like to sit next to Sean Myers and Joel Nelson
Okay.
if they're both invited and going.
Bob, are you going?
Sadly, no. Donnie invited us. I was very happy to get that, but
Bob?
I have a conflict that night.
A conflict?
I say yes to just about everything, and it sometimes works against me, and this is one of those cases where it does. And I apologize to him.
I was looking forward to breaking bread with you, not to mention dancing.
We got some, I mean, I would have loved to have done it, but I just can't. I gave a commitment, and I had actually forgotten about it until my wife responded yes to Donnie, and then this thing came and reminded me, oh, no, we have an event. I already have my name attached to it. And
that hurts, but I understand.
Joe, could I sit next to you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would like that.
I was hoping that was the case, but then I was told, or at least I heard on, I think, Friday's PM team, they said that it's supposed to be you and your wonderful wife, Pony and his wonderful wife, and Malsey and his wonderful wife,
That
who
would
I have
be
never
great.
met, but I know of some of her
Wonderful
relatives.
person. Yeah, that would be fun.
And who will be your
actually.
guest that night, Austin?
I'm not allowed to invite a guest.
I don't want to get into this again.
Well, sure
Bob.
you can. What better way to impress them than going to Donnie's Football's
I
wedding?
100% agree with that, Bob.
All right,
Connor
1-800 call limits, and
Did you
you
have a good
chance to
Valentine's Day,
go.
Bob?
Yeah, we did.
That was a very nice
My
picture
wife-
that you posted with Lisa.
Oh, thank you.
I have a dentist appointment at 2:30. I just remembered.
Today.
Early dismissal time for Joe?
Carry on. It just hit me.
2:30 is not. Where is it?
At the dentist's office in Fox Chapel Advanced Dental.
All right, that won't
Care.
take you 30 minutes to
Dentistry.
get to. It's a holiday. Nobody's on the road.
I'm not worried about that. I didn't even know I had one until you just said something about Valentine's Day, which is February 14th. And I thought, oh, my God, I have an appointment on February 17th.
See, that's what I do. I forget a lot of
Which
things.
is today.
If I don't write it down, chances are I'm going to need to be reminded.
Today's
And
the 16th, Joe.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. All day.
No, then it's tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go to the Connor Griffin calls, shall we?
All right, here's Anthony in Oakland.
Connor Griffin is the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports right now. We have Keith Law talking about him as the Willie Mays of shortstops and the best prospect since Mike Trout. Should he be brought up? Should he not? Bob emphatically says yes, he's slightly wavering. Limit says emphatically no, although if a new contract came along, he'd change his mind, and I'm in the middle. Where are you, sir?
Hi, Anthony.
Well, if he would have spent more time in the lower minors, then I would probably go along with Bob and the fellas. But some of the greatest Pirates of all time has spent time in the minor leagues, from Bonds and Bonilla and Parker. Some time in the minor leagues, and the won't hurt him.
No,
It won't
I
hurt
agree
him.
with
He's
that. It
coming up
won't.
soon, too.
But it can't be a whole year, though. It can't be anything like that.
No. It might only be a couple weeks. McCutcheon spent, let's see here. Oh, man, he spent a whole year.
lot of time.
He spent a year plus in AAA.
Yes, and but like I said, he hasn't spent a lot of time in the lower minors. I mean, last year at this time, he was down in Florida, so it's not going to hurt the young man. And it's good to see that the Pirates and the organization has finally brought a prospect of this higher magnitude in the team since, as you said, they're calling him Willie Mays shortstop. We haven't had somebody that prominent since Barry Bonds.
Yeah, that's right. For position players, there have been a lot of guys who've had big expectations placed on them, but it's up to him now to make that happen. And I think he has all, from what you can see of him, he's as mature as they come. He's 19 going on 29 in terms of that attitude. He works hard. He's got a great appreciation for the game and the history of the game. So he looks like he's full bore in. So I hope he's up here. If he's not, I understand. I hope if that's the case, it's not here, not down there for a long time.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Limits, do you realize you just saved me from going out to Fox Chapel today? I thought today was the 17th.
Anything I can do to help you, my friend.
I thought Valentine's Day was Friday, but it was Saturday.
It was Saturday.
All right. Cloudy and a high of Mel Blunt, 47. Low of Franco, 32. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house?
Yes.
Yes. Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. Ron actually did. I don't know if it's
Is he on the beach?
Technically, maybe not a beach house, but very near the beach.
Near the beach. He walks to the beach.
Yes, he does.
Brings
walk
his
to
little
the beach.
cooler.
Yep.
Has to go back to refill that cooler because he'll go through those 12 cans in there pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sunscreen, flip-flops, chest hair, back hair.
They match, right? The chest hair and the back hair. Bob, top of the hour. Let's continue because these calls are heating up here on Connor Griffin. But I also have some other questions and observations about the Pirates, including them inviting somebody. And I think this was a great invite by the Pirates. I love this. I'll tell you about this next. 412-927-928-9370. 928-9370. Bob, you have a read with another one of the endorsements you stole from me. Please go ahead.
There's a chance there's going to be more. What are you talking about?
Go ahead,
Come
Bob.
on now.
Bob,
You
it's
talked
your
about.
show.
Hey,
You
you
have all the
talked about.
endorsements.
You wanted to talk about making money and having a beach house. Here's a way to do it. Make some correct bets at DraftKings Casino. That's right, and you can do it this week. You have potentially Canada and USA headed to a gold medal game in hockey. Yeah, they got to get through some other obstacles, but that's the way it's looking right now. Who do you like? What about over and unders on goals in specific games? You can do all of that. Also, would you bet on Connor Griffin being Rookie of the Year? Those odds all available to you at DraftKings Casino because it's a new year and stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino await. Blast off for free chance at 5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. You can log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits. You'll get spins and a whole lot more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slot games, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours, baby, in partnership with DraftKings Casino. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings, Incorporated.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, big day for Team USA women's hockey. They will play against Sweden in the Olympic semifinal. There's a chance that there will be a rematch against Team Canada in the championship game, and Team USA has already defeated the Canadians 5-0 in the Olympics. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Home security isn't just about break-ins anymore. With Guardian Protection, every home security package now includes full protection from intrusion, fire, and water. For a limited time, get a free water and freeze sensor with any Guardian home security package. That means added protection from leaks, frozen pipes, and costly water damage at no extra charge. Don't wait for a problem to happen. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkDrunk.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So Team USA women's hockey playing against Sweden later today. The United States men wait in the quarterfinal. They will play on Wednesday. It's another late puck drop for Team USA, a 9-10 puck drop, as they will wait bracket play to play out. Team USA is the number 2 seed in the finishing round playoff of the tournament. Canada, number 1 seed, so could be a collision course. Team USA versus Team Canada, what everybody expects for the gold. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and it's back to Bomb and Joe.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Bob. I promised a 6-pack of Pirate questions, the first full day workout. I'm going to be in Florida over the weekend. Should I bop up to Bradenton, maybe play some golf? Can you get me on a course and maybe stop by the Pirates?
You're packing an awful lot into just a couple of days because you're going to fly down Friday, right?
Maybe Thursday.
Oh.
But who's counting? Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can do a lot of stuff down there.
Yes, I can, and I will.
You have tee times already planned, I assume, right?
Yes, I do, and I will.
Okay. Well, why do you need me to set something up if you already have tee times planned?
Because I'll cancel one, go see the Pirates, and play on a better course that you set me up on.
Okay.
Limits? Does that sound reasonable?
I have one.
That sounds like something you do.
I have one. I have one for you, but I will check it out to see if it's available.
Thank you, Bob.
You have to play with a couple of people, but that's fine.
Of course. Now, Alex over at Naples Country Club, which is an unbelievable place. I feel bad contacting him to try to play again. Should I feel bad or should I contact him again?
You just did, and you knew it. He's listening. So now you just contacted him without ever having to call that number.
See, you know.
I know what game you're playing.
Now, he's a wonderful man. Remember, we FaceTimed you from the course.
He is. He's a really good golfer, too.
Yes, he is.
And a very smart person.
That place.
Son's going to Pitt to play football. He's got a lot of things going on.
That place was like being on another planet. It was like playing golf in some heavenly realm. I mean, it was crazy.
Well, they got some great places down there. The
none,
one I'm
none
thinking
better
about
than Naples Country Club, I can tell you that.
Bradenton is called Concession.
I'll make that concession to play there, Bob. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. I'll tell you this much. The grilled cheese was to die for at Naples Country Club, too.
Well, grilled cheese, you can't. To me, that's one of my favorite sandwiches.
And they had kind where it's lightly buttered, toasted, in the frying pan. The whole grilled cheese is put together and then put in a little light butter on a pan. Do you know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah.
So it comes out light and buttery and toasty and crispy. Yes, I did get some tomato soup.
Oh, that's, for whatever reason, that combination works all the time.
Incredible. Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So the first question is the one you raised, Bob. Does the Jack Sawinski designated for assignment today mean anything in regards to Andrew McCutchen? I don't think so, but it sounds like you might.
No, I don't think so either. I'm just wondering. If you look at their outfield configuration, who they have out there, not that he would play outfield, but if they believe they have a shortage of, clutch bats off the bench, could it be? I don't know. It struck me that Jack Sawinski wasn't going to make the team no matter what, and he didn't. But I also thought they would somehow make a way for him to be on there, and since they have not, maybe that opens up a door that we didn't see possibly being open. I don't know. I'm just talked around in circles right there. So the likely answer is no, but I wonder.
Well, I just don't think to me, the key to a McCutchen return, it would have to come during the season if he kept himself in shape, and if he wanted that, if he's not too ticked off at them at this point. And it would be in relation to Ozuna more than anything else. I mean, you can't have 2 mid to late 30 guys who can't play defense on your roster.
Correct.
You can only have one who are both right-handed hitters, I might add, and that one is Ozuna. So I just, regardless of what happens with Suwinski, I was reading about the password the other day. Can you say his name again, Limits?
Stinson
Garcia.
Garcia.
23 years old.
He's an interesting prospect. He really is. What if he makes the team? I just don't see this as affecting the McCutchen situation at all. Do you, Limits?
Maybe slightly, but I think it's more so to make a roster spot for Marcell Ozuna on the active roster because they haven't formally announced him yet and on the 40. Right. So it's just kind of Sawinski's kind of the, collateral to what happens when you formally bring on Ozuna.
All right. Question number 2. Jason Mackey with an interesting story. Him and Gormy the Owl have both sat down with Henry Davis in recent days on changes to his approach. And Mackey's contention is because Davis works so hard to make himself a better defender, quote, we should trust him to become a better hitter. I'm sorry, but if hard work was the primary factor in becoming a better hitter, there would be tons and tons, or becoming a really good hitter, there would be tons of those, Bob. I don't know that somebody working on their defense translates to, oh, yeah, if I work harder, I'll become a better hitter. I just think there's more to it than simply hard work. Now, I'm not saying he won't be a better hitter. It would be hard not to be. But is he ever going to become an impact player? I don't think so. Offensively,
I'm not going to.
I don't think so. Offensively, I won't rule it out either.
Yeah, I'm not going to rule it out because he's done the one thing I don't think most people thought he could do, which was handle defensive catching. He wasn't known necessarily for that. He came up here. They did everything in their power to keep him away from that position. Played him in right field and occasionally a DH. So now he's taken that first step. Can he take another? What if he does? And not necessarily
it would be significant. It would be fabulous for them.
Let's say he becomes a 250 hitter who hits 15 to 18 home runs. As a catcher, I'll take that every single day of the week.
I'm just not sure, as I said, that hard, because he made himself a better defender through working hard, that translates to the offensive side of the game. The baseball's littered with really good defenders who aren't good hitters. And it's not like he's struggled at the plate. He's disintegrated. He's basically a pitcher hitting right now. I do like the fact that Davis comes out and admits it. He basically says, listen, I was a 500 OPS guy. That's the first thing on my mind. He's got to be better than that. I just don't know if the work ethic translates offensively. Otherwise, how many great hitters? I mean, Michael McHenry worked hard as a hitter, right? And he had some moments. Maybe this guy definitely has more physical tools. I just think there's something more to it than simply work to be a really good hitter.
But he's going to be pushed here, too, by Rafael Flores, who comes in with high expectations. So, I mean, again, I'm not going to rule it out. Have I been disappointed? Sure.
Are you confident? Like right now, what would you project Henry Davis's offensive season to be?
Well, what I may expect and what I see are probably two different things. My expectation would be, like I said, 250, 15 home runs. Is that asking too much? Probably.
That would be unbelievable. That would be, what did he hit last year, Limits?
He hit
170?
Yeah, he hit low. So let's say he gets up even at, let's say, 200. If he could somehow have the pop that comes with 15 home runs as a catcher, I'll take that for now and see if he can gradually get better in time. He's still young enough to do it.
Definitely. And I'm open to it. I'm just highly concerned, and I've heard about swing changes and stance changes and things like that before with him and plenty of other guys. Mackey has a 1 + 1 = 2 equation here, and he could be right. He writes, as a minor league prospect, the rub on Davis was he couldn't catch. So he worked and worked on his defense, exhausting every available option until he found success there. And now we're going to doubt his ability to hit? Yeah, I am going to doubt his ability to hit based on everything I've seen. And I hope I'm wrong because I love this kid's attitude and I love his work ethic. I hope I'm wrong. But yes, I am going to severely doubt his ability to hit limits.
Well, he was drafted as a hitter and rushed through the minors. That's kind of one thing I worry about with Griffin. Like, Davis was brought up so quickly because of his bat, and then we saw how badly his bat played. So there's something in there. And hopefully these necessary changes that Davis has made and the harsh reality that he is even just putting out there in the media is a realization of that, where I just feel like probably 230, Bob, 10-plus home runs, maybe 40 RBIs would be a good bounce back up for him.
I think that one of the problems with baseball players is the ability to hit off-speed pitches, hit breaking pitches. And I'm not sure hard work leads to that. Like O'Neal Cruz, and I think Marte always had that problem. And Davis has that problem. It's almost like you either have a knack for recognizing that and being able to deal with it, or you don't. It feels like with a lot of guys. And it looks to me like he doesn't. And I don't know that 8 million at-bats and changing his stance will change that. I hope it does. I truly do. Man, if he becomes the hitter he was anything close to in AAA in college, if that ever translates, then he'll be an all-star catcher.
Yeah. And also, he'll one day be the answer to a big-time trivia question. Who is the only batter to hit 2 home runs in one game off Shohei Ohtani? And it's Henry Davis.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that? But that goes to show you the potential that's in there. It's just a matter of trying to figure out how he does it consistently. But so far, he hasn't done it.
I mean, yes, last year he hit 167, the year before 144. It's just not getting appreciably better. His on-base percentage got worse. Let's hope so, because that would be transformative for the Pirates. How do you think that catcher situation plays out?
I don't know.
Is Joey Bart in the mix here, or does he get dealt?
I think he's in the mix for now, but that may change. If they have these high expectations for Flores that he could come in and, be the second catcher, he and Davis together, if that's how it's going to be. And I think Davis is on this roster because of his relationship with Skeens and other pitchers. He handles them well. They prefer him. It could be Bart's traded at some point. You're not going to carry 3 of those guys. And I don't know if Flores, as he pans out to be a AAA player this year or not.
Next question. This was raised by our friend Austin Bechtold. Bob, are you ready for this one? I think it's a good one. Is Ben Cherington changing our mind on him, on Ben Cherington? I think all 3 of us, I feel very confident. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Feel like Cherington should have been gone with Derek Shelton, and we said so at the time.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Now Connor Griffin with the 9th pick. Could be one of the great picks in Pirate history if all this turns out. He picked Skeens over Dylan Cruz. If you go back and you look, a lot of people. I went back and looked at a poll on MLB.com of their writers and baseball observers, and more than half thought that the Pirates would take Cruz. That was a legitimate
and it wasn't that
debate.
easy, right? And
it was a
he
legit debate.
Made the right call.
And then some of the signings now. Are we changing our mind on Ben Cherington, Bob?
Well, you say the signings. I mean, the trade for Lau to me is going to be a big one.
The acquisitions, I should say.
That deal more than any of these other ones is going to make me think, okay, and then what they do after it. And the problem is we're tying him into Bob Nutting. And by that I mean, if he has a budget that he cannot exceed because he just can't exceed it, he's being very much handcuffed if he wants to make a bigger move. So working within the parameters of what he has to deal with, we really don't know what that is. But if it is what we think it is, it's tough to be a GM that way. It really is, because you only have so much money to spend. So
which makes it even more incumbent to spend it wisely. And I've called him the worst GM in Pittsburgh sports history. But I have to say, you win with stars, and if you just got a generational talent with the 9th pick,
that changes a lot.
And if they win this year, I'm more than happy to alter my opinion on Ben Cherington.
Well, you're right. He picked Skeens. He picked Griffin. He also picked Davis. We've been talking about Davis as a 1-1. Chandler, too. That's a good, well, we'll see how that goes, but I like that pick. There's going to be hits and misses all the way. I don't care who you are, what sport you are as a GM, but it's ultimately a bottom line business. The results have to be the number one issue that you deal with.
Yeah.
And forget all the other things that go with it. Forget the roster, what you can do with the roster based on your limited amount of time, money you can spend. You still have to figure out ways to do it. And if you don't, the bottom line is what you are. And right now they've been a perennial last place team. Hopefully this year that changes.
I was kind of hoping that the situation with Cherington would have been that he drafts and develops partly some of these pieces for the next general manager to be able to take over that can finally put it all together. So my thoughts on him have changed a little bit to the positive end. I like what they've done this offseason. I wonder how much of a nudge there might have been from the Major League Baseball to have that happen. But yeah, I'm thinking a lot highly of Cherington now compared to previously. Not great. I'm not forgetting the past 6 years, though. I'm not erasing that.
Me neither. And it's incumbent on him to win now. It is. It's time. This is the year. The Vegas odds makers still don't believe it, Bob, which leads to my next question. You raised some eyebrows, even amid Caballi's, his buzz killing. That's what he's good at with the Pirates. And he's,
he throws cold water, a pool of water.
He's always right.
He thinks they're going to be last place again, I think, based on.
Bob, you said 92 wins. I said, will you go on the record? And then you said no.
Kidding.
You said no. You were kidding.
But I will say.
What will you say right now?
I will say mid-80s and a wild card spot. That's what I think they're capable of doing. If, a lot of ifs here, if this pitching staff is what I think it can be, and that includes Chandler, that includes, Keller being what he's been for, largely most half of seasons, keeping them in games, getting a lot of innings.
Yeah.
That also includes Ashcraft living up to it and Jared Jones coming back from injury. There are a lot of ifs there, but the potential is largely there. So I think this will be the one year that I think they'll get in as a second wild card. I'm hoping for that because I want to see some legitimate baseball down the stretch.
I say 85 wins and a wild card. Do you like that, Limits?
I do, because I went on, I think it was Wednesday, first day of pitchers and catchers, and said 83 to 85. If they make one more necessary move, it'll be 85, and I think they'll make that move, and they'll sneak into the final wild card.
Funny you should say that, oh Limitless Wonder, because my next question is, Bob, if a trade came up for an established third baseman right now, and Mitch Keller was the trade bait, would you do it?
Describe the third baseman I'll be getting.
All the guys people have been talking about. Give me some names.
Paredes, Mark
Vientos. The third base equivalent of Mitch Keller.
Yeah, I'd do it.
So
because
would I.
You're going to get that money away, bring the same money back, but the problem is you're weakening probably your strength, and that's the thing that until Jarrett Jones gets back into this, I'm not sure they have enough in the starting pitching to lose a Keller and still be good at it.
I think you could find a veteran to approximate what he's given you. I honestly do. I think he's.
And there are a lot of them out there still.
Yeah.
The Tyler Andersons of the world, they're waiting.
City game?
No, at this point I would not, because of what they've done with their depth. If they still had Oviedo and Burrows, I would feel a lot better about it. Or if they traded Keller for a third baseman earlier in the offseason and kept one of those other two names. But now I think it would significantly deplete their depth and their strength in their starting rotation, where now you have two question marks in the rotation, not the one of who's the fifth starter. You know who the top four are going to be.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You want to weigh in on any and all of our Pirate topics so far, you can call that 412-928-9370. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can also join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry, Saturday, February 21st, 1 to 4 p.m. Support Youth Sports. 10% of sales will support the Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. That leads to my final question, Bob. It's more of an observation, I must admit. Man, I was reading about A.J. Burnett and them inviting him as a spring training guest. I don't know if this means anything tangible. It's just something that's good and positive and maybe helpful for people. And I love the sight of him. The photos I saw today working with these pitchers. That guy, I think, had a profound impact, even aside from his pitching. I know it was mostly pitching. And maybe it's delusional to say that he had this huge impact other than his high level of pitching. But it felt that way. He felt like an emotional sort of, what's the word? An emotional, what's the word, Bob? You switch from being basically brain dead for 20 years to totally energized for 3. A weather vane, a lightning rod, an emotional lightning rod. That's what he was. He helped change the culture here the second that he showed up with his attitude. Yes, his pitching was 10 million times more important than that, but he was A.J. blanking Burnett, and there's something to be said for that, and I'm glad the guy is at spring training.
So am I. I think he's an alpha dog, and what that means, if you're talking about some of these younger guys, they all have that alpha gene in them. I think it starts with Paul Skeens. He doesn't need to hear necessarily from A.J. Burnett. But guys like Jared Jones, who still has that confident alpha mentality, he can benefit by talking to a guy who not only pitched very well, but he had the attitude, he had the want to, he had the desire, the passion. Those things are very important to hear from someone who's done it. I think a guy like Ashcraft, who seems a little bit more laid back, he could maybe be that guy who said, man, whatever he's telling me, I'm going to try it. I'm going to use it to my advantage. So I think that's a great move, too. He is a beloved kind of figure with the Pirates. Maybe not so much at the end of the Yankees career. When he came here, he was the guy, the missing piece they needed from an emotional point of view, too. So.
And I was very interested to read that he's been in contact with these guys a lot through their careers, like Jared, and they obviously know who he is. Jared Jones was completely pumped to meet this guy. And when other players have been injured, for example, over the years, like Jared Jones, A.J. Burnett checks in with them from time to time, Bob. I think that means a lot. I do.
Absolutely it does. And again, they know him. They've watched him. He's one of those guys they probably look to and say, I want that guy. I want that mentality. And you have a chance to spend some time with him, discuss things, get in his head a little bit. I think all of that is important. If you believe, the pregame speeches of football coaches, if you believe in between period conversations with, hockey coaches and their players, and they bring in special guests from time to time who talk to them, try to motivate them. Teams in March Madness do it all the time. John Calipari will bring in some big-name guy to get and I think it does have an effect. I really do.
Yeah, I saw where Mitch Keller, for example, was really excited to see him. And also, as Jason Mackey wrote, when Keller was at his lowest, Burnett reached out with a few encouraging words. I think that's really cool that he's been in touch all along, and now he's where he belongs, which is Pirate City.
He should be an assistant pitching coach. Like, they should hire him. I don't know if he want the job or not.
Yeah, I agree, but I think Mackey said he's got so many things going on.
Yeah.
Family guy, likes his time. But I would put the invite out.
Man, the just alpha that you guys were talking about that Burnett brought to the mound, and the way when he came back in 2015 that he was received and how well he pitched, he would be the perfect fit starter on this year's team. Perfect fit starter.
Bob, do you like beef jerky? I've suddenly become addicted.
No.
Really?
No,
I never liked it. And now these
now that you're a coach, you're looking for different kinds of things to
little shots of protein. and a little beef jerky stick limits. Do you eat those?
Beef jerky stick?
Yeah.
No.
It's unbelievable
I've had
how
it
good
before,
they are.
But they are really good.
And they come in a million different flavors.
Do you like to get one of those like big bags of jerky?
No, I get the little ones with just the sticks in them.
Yeah. I like the big bag of jerky, Bob.
I don't like jerky.
They're expensive, though. Jerky is very expensive.
My nephew makes turkey jerky, and he kills the turkeys to start with, Bob.
What?
Yeah. They live out in the country, out in DuBois, right around there.
So what is the key to making a jerky out of a turkey?
To have your own. To have your own.
I mean, do you have to?
You got to have your own smokehouse. They have a smokehouse up there.
Okay.
Where do they find these turkeys? Like, are they wild turkeys that just roam around in the yard? Do you ever see wild turkeys, Bob?
Yes, of course they are. Limits. He goes turkey hunting.
Where are the wild turkeys now? Do you think they're hibernating? I haven't seen one in months.
Turkeys hibernate?
I don't know. I haven't seen any.
Bob?
I don't know. I've seen them on the golf course. They get angry. And if you go near them, they're going to come after you.
Yeah, wild turkeys.
Right.
Hold on a second.
I see them all the time.
That's
and
the
like
name of a drink, too. Did you know that?
Wild
Did you ever
turkey?
try out a wild
No,
turkey?
it says AI. Turkeys do not hibernate, Limits. Instead, wild turkeys are tough, non-migratory birds that stay active in their habitat throughout the winter.
Well, maybe they were just covered up in the snow.
Ask them if they're aggressive.
They rely on finding food such as seeds, nuts, and berries. Did you know they were vegetarians, Bob?
No.
He thought turkeys hibernated.
I asked the question.
This is
I wasn't
unbelievable.
sure.
What do turkeys eat on Thanksgiving?
Where would they go? How would they eat? They're not bears, right?
They're not flying south for the winter or anything, but are they?
That would be a long
They finding
flight.
a
Wear 'em
comfortable,
out.
a comfortable little space where the turkeys can just lie down and
Well, it's interesting you say that. This says turkeys will roost out of the snow whenever possible.
Ooh, they'll roost.
During severe storms, they'll stay in trees, sheltering themselves from the weather. They're smart, Bob, aren't they, turkeys? I mean, they're not that smart because they're on our Thanksgiving tables every year.
No, they can't outrun people. That's the problem. They they got the smarts. They don't have the athletic ability to stay away from all the problems there are in the turkey world.
I always feel bad for the turkeys when I see them, Bob.
This is what happens when we go down these rabbit holes. Oh, turkey holes. We start saying things we don't know what we're saying.
Sometimes they're in my yard. We have deer that are in the yard that will be right by the pool all the time. I came home on Saturday, and there were 10 deer just right next to the pool, and they were just looking at me. And I'm probably as far as Bob and I, 20 feet away.
Yeah, I don't like that feeling.
And
We
they're
run
just
into
all
them.
looking at me.
Right.
So I wave to them and I talk to them, and then I walk inside.
We had a fox in our neighborhood. What are we doing here? We live in Green Tree. I think of a fox. I think I'm in the mountains of I don't know where, Siberia or somewhere. not off Green Tree Road. How is a fox living here, Limits?
Over the summer, there's a
coyote
hawk.
out there,
I know there's coyotes right out here.
I know that. That's, sometimes you run
Where are we? Where are in Arizona somewhere?
They're being driven out of every, all the people building stuff. They don't have anywhere to
every
go.
time I go out at night to bring out the garbage or walk my dog, I'm thinking I'm going to get attacked by a coyote or a fox in Green Tree.
Would a coyote attack you? I don't think they would
If he
attack
was
you.
hungry, I don't know.
No.
Or angry or
Do
hurt. I don't know.
I don't think they attack. They will,
They'll
defend
attack
themselves.
Bailey. You got to be careful with Bailey.
Well,
Yeah, because
dogs.
Bailey will bark at him. And then we're both dead by a coyote in Green Tree. How is this possible? How do they live, Limits?
Well, you
By
got to be
eating
careful about
turkeys.
those raccoons, too.
Yeah, especially the ones that are
Raccoons,
rabid.
I get. They're everywhere.
Oh.
What are we going to see next? A polar bear? What is going on here, Bob?
Can you imagine if a cheetah appeared in Bob's yard? Joe would
There's
freak out.
coyotes in Green Tree? Come on. But they are. And I saw
They're
my
out
neighbor
there.
took a picture of a fox.
What is more dangerous, a fox or a coyote?
I don't know.
I think a coyote.
Those foxes.
We also have a hawk sometimes, once every couple of summers, that will soar around the house because we have a lot of trees.
Do you have woodpeckers?
I've had woodpeckers before, yeah.
Okay.
You should take Mulsey's Blue Chews if that's the problem.
Muffin gets very upset with the hawk. She'll
Yeah, you
bark
don't
at
want
the
Muffin
hawk.
taking off.
No, because they
Muffin
can
can't
swoop
be-
down and pick you up and
Yes,
never,
When Bailey was little, I worried it was me like the Wizard of Oz, where something swooped down and just took him away.
If you're not paying attention, that can happen. They're quick.
Muffin is never out there by herself, always accompanied by an adult.
What would you do if some sort of flying bird swooped down and picked up Muffin? What's your next move?
Well, after I finish crying, I would probably try to
you run
shoot the
after
bird.
it?
Or I'd just throw rocks at it. I don't know.
I've thought
I'd be
about
so
that. What do you
ticked
do
off,
then?
I don't know what I would do.
Yeah.
Honestly,
There's
that's
really
why
no way to chase that down.
That's why whenever I saw the hawk before, I would stand right next to Muffin so that nothing would happen. And then if the hawk came by, I would just start swinging at it.
And they said
As if I
Valor was
a
dead,
boxer.
Bob.
You thought about you thought so, Bob. No, no. There's a lot of love in this punch right here, Bob.
Coming up next, the Limitless Express.
With breaking NFL news. Big breaking NFL news.
Wait, you're overselling this big. You said big about Sawinski. I wouldn't think that was that
This is
big.
bigger than Sawinski.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Are
All
we
right.
thinking about the same thing, Bob?
No, I don't even know.
I don't even want to know. I'm not going to look. I want to be surprised.
I want to be surprised too. I'll be surprised.
Then at the top of the hour, yet another ex-Steeler going after Ben. What is this, the new sport in town? This is just getting weird. Cloudy? No, it's not time for weather, but it is cloudy. Pump and Joe.
Cloudy.
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 Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Team USA Women's Hockey playing against Sweden. Game live right now in Milan. Cortina, the Olympic Games, 25th Olympics. 1-0 lead for Team USA over Sweden. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 73 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
2 years ago, Minnesota Timberwolves star guard Anthony Edwards pissed a lot of people off by shooting left-handed at the skills competition on All-Star Saturday night, drawing criticism from legends of the NBA and current players in the league. Ant-Man stepped up in a big way on Sunday night, winning All-Star Game MVP. That maturity from Anthony Edwards and his desire to play well helped the All-Star Game be great. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Your best President's Day deal is at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, and we've got them. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $10,000 off or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. Outlander Sports take up to $5,000 off or just 2.99% financing for 60 months. All backed by that unbeatable warranty. The Mitsu that fits you is right here in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
When my furnace went out last winter, I got a little panicky, but I called my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. Dorn Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. They came prepared. They handled the issue. They handled the furnace replacement. Since then, they've done sewer camera inspections, hydrojetting, the works. Here's what I love. Family-owned since 1947, certified techs who are not paid on commission. No pressure, just honest fixes. Call 412-431-7455 or go to their website, southsideplumb.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cloudy with snow showers this afternoon, the high 30.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant. Yes, we've reached that point in the show, Bob. It's time for the Limitless Express. Why don't you put out a shout and tell all aboard? Imagine this at Penn Station. You could have done this, Bob. You could have been the voice at a train station. All aboard! Let's go with the Limitless Express.
That will definitely be added into the introduction. Thank you, Bob.
What do we got?
Bob, could I interest you in a wide receiver that is available on the market now? According to Adam Schefter, Miami is releasing 8-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Tyreek Hill. He will turn 32 at the start of next month, recovering from a dislocated knee and a torn ACL. But he's going to be a free agent. If you're the Steelers, do you sign him?
For me, it would be a no. I would prefer getting somebody in the draft who could be young, aggressive, come in and play, and also there are other free agents out there. So I would probably say no to that. Joe? Hard no to this. A dislocated knee and a torn ACL, and he's going to be 32. I mean, some of the off-the-field stuff with him has been pretty bad, but listen, if I think it's okay that the Pirates have Ozuna, then that part of it, I guess, if he was still Tyreek Hill, I'd have to overlook and say, listen, if he's available to work, then I guess, given their dire straits, I'd sign him. This is more about football. I want to go young here and draft a receiver and develop a guy and look elsewhere. This is a hard no. Limits. You?
I would be interested in what it's going to cost. If it's a 1-year deal because Miami is still going to be on the books for a decent amount of his contract, I believe. If it's only going to be a minimum deal or a $5 million deal for Hill, maybe even 10, I would consider it. But only as my wide receiver 3. He should not answer the wide receiver 2 problems for the Steelers.
I just think it's, as Joe said, there are too many things that I don't like about how his career has unfolded. Certainly, he was terrific during his prime. When you make 8-time Pro Bowl and we put up the kind of numbers and speed he put up, especially with Patrick Mahomes, which got him to Miami, that's fine. But I don't think you're getting this version of him. So I'm not, especially with all these injuries piling up. I think I would rather go younger and try to figure out in a very deep draft for wide receivers where my next move would be. And there are also other free agent guys out there who I think could be more productive than him. Next.
All right. Next up on the docket, Bob Smizik, your former colleague, Joe. Were you at the Post-Gazette at the same time as Mr. Smizik?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Bob was already done, but I certainly got to know Bob quite well. Over the years, covering many different events at the same time he was.
So he put this out there on Twitter. Is the Baseball Hall of Fame in Andrew McCutchen's future? He should be. And he compared his numbers, McCutchen's, to Dave Parker's, where McCutchen has a better overall WAR, wins above replacement, 49 to 40. McCutchen has a higher career OPS, OPS plus, and is 7 home runs shy of matching Parker's total. Joe, I know you've thought McCutchen is probably not a Hall of Famer. Am I starting to sway you with the power of Smizik's rhetoric?
I mean, certainly when Bob, who is the ultimate logician, Bob, is that someone who engages in logic all the time?
Yes. He is very good at this, too.
If you would have asked me before those numbers were presented what I thought of, and they're both great players, McCutchen for a very short time, Parker for, I think, a longer time. I mean, the guy was 39 getting MVP votes with Milwaukee, I believe, or Oakland at the age of 39. I would say that Dave Parker was a better player than Andrew McCutchen when they were both at the height of their powers. I think that's unquestionably true. He had a cannon arm. How many homers did he hit? He had 1 year of 30. Parker he had 1 year of 30, but then later in his career, 34, 31. He was the ultimate five-tool player. Let me think about this now, Limits. Now I'm starting to think about this. Parker, at the height of his powers, was a better player unquestionably than McCutchen.
I do agree with that.
I bet you Bob would agree with that,
What
too.
is the career batting average? Because Dave Parker had a really good one by today's standards. It was like
290.
Career?
Yeah, but he played.
What's
at
McCutchen's
40
career?
years old.
McCutchen's career is 271.
Okay.
All right.
And that number's been tanking because of his last couple of years where he's just hit for a really low average.
Can you look up McCutchen's career numbers Limits, and
Yeah,
then
I
I'll
got it.
match them with Parker's. Are we ready?
Yes.
Home runs.
332.
That surprises me. 339 for Parker. Okay. Stolen bases.
220 for McCutchen.
Holy ostrich milk, Bob. 154 for Parker.
I never looked at Parker as a stolen base guy, though. And still, for his size, 154
No, I was
is
just
not
curious. I mean, he had a couple years of 20 stolen bases. Like I said, he was the ultimate five-tool guy. Slugging, career.
Career slugging for McCutchen, 457.
471 for Parker.
Kind of close.
Kind of.
What's next?
OPS.
822.
810 for Parker.
Wow, McCutchen in a higher OPS.
Runs.
1290.
1272.
Wow.
Hits.
2266.
2712. So
That's
almost
huge.
500 more hits.
Yeah.
Although, again, for me, it's this. No Hall of Fame for me is a cumulative thing. It's how great was the player. Now look on Andrew McCutchen's page and tell me how many his baseball reference page, and in the far right-hand corner, you'll see how many years he got MVP votes. How many different years did McCutchen get MVP votes?
So McCutchen finished third in 2012. He won it in 2013. He was third in 2014. He was fifth in 2015.
That's a great run.
So those
Huge
are
run.
those are the years. 5 years of MVP votes or four?
Four.
Okay, Parker had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's your deciding vote right there if you have to pick one over the other, right?
To me, Parker was the better player. I think Bob would admit to that as well. I think he would. I don't want to speak for Bob Smizik. Perhaps we could have him on the show. But he has raised my eyebrows. McCutchen's best home run year, how many?
It would have been, I mean, his was not known really as a home run guy, but 31 in 2012 was the total number.
How many times did he get 30?
That was it.
That was it one time.
That was
Okay,
the only
Parker
year.
got 30, 34, 31, so 3 different times. Not a huge difference. His high RBIs for McCutchen was what?
Was only 96 that 2012 year as well. And he also matched that in 2015.
So he never got 100 RBIs.
Correct.
Parker did 5 different times, including 125. He led the league as a 34-year-old in Cincy.
Cincinnati year, that was amazing what he was able to do over there.
How many batting titles for McCutchen?
None.
2 for Parker. So
How many
Parker's
walks did Parker have? McCutchen had 1183.
683. And walks.
Wow.
So, I mean.
That had to have helped McCutchen's on base comparing the two.
Yes. And he had a good eye. There's no question. Parker against left-handers sometimes was like a fish out of water, swinging at Steve Carlton stuff in the dirt.
How many gold gloves for McCutchen?
He has just one.
So, I mean, you're talking about a guy with 2 batting titles, 3 gold gloves, MVP votes in, what'd we say, 9 different years. We're talking about a better player, period.
How many Silver Sluggers did Parker win?
Silver Sluggers?
I don't think they had that back then.
Did they even have
Really?
that?
No, I don't think so. That was-
McCutchen won 4, 5-time
I
All-Star.
bet you if you had to do it during his day, he'd have 9.
How much do you think the Clemente Award is going to factor in for McCutchen?
7 All-Stars for Parker. Parker was the better player, period. How many 200-hit seasons for McCutchen?
None. 194 is the most he topped out at in 2012.
Parker had 215 one year. He's just the better player. Now, the cumulative stats are interesting. They are. But Parker was the better player with the better case, period, in my mind.
Yeah, I agree with that. And honestly, if you just, without telling me anything about these numbers we've just discussed, if you just said, off the top of your head, Parker or McCutchen, who's a better player, I'd say Parker. And that's no disrespect to McCutchen. It's just that Parker was doing things at a time when they really needed his bat to be what it was to become a championship team in the 70s.
I think McCutchen's consistency also pretty significant. Like when he played for Philadelphia, 27 home runs in 2021.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good number as a
he's an all-time guy
34-year-old.
for the Pirates. There's no question about
now
that.
Consider that as a 34-year-old.
34.
As a 34-year-old in Cincy, Parker led the league in doubles with 42, led the league in RBIs with 125, and hit 34 home runs and batted .312 and finished second as the MVP.
So then why do you think the numbers are so close on a lot of different categories?
How many years for McCutchen?
First of all,
17 for McCutchen.
You talked about the walks. That definitely influences the on-base
The walks
percentage.
help with the on-base, yeah. But still, like the home runs are very close. McCutchen played 62 games so far. That's if he doesn't play in 18th
so
year.
Parker played about 240 more games. But I think I've demonstrated that he has the better resume, have I not?
Yeah.
Yes,
How much do you value WAR? Wins above replacement. McCutchen was an 8-WAR player in 2013.
I don't even see that here on Baseball Reference.
And
I don't even
overall,
see the
his
WAR
career,
category.
I bet, was better, too. He had a better WAR than Dave Parker.
Far
I
left
bet.
side, Joe, right by where it says what league they played in. Right in between league and game.
All right. Well,
It's not an end-all, be-all stat for me, but it's a curious one.
Here's a key factor. It's hard to have a huge WAR, and I know McCutchen was a DH in these last 3 years, I think, of his career. But
when he was in
Parker was a
Milwaukee,
DH. Well, Parker was only a DH 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but he had minus WARs every year, even though he was still hitting. I don't know.
Yeah, no
I guess I don't.
value.
I don't. To me, tell me about batting titles, MVP votes, 200 hit seasons, years leading the league in different categories, Gold Gloves 3-1. Let's talk about all of that.
I agree that Parker's the better player, but I think the question also here is that it's an enhancement for McCutchen for where he should be considered for the Hall of Fame. Like, I don't know if he'll ever get in on the writer's ballot, but maybe a committee will put him in at some point down the line,
Maybe.
like Parker was.
Yeah, I don't think-
Parker was snubbed for a long time.
For sure. I mean,
Yeah, I hate to see when people go in posthumously. I
don't think McCutchen's a Hall of Famer myself. I think he's a borderline
I think he's
case.
borderline. I think we've both thought that for a long time. Borderline Hall of Famer.
Now, it's
Certainly one of the best in the history of the franchise.
Now, go look at Harold Baines. Go look up Harold Baines' numbers, Limitless
He's
Wonder.
also the guy we go to all the time when you want to compare.
He got in, and how did he get in?
That was a Veterans Committee.
It was a
that put
Veterans
him in.
Committee vote. Here's a guy who was a 289 hitter. He did have 384 home. I don't want to get into all the numbers
No,
again.
but your point is well
He's a-
taken. That it took him a while, but his numbers do not.
No, he was
match
never
up.
higher than 9th in the MVP vote, Bob.
No, he never
Right.
won a Gold Glove. He only won a Silver Slugger once. He never won MVP.
He never hit 30
No,
homers.
and that
Come
opens
on.
the door for people like McCutchen, because if you ever
Yes,
make
it does.
a case,
Yes, it does.
This is the case you'll choose.
Right. That was an unwise choice based on longevity, 22-year career where he was a really good player.
He had 103 RBIs at 40 years old playing for Baltimore and Cleveland in 99. That's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
In 135 games, Bob.
Next. Or are we done?
I have one very short thing to bring up.
Please.
So NBC Sports PR put out the local ratings leaders for the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think Pittsburgh fell?
Probably 2, 3.
Wait, the
they're
local
always-
ratings leader among all
Pittsburghers-
markets?
Among all markets in the country.
Pittsburghers love the Olympics.
Where do you think
I've seen that
Pittsburgh fell?
before in local ratings.
Well, there's also Crosby and hockey and
yeah, but they love figure skating more than anything else. And
Yeah,
figure skating,
bobsled, luge.
but figure skating and downhill are the two most
I'll say 7th.
televised. No, it's higher. It has to be higher than that.
Limits?
Wrong, Joe. Third. The top was Fort Myers. We got a lot of Ron watching.
Was
the
watching.
Olympics.
Ron.
Talk radio, my man.
He took that
You're a
portable
pathetic
television
person, you
to
know
the
that?
beach.
Fort Myers tied with, not a surprise here, Minneapolis, because we know
Wait
how
a
much
second.
Minnesota loves.
I didn't even know Fort Myers was a U.S. market.
Apparently it is.
Yeah, it is. Why wouldn't you think that?
14.9 the rating. Pittsburgh.
Wait a second here. So when we're looking at U.S. television markets, we have New York, L.A., Boston, Minneapolis, Phoenix, Indianapolis, and Fort Myers?
Yes.
Apparently Fort Myers.
Okay, that's new to me.
So
Maybe I'm just ignorant here. I never
When
considered
you fly into Fort Myers, do you go into Fort Myers or Naples?
Fort Myers.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I consider them a major U.S. television
Do you
market.
consider Naples to be a major U.S. television
No,
market?
I don't.
Okay. Because it's part of the Fort Myers DMA.
Okay, I'm going to look up
extends-
U.S. television
DMA.
markets top 50.
It's not in the top 50, I don't think.
Okay, that's why I guess I didn't think of it.
But that shows you how
I
many
see
people
New York, L.A., Chicago, Dallas, Philly, Houston, Atlanta, D.C., Boston,
Right.
San Fran, Phoenix. I do see Tampa, St. Petersburg. That doesn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit, Minneapolis, Miami. Bob, you at least got to hand me this. St. Louis, Nashville, Pittsburgh, Salt Lake City, Baltimore. I never thought Fort Myers was in there with that. Is Dormont in there? New Orleans, Memphis, I get it. Buffalo. Okay, now I do see Fort Myers, Naples.
There it
Right
is.
there with Buffalo and Fresno.
All right, but still, a lot
And
of people down there are
Wilkes-Barre,
watching.
Scranton.
A lot of people are watching those Olympic Games. I don't necessarily understand the reason in Fort Myers anyway, why that specific location has bigger ratings.
Pitcairn in there, limits?
No
Anywhere?
Pitcairn. No Cincinnati. Actually, they're tied for 15th.
Bob, Zelienople?
Zelienople's a
listed?
fine place.
Johnstown,
I love
23rd.
Zelienople.
How about Crafton?
That's where Donnie's wedding is.
Yeah,
in,
they're not actually 23rd.
Johnstown.
But it goes Fort Myers and Minneapolis tied for first. Milwaukee's third. Pittsburgh is fourth at 13.8 at the rating share. They're right above Dayton, Bob. Dayton, Ohio loves their Olympics.
I was looking. I was trying to figure out Olympic ratings on. You have to consider time of game.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh market, Canada hockey versus U.S. hockey when they play.
All right, I stand corrected, Bob. Fort Myers, Naples is the 53rd largest television market in the country.
They're not in the top 50.
And guess what it's right ahead of at 54? Buffalo.
Buffalo's down to 54. They were higher once.
And then Fresno, Visalia, is that the name of that?
I don't know.
Buffalo finished tied for 9th, by the way.
Yeah, they're into it there.
They
And
love hockey in Buffalo.
right ahead of Wilkes-Barre,
Paige
Scranton.
Thompson's a big draw up there. So
We have to go, Bob.
We have
why,
to go,
why are you
Bob,
directing that at me? I'm
because
not.
you're the one going over again.
I'm not. You keep going through. You listed one by one the top 53 markets in the United States. Went right through the time queue all the way to home. I mean, you
Joe, look up
stretched
at the
this
clock.
single
You've
into
gone
a home
past
run.
the pitch clock right
I didn't
now, Joe.
mention Rochester, Toledo, Waco, Savannah, Charleston, Chattanooga, Syracuse, right up there for Pony and
I love
Benzie.
Savannah.
That's the 88th largest market. How about that? Shreveport, little Terry Bradshaw gets in there,
Shreveport,
Bob.
Louisiana.
Boise, and of course, Davenport, Rock Island, and Moline.
Joe,
the
we have to go.
104th largest
Thank you very
market.
much, Limits.
We have to go.
Cloudy and a high of Mel Blunt, 47. A low of Franco, 32. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. Coming up, yet another Steeler has registered with a ripping of Big Ben. Let's talk about that.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
Limits, you cut me off
Odyssey
there.
Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North
I know, I was
Huntington and
late.
North Hills.
I apologize.
Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's actually Bob's fault.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
According to Adam Schefter, Dolphins are releasing Tyreek Hill, and they're also cutting former Steelers guard James Daniels. So a lot of changes as Jeff Athley takes over in Miami. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
started. It's my kind of party.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schlei Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint, chip, and rotten railings with new, maintenance-free railings from Schlei Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First full squad meeting for the Pirates today. They formally announced the Marcell Ozuna signing, 1-year contract. There is a mutual option for 2027 as well. Pirates have designated Jack Sawinski for assignment, does not have a locker at spring training. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Pomp and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So Limits wondered earlier if turkeys hibernate, Bob, and that became apparently very big on the text line. Also foxes and coyotes in Green Tree, and then Donnie came sauntering down the hallway and mentioned that iguanas in Florida, when it's cold, they freeze.
They freeze, but not to death.
Right. So they'll turn into ice cubes. They'll just freeze and they'll drop off of trees, but then they come back to life.
They're like mummies.
That's frightening. I didn't know that.
I mean, how do you survive with being frozen for a significant amount of time?
It's like a living cryo chamber, is it not?
Yeah.
What the hell is that, Limits? A frozen iguana comes back to life?
What is this, Antonio Brown's feet? No, I think, like in movies when they freeze someone's head.
Yeah, like Ted Williams. I think they froze his head in a cryo chamber.
Yeah. And then
he's not going to come back to life in the year 2080, is he?
No, that's not the correlation I was trying to make. But I guess when iguanas freeze, they can come back and just be perfectly okay because they're iguanas. And they're warm-blooded? I have no idea.
I don't know either. Are
they warm-blooded?
I don't know. They have to be
cold-blooded if they freeze.
Welcome our next guest. It's Marlon Perkins, as we now discuss whether or not a giraffe has what do we want to discuss?
Can the Pittsburgh Zoo weigh in on this? Do they have any iguanas?
Well, the texters apparently weighed in on hibernating turkeys. And we found out that turkeys, to our great surprise, don't hibernate.
Well, one texter says, whenever I hear you guys talk about wild animals, I have a sense of relief knowing in an apocalypse I'm not at the bottom of the food chain.
He'll be hibernating in the apocalypse.
Another texter says you could punt a fox farther than Presley Harvin. They're tiny. Bob, Presley Harvin catching a stray.
I saw.
Is he in the league at all? I don't know.
He was on
think he
somebody's
was,
practice
yeah.
squad or was for somebody for a couple
I'm
of
sorry,
games.
you don't think a fox is dangerous? I
No,
saw
I
one
do
in my
think- I
neighborhood,
do
and
think a
it was
fox
a
is
kid.
dangerous.
It was a kid fox, which means he's got parents, which means there's a whole fox family right near me.
Somebody else says they've encountered a coyote when he was hunting, and as soon as they see you, they run like a scared chicken.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Joe. You wouldn't have to worry about a coyote. In fact, you can go out there and save your dog.
Easy for you to say, Bob. If you're taking out the garbage at 2 a.m. and you run across a coyote, you're just going to be like, oh, this is no big deal. I'm just staring at a coyote.
That's what I'll do, because that's what I've heard you need to do. You need to stand your spot, look at him, give him the impression that he's in trouble, not you.
Yeah.
Because if
I'll tell you
may
what,
go the other way, and he may
it's
follow
a good
you.
game plan, but like Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. I'd be running like Usain Bolt if I saw a coyote.
Would you be squealing and yelling, and what would you be doing?
I don't know. I'm running.
Don't eat me.
I tell you what, that could repel a coyote
That's right.
to just run
You know
down.
what?
Might be my secret weapon right there.
It's like one of these skunks that you let your offense go with all this deep smell. For
Yeah,
you, it would
right.
be this. That would scare people away. That's
my
yelp.
secret
I don't know.
weapon
That might
right there.
attract a coyote. Maybe a coyote thinks that that's
could
an
be a
injured
problem.
sheep.
Yeah,
Do
that-
coyote feed on sheep?
That might be a problem, actually, now that I
The
think about it.
wild, wild kingdom here on 93.7.
Stop it. Where are we going? Anything else on the text line?
You had something that you wanted to say.
I know. I did, but I didn't
teased
know
it.
if Limits had anything else
Well,
on
the
that topic.
texters were also mentioning our discussion about the Olympic ratings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And saying that there are a lot of Canadians and people from Pittsburgh and stuff
Living
like
in
that that have
Fort Myers?
migrated to
Yeah,
Fort Myers.
That's a good point.
And that might be
No,
why.
I'm not questioning Fort Myers as like a legitimate place. I didn't know it was. Well, it's not. It's not a top 50 television market. I was shocked that Fort Myers would be first. Was it first or second?
They were
No.
second, I think.
In Olympic
They were tied for
viewership.
first with Minneapolis.
Tied first.
Perhaps I'm the only one, and I apologize for that.
It'd be fascinating to watch Canada in the men's hockey and USA in the men's hockey if they ever do meet, and I think they will meet.
I don't. I think Sweden might upset Sully's ball club.
What if that happens?
Oh, boy.
Then
Heat
what?
on Sully.
So he's had a bad year to begin with the Rangers being in last place. And they haven't looked all that good together, whereas Canada is really meshing, and Canada's power play is just unstoppable.
Man, I'd love to see it, though. I mean, that's what everybody wants to see, right? US and
USA, Mike
Canada.
Sullivan is not happy with these times he's getting. It's consistent. It's 3:10 over there, which is 9:10 over here. And he said his team doesn't get back to our hotel sometime until after 1:30 in the morning. He thinks it's a disadvantage.
No. Order takeout, then go to bed. Room service, not takeout.
Multiple texters are saying YouTube rabbit in distress sounds like Joe's yawn.
It does. It sounds like somebody needs help. They're stuck under a fence.
Another texter says that there's a falling iguana alert when temperatures are scheduled to be freezing in South Florida.
You know why? Because
That's the weirdest thing I've ever
they
heard.
fall out of the tree and they hit you on the head or hit you in the eye with a frozen iguana. I imagine there could be some damage.
Yeah, how much do you think that would hurt, Bob?
If you looked up because you felt something coming down and then one of those frozen iguanas comes down, hits you right in the eye.
How much does a frozen iguana weigh?
That's a great question.
Well, with the ice,
too,
a lot
Limits.
more.
I mean, actually, you think about it. I've seen iguanas big enough where if it was frozen, it would fall on you like a brick. That could be dangerous.
According to AI, frozen iguanas weigh between 7 and 25 pounds.
You could be killed, Bob.
How can it be 25 pounds?
Have you seen some of the bigger ones and then picture it frozen?
It's a lot of weight added on with that ice.
You go to Florida when it's frozen outside, you might have to wear a helmet.
Can you imagine just watching Joe walking around
How
the
did you get
neighborhood with a
injured,
helmet?
Joe? I looked up and a frozen iguana hit me right in the head.
Bob, look at
Bob,
me. I'm
is
wearing
there-
my batting helmet walking around the neighborhood.
Bob, is there a market for iguana helmets in Florida? Could we make money?
No. Nobody
right.
would do it anyway. Even if they thought they needed it, they wouldn't do it.
I'd love to see that. Limits walking around in an iguana helmet. All right. Where are we here?
What does an iguana helmet look like? Is it just a regular baseball helmet? Are you wearing a motorcycle
an
helmet?
army helmet type thing.
An army helmet?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Little
that's
chin
durable,
strap.
You wanted to talk about Ben Roethlisberger, right? Because James
Yeah, I did.
Harrison today said something that
Oh, okay. You can
The
update me
quote
on that,
was,
and I'll tell you
I
something.
personally do not think Ben was a bad teammate because I have a good relationship with Ben, is his quote. So that's his podcast, part of his podcast.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line on which you can communicate with City Limits about hibernating turkeys. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So you think there's caves around with hibernating turkeys in them?
Well, I don't know about caves, but I've never seen turkeys, and I guess Sean Myers said that there were some in the parking lot here yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't see any turkeys typically around the wintertime, so I thought maybe they just decided to stick to themselves in the winter. They only come out in the summer and the fall.
Bob, is that question fair or
Spring.
foul? Get it?
It's foul. It's very foul.
All right. So here's Steven Nelson, and we saw the ridiculous quotes last week about Big Ben from Joey Porter, all based on apparently Ben allegedly shredding Mike Tomlin and getting really inside Steelers business. And all Ben did actually was say what everybody else was saying pretty much at the time in December, except saying it kinder and nicer than most when he said, it might be time to clean house. I have great respect for Coach Tomlin, but a change might be good for him too. That's what all the fuss was about. And then, of course, people like Mason Rudolph and who else? Mike Adams jumped on that, using it as an excuse to get their shots in at Big Ben. I guess because they didn't have the guts to take the shots themselves, maybe. I don't know. So they piled on whatever Joey Porter was saying. By liking it on social media and urging him to go, Joey, go. So that was a farce based on a faulty premise. And now we have Steven Nelson. Nelson Island, remember him, Bob?
It's a lonely place to be.
He, on some podcast, of course, said this of Big Ben. I'm trying to find the podcast, The Corner Suite. So he's talking about how great the defense was in 2019 and 20. That's funny because Baker Mayfield put about 80 points on that defense.
They certainly
I
did.
believe. It fell off tremendously after Ben's cap issue. And then he started rattling off all these allegedly great players, including Terrell Edmonds from those defenses. And he said this. I was upset because they let Ben dictate keeping that roster together moving forward. That's why I was upset. And then he went on to say that this is no knock on Ben. It sure sounds like one. That's not what I'm saying, Nelson said. But moving forward, the team was more interested in appeasing Big Ben and doing whatever Big Ben wanted. To me, that was just selfish and negligent. You had a good young team right there, a great team that was meshing really well, and you sabotaged the whole thing for one person. They let one man sabotage an entire organization. Bob, your thoughts?
That's an extreme embellishment of what he said, of what he did. It's also, I'm sorry, you only around here for a year plus. You have no reason to talk about anything business related for the Steelers. I think he has
Well,
not
I mean,
a
he can
platform
have an
to stand
opinion.
on.
He can have an opinion.
Fine,
It's
but
just wrong.
It's wrong. And to make that claim after being here for a cup of coffee, come on.
He was here for 2 years. They tried to trade him. He's wrong about everything. Ben was supposed to have a $41 million cap hit the year that Steven Nelson was dealt away, but he got that reworked. Before that, in 2020, he did a restructure that provided a bunch of cap relief. He was like 5th, 6th, 7th in there among quarterback pay in there with salary caps that were manageable. And did I mention he had 55 touchdown passes his final 2 years here, Steven, one of which was with Kendrick Green blocking in front of him. Kendrick Green, one of the guys piling on with some of these comments by Porter and Nelson. I don't even know which at this point. These people are out of their minds. They seriously are. And then, of course, Ben, in his final year, he didn't have much choice, but he played for basically next to nothing in his final year. They were paying a quarterback decent money because the quarterback was, especially for his age, playing pretty well. And when Steven Nelson talks about these great defenses and what happened, he's also just faulty and inaccurate. The COVID team defensively was destroyed because of a Bud Dupree injury, not because of Ben's cap number. Do you remember that, Bob?
Absolutely.
And Devin Bush, by the way, was coming off a pretty good rookie year, and then he got hurt too. So some of the guys that Nelson mentioned weren't around, and then Stephon Tuitt retired early. Okay, so no matter what Ben's cap number had been, that defense was going to be derailed anyway, and was, by and large, in the cap year, by Bud Dupree's horrible knee injury against the Ravens. People just taking gratuitous shots at Ben, and again, people will hear this as me defending Ben. I don't really like Ben, so I'm really not defending him as a person. Or at least I didn't when I kind of was around him in the locker room covering the team. I haven't talked to Ben in years and years. Barely talked to him when he was there. I'm just saying this is all inaccurate.
It is inaccurate.
That's all.
That's his take on something that wasn't at all the case. There were a whole bunch of extenuating circumstances that year when he was here, specifically that year.
I mean, he was here 2 years, yeah.
But they lost maybe two of their top tackle guys who were playing very well, and then you're right, Tuitt, decides to just quit. Basically.
Bud Dupree was great that season.
So,
and he got hurt.
And there were a lot of things that happened there. To blame it on one person because of his selfish cap hit or how much money, that's wrong. It went the other direction.
They weren't even ridiculous cap hits at all in the context of who else was getting paid at quarterback then around the league. Ben, they reworked his cap hit.
Again, this is what happens when you have something, you put it out there, and people believe what they want to hear. And if they see that and say, oh, he was a player, and this is what he's saying, it's wrong, though. It's absolutely
And then they got rid of Steven Nelson because him and Joe Hayden both had high cap hits. They might have gotten rid of the wrong guy, by the way. They might have been better off keeping Nelson and getting rid of Hayden and his $16 million cap hit, maybe. But they had to make a choice at corner. Okay. Here's an idea, Steven. Don't give up 501 yards at home in a playoff game to the Cleveland Browns with your, quote, great defense. Mm-hmm. How's that for an idea? What did that have to do with Ben's cap hit? 501 yards to the Cleveland Browns with Baker Mayfield and some guy named Frank in the huddle. Remember that, Bob, that he met that night?
That's pretty funny. The man named Frank.
I mean, this has just become insane. What's happening. And I like Benzie's column at the Trib about the Steelers like to portray themselves as this generation to generation family, like a college program. It just goes from one to the next, and the old guys help the new guys, and we're just one big, happy family. This really pees all over that when you have two guys who, you saw them, Ben and Porter went into the Hall of Honor together and were very chummy going in there together.
Very complimentary, especially Ben on Porter.
And now we have Porter doing this and Steven Nelson doing this. And players left and right, including at least one in Mason who's still on the team, cheering it on. How does that look good, Art? I wonder. How does that look good, Steelers?
Well, I don't think it does, and that's why the whole thing is silly. It's the fact that he even opened up this can of worms sitting there for some reason now, of all times now, makes no sense whatsoever. And so all it leads to is people like us, and every show talks about it. It becomes really worse than what it probably is. But that's where we are today. By the way, did you see Miami? In addition to Tyreek Hill, they got rid of Bradley Chubb. They got rid of James Daniels. They've saved like $66 million in some cap room down the road. So they're obviously rebuilding down there.
What were Bradley Chubb's numbers this past year, Bob, just out of curiosity? Because when I hear that name, I think of teams like the Bills and Bengals, teams that may need some help. They still had 8.5 sacks in 17 games coming off a torn ACL. He's still not 30. He's 29 years old. He has 19.5 sacks these past 2 years. Might be
48 for his career, right? He's not yet 20. So that's probably somebody that is going to be signed by someone who has a need in that department. And I agree with Buffalo has a big need there.
So does Cincy. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with
So does
Hendrickson.
Baltimore, I might add.
If you had a choice between Bradley Chubb now as a release player or trading for Trey Hendrickson, what would you do?
Trey Hendrickson.
Me too.
Although I think he's older. And that's pretty impressive that Chubb came back after a torn ACL. You figure he'll be even better in year 2 from that. Still not 30 years old. All right, Limits. Jake Caulfield makes his season debut next.
That's correct.
That's coming up. Let's talk some Olympic hockey, some Penguins hockey, shall we, Bob?
With the big man.
With the big man. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. Can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. We were able to raise over $345,000 to benefit Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families powered by Dynegy, and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. So all of that, our thanks goes out to you. Limits, did I say that my big toes hurt?
No, but please tell me why and how it was fixed.
Thank you very much. First of all, that was the problem, was the joints of my big toes hurt for a long, long time. A lot of discomfort. And then I was introduced to the Good Feet Foot Arch Supports, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. You don't have to get new shoes for this, anything like that. Whatever shoes you got, they fit. It's so easy, so simple. It worked for me. It could work for you. Available in a wide range of flexibilities. Extra firm to soft to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. Whatever your issue is, this could work for you. Plantar fasciitis, could be discomfort in the heels, needles in the heel, whatever it is. Burning in the balls of your feet. There's lots of things that happen. Go to goodfeet.com or visit a store. Go to the one I went to, Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center, and now open in the waterfront. There's one across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. So come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so the Buccos will take the field for the first time as a full team today, but not for game action until this weekend. Then they will play the Baltimore Orioles. It's a 1:05 first pitch on Saturday. You can listen to Sunday's game right here on 93.7 The Fan. So Buccos actually have a split squad action. Tampa Bay Rays 1:05, Phillies at 1:05. We'll have the game against Tampa right here on The Fan. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly. Because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA All-Star Game was actually fun. No, it wasn't what it was in 1987 or 1992 with Magic Johnson, or 2001, the East comeback, 2003, Michael Jordan's last All-Star Game. But this was a big step in the right direction. And the reason why it was a good All-Star Game is because the players actually cared, and the players were actually trying. I know. What a novel concept. I'm Nick Costos.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing
doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 93.7 The Fan. Trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts. You can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime you're out in the community. All right, making his season debut for the Fan, Mr. Jay Caulfield. He's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Jay, it's great to have you back. How are you?
I'm doing well. Great to talk to you, too. How's everything?
Everything's great, Jay. Always good to have you on as we get down the stretch. 30 games left. Olympics, there's a lot to cover in a very short period of time.
Bob, well, you guys have been doing a great job. It's great to talk to both of you.
We appreciate it, Jay. What do you make of the early returns here at the Olympics? Is there going to be an upset along the way, or are we bound for U.S., Canada for gold?
Well, I certainly hope that's what we get. I can't imagine there's any I can't imagine an upset against any of those two teams. They're dominating. You can tell when they step on the ice. They just have the attitude about it. They know they're the best teams, but I guess you should never say never. But I think NBC would be so disappointed if they don't get this, right? I mean, I don't know. It's all building up to that. They set it up to be that way, and it should be that way. But that's right. I still expect to see that, guys, and it'll be a great one when they do that.
Which team has looked better, in your opinion?
You know, I don't think – I mean, I think Canada had an easier time to run over teams to get that big separation and goal differential and all that goes with that. And I think both – I mean, both teams at times have, it's so hard to say because the talent level and look, they're all players that are playing professional overseas or whatever it might be in a mix. You're walking out on the ice and you have 6 NHL players going against the whole squad of Canada or U.S. is all the elite of the NHL. And so immediately there's that disadvantage right there. How long can you hold on? How long can you do that? I think both teams, Canada and U.S., have both done what they needed to do. And I think Canada, as I mentioned, I think they had an easier track to dominate teams to the degree that they did. And I give it both. They both get 5 stars, if you ask me, that lead up to where they need to go. And this first game out of this preliminary round, or the next round rather, is going to tell it. But I think both teams have been as advertised, if you will.
Let me ask you about Austin Matthews, Jay. He was named captain of the U.S. team, but he hasn't really played. He got 2 goals yesterday, which was important. But I mean, how important is he because of what he's capable of doing when they do play? And I think they will play. So we're assuming it's USA Canada because they need like really top-notch goal scoring to match what Canada has. How important is he to them?
Yeah, he's got to be that way, Bob. Right? I mean, if you go back to the 4 Nations, he had an opportunity right before that to end it. And number one, Binnington made a great save. And then it goes down, and they highlighted this the other night during one of the games, that he lost McDavid in a play, and McDavid gets the winner. Look, he's your captain. He's got to be the guy that's leading the way, but he's supposed to. He's the goal scorer. And he has to have – look, it's a one – when you get to that point – by the way, all guys are kind of producing. Their numbers are up. The guys are expected to score are doing just that. I thought the depth in U.S., the fourth line's done something. But to go back to the Matthews thing – he gets a couple goals. As long as they're doing that, leading into that game against Canada, it'll be – then you hope they have a great game. You wouldn't want to see a guy that has the pressure of being the goal scorer, the guy that produces, and be cold coming into that last game. Like, you want them feeling the game and feeling like they're where they want to be as far as when you're going to go against a top team, whether it be Canada and or U.S., vice versa. I think Austin Matthews is going to be key to it, Bob. Again, he could have won the 4 Nations, had a great look. I think it could come down to something just like that, or it's going to be the role players, because the teams are. I say the best of the best, but they also were building a team to win. It's not just the greatest 20 players. They built a team and they had to find roles, and I think it could come down to that kind of player that's going to be a difference maker as you get into that final game.
Cloudy, high of 47 today. Mel Blunt, low of Franco, 32. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house like Ron Cook? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. All right, Jay, how about the Penguins? If you would have told me before the season, asked me where will they be at the Olympic break, I probably would have said out of playoff position, probably puttering along, probably maybe already have traded some guys, certainly about to. Instead, they've been one of the best stories in the NHL. Why? Yeah. And why is that? What's the main reason, and what do you think of Dan Muse so far?
Okay, so first of all, I'll go one different. I'm going to start off with Dubas, right? So we know the little deals that the moves he made over the offseason, and you come in with like guys that are, Brazeau trying to prove himself. Where is he fit? What's it going to be? And then you had Mantha coming back from a knee injury. All of a sudden you find and put them on the line with Malkin, and they were dominant right in the beginning. Then you had the Crosby line and everything, what that's about. Then you have the fourth line that gets put together and little deals here and there. The back end, your defense, Erik Karlsson, all these kind of things raising their game up. And then I'll go to the Dan Muse part. Dan Muse is a huge part of guys raising their game to a different level, Joe, because I can't remember a time when I've seen a coach move on and a new guy come in and guys be very vocal about what a difference it is with the new head coach. And I think to a man, they all feel like they're allowed to play their game, right? They're allowed to go out there and do what's made them the elite player that they are. And I think that's been a huge thing, right? So also, and then we move on. We know it was riding along. Then you lose Malkin, and then you go on a bad stretch. That's when everybody was kind of writing them off again. Somehow they found a way to regroup. They found a way. They got goal scoring throughout their lineup. The blue line, a deal that was made moving Jari and bringing in Skinner. And I think to you guys last year, I think I might have even said this. I would not have wanted to come back this year with the same goaltending tandem that they had previous. Just it's a bad visual. And they moved on from that, and they were trying to move Jari, couldn't do it, but he had a great start. I think the ability to move Jari and bring in Skinner, a guy who's been to the finals twice, got ripped in Edmonton all the time, but that deal, Kulak coming along, and what that did on the blue line, and I think Edmonton moved one of their better defensemen out of their team and basically handed him over to the Penguins. And then I'm going to go to that Chinakhov deal, guys. That Chinakhov, literally, they are allowed to that gives you opportunity to put Malkin on the wing, Novak in the middle, who's been really good, by the way. And then now you've got Kindle between two big boys on the wing. And we all have raved about the fourth line all season long. So I'm giving you all the things that why they're in this position. But I believe the Dubas deals and how Dan Muse had earned the respect of his players, because that's what needed to happen. You can't go into any locker room, really, any locker room, but an NHL locker room specifically, and if you don't earn the respect of the leaders on your team, you're done. It'll never work. And I think, we'll go back to Mike Johnson when he was here. He didn't get the respect. He didn't get it. Well, Dan Muse earned it, and the coaching staff with them. They found all these pieces. They get on a nice little run, and they weathered the storm coming out of the break, and have been one of the better teams and find themselves in a really good spot. And guys, along with that, there's been a lot of teams that are playing well below what people thought, and no more than the New York Rangers. They're dysfunctional over there right now, but all those things have helped and kept the Penguins in a good spot, but they played great hockey, guys. They've been very, very good.
I think one of the best things is their fourth line and how he's not afraid to use it. And they asked these guys to not only grind, but score, and they've been scoring. They got a lot of goals and production from that line. But I want to ask you something we've been talking about, Jay, here is what happens at the trade deadline. Since they are in the position they are in, and I expect that to at least remain similar, that they'll be a playoff contending team all the way to the end and hopefully get in. But not to lose sight of the future, you're also dealing with the present when you have some people who want to get back in those high leverage games like Crosby, Malkin, Letang, and Carlson or whatever. What would you do, and how big of a move? Do they need help defensively? Would you look to upgrade and make a huge splash like a Jason Robertson, even though that would probably take too much in return? But what would you do if you were them?
Bob, it's really, I'm telling you, this is a different one for me on this time. I mean, I think as we all have been saying, they've got four lines that are rolling. Four lines, and I believe right now, the Penguins, that they come back out of the break and play the same way. In most categories, they're up top. I also think they're a top 5 team in the game. Now, are they good enough to go against Colorado when they're elite? I don't know, but if I look at the East, Tampa Bay is the team Bay's tough. But they're a really good team right now. And I think the only thing that will make you obviously, if you feel you got something out there that's so good that you can't pass on, you're going to do that. But you also have something with the chemistry with the guys that are in this lineup right now. This might be one of those times where the best deal you make is the one you don't make. I mean, and if there's injuries or something comes up, somebody gets hurt, and now you have to adjust, that will change Kyle Dubas's game plan again. But right now, what he's put together is a rock solid team that is firing on all cylinders. And again, when you're top 5 in PK and power play, your goaltending numbers over the last month have been rising as a tandem. They kind of have pieces in place, but I find that this is a tough one, Bob. I really do. I almost say, hey, you stay status quo, what happens? But what's out there that's going to improve that you don't blow up the chemistry that this team has going in their locker room? Because a large part of it is going to be about that feeling and what you have. What would you have to get rid of to give up and get something if you got assets without giving away players and do that? But who's going to be blown out of that lineup and where would it happen? I have an idea what you might look at, but for the most part, it's a tough one for me, Bob. If they continue on a great run out of the break, out of this Olympic break, you got to be careful what you do.
Jay Caulfield. Oh, sorry, Jay.
Yeah, no problem.
Did you want to talk more?
You got to be careful. You just got to be careful with. You just got to be careful with what deal you make. That might not be. You never. Maybe a player on paper or numbers look great, but maybe doesn't fit here. Right now, you've got a great fit with everybody in the lineup, and if you can seriously, you're going to improve your team, then you make that. But if not, be careful.
Jay Caulfield, brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. All right, let's finish with the important stuff, Jay.
Yeah.
You were up in the Midwest, North Dakota, Hibbing Community College you were at, where Hibbing is where Bob Dylan is from. Did you know that, Bob?
Yes,
No,
I did.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, Bobby's there. I was in the house that he grew up in.
Wow.
That house. How about that? Yeah. Right by the Hibbing High School. Right by the hockey rink, too, that we played on.
That is awesome.
That's crazy.
I'm curious here because every day up on this television, Bob and I have been watching curling at the Olympics. Were you exposed to curling up there? Is it part of the culture up there, or is it just a Canadian thing? And do you watch curling at the Olympics? Have you ever tried it?
So I never tried. It's next to our rink, and in Hibbing, Minnesota, where the hockey rink was, it's a beautiful old building, memorial building, and next to that there was a curling facility as well. I never tried it though, I'd like to try it. I've never tried it. I think the women's team and what they're doing. I think the Canadian guy getting called out, I think that's entertaining too. That brought a different level to it. But I think it's awesome, and I think what's happening. But I saw it. I never did it, and it's something I think we all. I think you could go out there and play it and have a few beers while you're doing it.
Yeah.
And a photo, right, guys? There's a photo out there from some guy in curling in the Olympics in the 70s where he was smoking a cigarette while he was rolling.
Nothing wrong with that. You know, I mean, we've seen golfers smoke while they're playing. We've seen baseball players in between innings smoke. But let me ask you, should there be a little bit of physical activity in this curling?
There was almost a fight. Did you see that, Bob?
Yeah, because somebody accused somebody of cheating.
Right.
I think there'd be no problem with allowing them to drop the gloves. If you accuse somebody, if I'm accused of cheating and I was not, I think you have the right to get, because that guy now, if he didn't do it, but the video looks like he did do it, right? If I saw the pictures in the video.
Yeah.
But if you didn't, then you should be able to, Bob and Joe, I think they should be able to go after it. And I think it would take curling to a whole nother level.
One other thing I wanted to ask you, and that's Tom Wilson, because he's on the USA team. He's playing on a top line. He still has a lot of talent. But there was a hit the other day on Kevin Fiala, which ended his season. Fiala had surgery in Italy. He's now out for the year for the Kings, a very important player. How did you see that hit? Because it didn't look malicious to me, but there's something about Tom Wilson that always makes me think there could be a sly little slew foot in there or something that maybe I'm not seeing.
Yeah, it looked like I mean, his whole weight. I mean, the thing was, both his skates come up in the air. I thought it was under 4 minutes to go in the game. I saw the hit and I saw the replay of it. I mean, I don't think Tom Wilson would, honestly, there would be nothing good can come from you for doing that, right? There would be nothing beneficial to be something on the edge and try and go against another NHL player. And did he think that would happen? No. But still, I always think certain guys have always had the ability to, go into the wall and fall differently where they take a guy down. I don't think that would be the one where he would do that, Bob, because that would just be, I mean, in the Olympics, your first run in the Olympic Games, and you're going to take somebody out purposely. I just don't think that. But even though, to me, both the skates come up, all his weight comes down on the leg of Fiala. That was a tough break. But the situation didn't call for it, right, Bob? It's the end of a game. It was a wasted minutes in the game.
Yeah.
It would be a really dumb thing for a player like that to get called out for and be exposed that way. I think it would be such a mistake, but you never say never. But I didn't think the same thing as that they got tangled up, a really bad break. Fiala's had 2 bad breaks on his legs over his career. And one happened against St. Louis with Robert Pertuzzo, former Penguin, a hit behind the net, and that changed Fiala's trajectory, if you will, in the NHL. And here he gets it again in the Olympics. A very, very sad thing for a player like that.
It was.
But back to curling, Jay. We're thinking about taking a little field trip here. Tyler Kennedy, Bob, myself, and Limits. I think there's a curling facility in Millvale. Would you join us?
I would join you for that. I think that sounds awesome.
Yeah, a little beer on the side, maybe a cigar while we're, doing it.
Consider it done.
I love it. I think it's outstanding, guys. And listen, it's so good to talk to you again. Thanks for
Thanks for having me on.
You too, man.
Always the best. And we'll get into golf season. We'll talk more about golf strategy as we go. But for now, thank you for joining us.
See you, Jay.
You got it. All right. Bye-bye.
Can you believe Bob fired up the last question after the hour
I saw
limit?
his panic.
Unbelievable.
Joe was panicking and
Just
blaming me as he has done all day here about the clock.
We're on a curling
I am not in the
twist,
seat
and then
that's
Bob fires
the
in a
host
Tom
seat.
Wilson question.
He did not see the arms flailing like he was on the runway.
The Tom Wilson
Bob.
question was a pertinent question.
It
Did
was.
you see Tom Wilson get his
Yeah, it was a
butt
good
kicked yesterday
Yeah.
in a fight? Because they came after him yesterday. And you don't necessarily see fighting in Olympic hockey. Which
I
leads us
thought
to
it
another
carried a
topic.
one-game
And I want to
suspension.
continue with this conversation.
All right, Bob. I don't think we spent long enough on Tyreek Hill. And granted, he had an injury and a big one last year, but it's not every day that a guy of this talent comes on the open market and could be had for a bargain price. And then I went back in the archives to our friend Andrew Filipponi talking about this a while back and what the Steelers' interest level was last year at this time.
Before his injury.
Yes. Let's get into all of that next. Would you be interested in bringing Tyreek Hill to Pittsburgh? The Dolphins cut him today, correct, Limits?
That is correct, yes.
So he's out there. He's a free agent. Let's talk about it next.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I wasn't sure if there was anything else you wanted to add there, Joe, but I will add on to your point that what Bob said, Bradley Chubb has also been cut. Former Steelers guard James Daniels has been let go in Miami. So under new head coach Jeff Hafley, former staffer at Pitt, the Dolphins are making radical changes to their team. Maybe Tua Tagovailoa will be another, and maybe that's an option for the Steelers, Bob. Who knows? More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 73 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Gerken Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. This February, you probably have love on the brain, so make sure you show some love to your home. If your windows have been drafty, don't wait. Take care of them with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, there's 0% interest for 36 months. Not only that, you'll also get $500 off your home improvement project. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News and World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. or go to COMERcross.com.
Oscar Wilde said, "Who, being loved, is poor. You may be rich in love, but thin on dollars." Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. An engagement ring is not only an emotional purchase, but it's a big investment. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we will help guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design with natural or lab-grown diamonds, all at a price you can afford. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Check us out online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Bet365 is paying out.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates pitchers and catchers reported today. Marcell Ozuna officially announced signing a one-year deal with the Bucs. There's a mutual option for 2027 as well. Pirates' first spring training game is against Baltimore on Saturday. That is a 1:05 first pitch. World Baseball Classic will begin on March 5th. Paul Skeens representing Team USA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, a couple of clerical items to attend to. Would you like to go hit golf balls right after this indoors at the RMU Dome with me?
I think I might rather go curling with you.
Well, that's the other thing, and it's a funny way of saying no, but I'll take that as a no. The Pittsburgh Curling Association has contacted us. Yes, Limits?
Pittsburgh Curling Club, yes. They said they pulled a Signetti in the text line here and said, Google us. Do a learn to curl. More fun than bowling.
Is that an invite?
I think it's an invite, yeah.
Where
Pittsburgh Curling Club.
Where are they located?
Let's do some further research here, Joe.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bob, we have quite a crew lined up for our curling field trip.
They're in the rocks, Bob. They're in the rocks.
In the rocks. Here we go. We'll go down there. And
Keys Rocks.
Including 2 Stanley Cup champions. You and I, Limits, plus Tyler Kennedy and Jay Caulfield.
So
Should we take a limo?
We could do that. We get it sponsored and everything else.
Yeah, Bob, you could pay for
it. Who is the person pushing the stone, and who is
Well, how many people on a curling team? Is it 2-on-2?
Well,
Is that what we do, or 3-on-3?
I think there's someone else. There's a sweeper down at the end when you're. Well, I think there's 4 actually.
I'd invite Crowley, but I don't think he can lift the broom. Limits.
Are you backhandedly insulting me because Crowley and I have similar statures?
No, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger compared to Crowley. I arm wrestled him once. It was literally like having arm wrestling some sort of stick or twig. His arm.
A twig.
It was borderline tragic.
All the leaves have fallen off that tree there, Bob.
So let's do that, Bob. Let's take a field trip and go curling. I don't know what it would be. I don't know how many people are on a team. Maybe a 3-on-3. We could include Ballsy, perhaps. Use his head as one of the curling, what do they call those things? Pucks?
Stones.
Stones.
You got to have stones. Do you have stones, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we doing that, Bob, or aren't we? I don't want this to be another empty
Joe,
promise.
would you like some additional information? Our friend Joyce is on the line from the Pittsburgh Curling Club.
Absolutely.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, Joyce.
And Joe,
how are you? Yeah.
There's 4 people on a team.
Yes.
So everybody throws 2 rocks. So you throw your 2 rocks, the other 2 people sweep, the other guy's at the end telling you where to put your rock. Then you get up, the next guy throws his 2 rocks, and everybody sweeps, and then the skip never sweeps. He basically is down there calling the shot.
Okay.
So yeah, you get to sweep and throw rock.
So what is the ultimate goal here, Joyce?
To win.
To win, Bob.
No, I know that, but I've
the
just
ultimate
watched.
goal is to get more points.
That's
It's
not what
no
I'm saying.
different than shuffleboard.
I just saw this team right here did not have anybody. I'm going to call it the bullseye. I don't know what you call the middle thing there, but they just they knocked away. They didn't have anything in there, but they played defense and they knocked 2 things away and they won. I don't know.
Right.
So
right. So, like, if I'm a lead, typically my skip wants me to throw guards at the top. So then you can start curling behind them and set up your strategy. So it makes it harder for people to knock your rocks out. Like, theoretically, you want to be the guy, get your rocks in the house, closest to the button, and score points. And so there's all these strategies. This is why I'm not a skip. I can't think beyond just throwing my own rocks.
So,
But
the sweeping part of it. What actually? I mean, you sweep to make it faster at the end, right? When it has to travel to where it has to travel. How much does that actually help?
Yeah. Yes. So when we initially throw the rock, sometimes you're sweeping to maintain that straight line because you don't want it to curl until the very end there, where it'll end up where you want it to be. Sometimes you're sweeping because us, as the sweepers, we time that rock. We're like, oh my God, this is so slow. We have to sweep just to get it down to the hog line.
The hog line?
Skips. Yeah, there's 2 lines. You see them on the TV. There's the 2 hog lines. That was the whole Canada thing.
Yeah.
He touched his rock before.
Oh my God.
Like, go with the hog line and blah, blah, blah.
Let me ask you this, Joyce. I'm fascinated with the whole shoe situation. They're on ice, yet they're not wearing skates. Is this like bowling? Will we rent curling shoes?
No, you show up in sneakers, okay? And as you walk on the ice, sometimes you might need a gripper with your sneaker, but most people just wear sneakers.
Bob,
and
do you
put a
have
top
grippers?
on slider.
I don't have grippers.
Yeah, a sneaker.
I have.
They have everything there if you do a learn to curl. But then you get this little Teflon slider. So as you come out of the house, pushing off to slide out, there's this Teflon slider under your foot. Now, yeah, if you take up curling, everybody buys curling shoes, and it will have the actual gripper and the Teflon slider all built in. Most people start out just with sneakers and dress warm.
Can I bring a broom or a mop from home?
No. Now you're just messing with me.
No, I'm serious.
He has a favorite mop that he likes, and he just cannot leave
at
it.
the club. There's brooms
All right.
at the club. You just with a learn to curl.
We actually.
Cook.
Will you be on my team, Joyce?
Well, I have to know. They have learner curls all the time. So typically, like tonight, I curl, and then Wednesday, I usually curl on Wednesdays.
So how much
Tonight,
time?
I'm sparing
How much
it.
time do you need, Joyce, to do this? Like, is there an hour session, or how do you book your time?
A learner curl is typically about an hour. They're going to tell you stuff. They're going to get you down on the ice, make you throw a few rocks, just so you get a good feel of the situation. And then if you're interested, they do like a 1, 2, 3 where you show up maybe on Saturday and you play like pickup curling, so you get an idea of how a whole game goes. But on your learn to curl, you're there for about an hour.
Well, we just want to do a 4-on-4, and I want you on my team. So me, you, Limits, and Bob against actual hockey players. Are you game for that?
We should, yes. Now you have keep my number, and then if you go on our website, find a learn to curl you like, and sign up or whatever, and then I would make sure I'm there for that. You know, I do have a life. Like, I got in New Jersey where I have
we don't.
grandchildren, and, I do have a life. I don't spend it all at the curling club. But if you say you're taking a learn to curl, I would be there.
Is there an age limit on this? Can anyone do it?
Heck no. We've had kids down there.
I'm just
We've
looking for
had
my
old
grandkids. They
people
might.
down there.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you would want to do maybe like a Saturday learn to curl, do a family thing.
Yeah.
And bring everybody. We've had 8-year-olds on the ice. You know, we've had old people. If you can't get down like the slide on the Olympics, we have a stick. So there's a lot of people that bad hip, bad knee, they walk out with a stick and they just push
Have a wheelchair.
I'm going to need to rent a stick, Bob, because I can't get down like those
I
guys.
need a walker to get down there.
We have wheelchair curlers. Don't even laugh about that. We
No,
have
I'm not.
wheelchair
No, I'm not. I mean, I might need
the
one.
thing I'm laughing about is I'm looking at the guy right now on TV, and he's practically doing the splits. I'm going to need a walking stick.
Yeah, I can't do it. I'm like 6'1", and if I got down that low, I would probably not get up off the ice.
Where are you
But
from,
you
Joyce? What part of town?
Well, Well, I live in Clinton now. Joe Starkey, I know you. I coached at Penn Hills basketball, girls basketball, and you did an interview once. I think it was after we lost to Oakland Catholic.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
You know who I am.
No, I don't.
Ron Cook.
I don't
Yes,
remember
you know.
now.
You see me. We were doing a layup line. We had 2 minutes on the clock, and they had to get X amount in, and you said, you're making them do this over again? I said, well, they didn't get X amount in.
Oh,
And
yeah, I do remember this now.
Yeah.
He is taking some of your coaching philosophies and used them as his own.
No. I'm beyond that. My kids are all out of college. They're all married. I've done youth basketball. I'm beyond. I curl now, and I have grandkids, and I have dogs, and I have a life. So no.
Well, let's go curling, Joyce. We appreciate the call. We are planning. What?
All right, go on the website, see what days the learner curls are, and then sign up for one, and then you guys just text me, and I'll try to be there.
Consider it done. Limits, do you have Joyce's number?
I do.
Make sure you mark it down.
Alrighty.
Will do.
Thank you, Joyce.
Cool.
Thanks, Joyce.
I think you guys should do it. Bye.
I'll be interested.
That was
They
incredible.
do get down pretty low when they're sliding like that.
Yeah, I need a curling stick, Bob.
We have somebody else from the Pittsburgh Curling Club
please.
that called
Now
in, too.
what? Who now?
A man named Carson is also called in.
From the same spot?
From the same spot.
All right, Carson, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
We're good.
We're trying to figure this all out, Carson.
Well, I called to talk about strategy of curling, but the first thing you should know about Joyce is that she is known in the Pittsburgh Curling Club as the person that brings shots to curling.
Wow.
Like actual shots? Like
actual shots, like alcoholic shots.
Okay,
So,
well, that'll make
there
it
you
probably...
go, Bob. You're
There we
in.
go. Let's go.
well, curling is an excuse to drink.
I thought rugby was that sport.
It's curling. It's like if you play cornhole or lawn darts or whatever, you always do that with a beer in your hand.
Yes.
Same with curling.
Okay. I like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Sounds like a great activity to pass the time, and there's strategy, a lot of strategy. Let me ask you this here, Carson. The guy who, like, there's a team, putting a stone down, and they're sweeping to get the stone. There's somebody else from another team behind them waiting for them to get there, and then they start sweeping. What are they doing? Trying to...
Yeah. So the opposing skip, the two skips are at the far end calling the shots. And when you sweep a rock, what you are doing is you're microscopically melting the ice to cause the rock to hop up on that layer of ice and hydroplane, so it goes further, right?
Oh my God!
So when the opposing skip sees a rock coming at him, and your team wants that rock to stop in the house,
right.
The opposing team will come and start sweeping it to carry it further than you want it to go.
We're watching that right now. So watch, Joe, the two sweepers here. They determine they need to get this thing hydroplaning down to get it in the middle.
So
there's going to be another teammate or the guy from the other team is going to sweep it. Here he is. He's going to try to get it out of there.
So I let go of the rock, and then the other team controls where my rock goes?
The only time the other team is allowed to sweep is once it is crossed halfway through the house.
Which is
so there's a horizontal line splitting the bullseye in the middle, and once the rock has crossed over that line, the opponent can take over and try to sweep it out.
Wow. Well, Carson, this was enlightening. Are you going to be out there when we come?
I'll be there. Absolutely.
All right. Limits is going to get in touch with Joyce, and we're going to set up a 4-on-4 curling event. Perhaps we'll have the whole fan come out. I don't know. We could have every show do this. Couldn't we, Limits?
It's very possible,
Us
yes.
against the PM guys, Bob? I
sure.
don't think Donnie can curl. Do you?
I don't know. I don't underestimate him.
Anybody can do it. It'll take you 10 minutes to figure out how to not fall down, and then it'll take you 10 more minutes how to figure out how to get the rock down there, and then you got 2 hours of playing.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
10 minutes.
No problem.
Thanks, Carson.
What a nice man, Bob, huh?
10 minutes how to not fall down. That sounds like they make it look easy here.
That reminds me of my snowboarding lesson I took once, and I never actually got up on the hill. I couldn't stand on the thing standing there. I couldn't even do that.
Some of that stuff is remarkable.
Have you ever been up on water skis, Bob?
No.
Never in your whole life? Have you, Limits?
Snow skis I have.
Neither one of you guys has ever water
Never
skied?
No.
I got to the point on water skis where it was unimaginable that I would get from in the water to up on the ski to doing it. It was one of the most remarkable things I've ever experienced. And then I was up there, not doing anything great, but I was actually water skiing.
You strike me as someone who would be interested in bungee jumping. Just once.
Never. Would you jump out of an airplane?
No. I thought about that at first, but no.
Neither would
I would be, no.
As soon as they open the thing where you jump out of, I would need to be hospitalized. Limits, would you jump out of a plane?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No, well, I mean, you know me. I hate heights. I definitely would not do it.
I do too.
Unless like the right person was with me.
No,
but
I've seen too many experiences where the chute doesn't open either.
And that's what I always check on at Kennywood, even on the roller coaster. I make the guy come over and check.
And you just fall to your death.
What if you have a faulty parachute? That's all I can think about.
Yeah, no thanks. Tom Cruise makes it look a lot easier in the movies there, Bob.
Bob, I can't stop thinking about what it would be like to be in the plane when they opened up the hole where you jump out. I just...
Your stomach would...
The mere thought of it, I couldn't do it.
All right, Mr. Starkey, are you ready to jump out of the plane? Come on, it's your time. We better go at this time so that you land right where you need to. You don't want to fall into those trees.
What's your price, Bob? How much money would it take for you to jump out of a plane?
Oh, a lot.
10,000?
More.
50?
No, there is no price tag on your health and your life.
But some people do that, Bob.
I can have a heart attack. Maybe you want to do that. That's fine. You can do. A lot of people have this adrenaline rush that they need. I have white knuckle experiences going on the ride at down in Walt Disney World.
Yeah,
which was the
I can't
Seven
even do
Dwarfs.
that. You're right.
It's a Seven Dwarfs drive. Yeah, I have a picture. I'll show you. I need alcohol for that.
The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Wait, did we really gloss him over, Bob, saying he was afraid of the Seven Dwarves ride at Disney?
Well, because I was deceived. I thought it was something like, like
was
you
it
see
a real
Kennywood
roller
Park.
coaster?
It was a roller coaster. Yeah, I didn't know it was a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And I have a medical card that says I'm not supposed to be on roller coasters. That's where my fear comes from because I've had heart surgeries, and they said don't do stuff like that.
Then
so once I got on it, I thought it was Seven Dwarfs. I thought, we're gonna, just go around just like one of those,
like the Jackrabbit.
No, I didn't even think that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was one of those rides,
like the merry-go-round.
Yes,
Wait, Bob, I think I was on this at Disney.
Were you?
I think I did ride this ride.
Well, I didn't. It came at me fast that there was actual ups and downs and twirls, and I'm thinking, oh, Jesus.
Can we get to the topic at hand, Bob?
Where is that?
It was Tyreek Hill.
Oh.
And it was, how often is a guy like this going to be on the open market, realizing he's coming off, what was it, a
Big
dislocated kneecap and an ACL?
Kneecap and an ACL, both. It was horrific when they took him off the field that day. They thought he may not even survive that in terms of walking again.
Now, but, I mean, when last seen, in 2023, he didn't have a great year. In his last truly healthy season, he had 81 catches for 959 yards and 6 touchdowns. Before this past season, our very own Andrew Filipponi mentioned that people were telling him that the Steelers were very interested in Tyreek Hill. And then he had another issue off the field, and the interest fell off just a little bit. I'll give you, this was Pony. No, this was, I'm sorry, it wasn't Pony. It was Florio on their show. And Florio said, I'll give you a little nugget that made the Steelers chatter a little more interesting to me. This is, I think, last September. The same guy who told me that Jalen Ramsey was going to be a Steeler right when the first talk emerged of the Dolphins trading Ramsey told me the Steelers want Tyreek. Apparently that changed. Now he's on the open market. He's coming off a major injury. What is your interest level, Bob? And for everybody
Very
out
low.
there, everybody out there at 928-9370, very low?
It's low because, number one, he's 32. Number two, he's coming off this horrific injury, which I'm not sure what he's going to be like. And the last time we saw him, he was not having a good year. I don't know what the price tag would be. I don't think that's a big concern because they don't have to pick up what's left. So that won't be a big issue. But I'd rather go with a draft guy, and there are other free agents who are younger and I think probably more useful. So I'm going to say no to that.
Limits?
It depends on what Tyreek Hill is willing to accept as his circumstance. If he is okay being a number 3 receiver, or at least a 2 for the first part of the year that becomes a 3 after your first-round pick develops and plays next to DK Metcalf, and the money is good because the Dolphins are still paying him, then I would do it. But if you have to pay him to like a $30 million a year, $25 million a year contract, no thanks.
It just seems like there's too much here between the off the field stuff but even more than that, it's the devastating injury, his age.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather just draft a guy and develop him.
That's what I think.
That's where I'm at with that. 412.
You can also pick up a free agent. There are a number of them out there who could complement whoever your draft pick is and Metcalf, and if you keep Austin or not.
Right.
There are a lot of things they can do. They don't need Tyreek Hill.
Fan text line brought
Kansas
to you.
City will end up having him. Watch what happens.
Maybe.
Go bring
Fan
him back.
text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll get to a little more Steeler talk coming up. There's one other issue I'd like to go over with you, Bob. And then also a legendary actor, Robert Duvall, passes away at 95.
Oh, geez.
How great was he, huh?
Very good.
The Godfather, Apocalypse Now. Man, was he great in The Godfather, wasn't he, Bob?
Very talented actor. Sad to see that, but what are you going to do? 95 is a good life, though.
Man, it sure is at 95. And Apocalypse Now was just
My mother-in-law just turned
incredible.
95 yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
The Queen Bee.
Talk about all that coming up on Pump and Joe. First, we'll talk about my feet. Specifically, Bob, the joints of my big toes. And you know that's one of my, least favorite topics, except when it comes to what helped it feel better. That was the Good Feet Foot Arch Supports, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. You don't have to go out and buy new shoes, anything like that. These will fit into whatever shoes you got, work shoes, golf shoes, basketball shoes, Bob's tap dancing shoes, whatever you got, they fit. So easy. And for me, it worked. It could work for you, whatever your issue might be. Plantar fasciitis, maybe discomfort in the heel, needles in the heel, burning in the balls of your feet. There's a lot of things that go wrong. You can check it all out at goodfeet.com or visit a store like I did. I went to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. You could go to Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. You could go down to Morgantown to the Suncrest Town Center. And now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera is a Good Feet store. So come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dominant. Again, the only word to describe Team USA women's hockey is they defeat Sweden 5-0. Team USA moves on to the gold medal game at 1:10 on Thursday, 1:10 Eastern Time. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What's the peanut butter one?
Tagalongs.
Is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
They sell them by Easter time every year. I usually get one in my Easter basket.
Cal still gets an Easter basket.
What's wrong with that?
I didn't expect to need an Easter basket.
You're old.
He's right.
My mom said if you keep believing, you keep receiving. And I love my damn cookies every Easter. Any other questions?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver spoke to the media on Saturday during All-Star NBA weekend. The issue of tanking came up, and Silver said every idea is on the table to curb tanking in the league. It's hard to prevent teams from tanking when, for some, drafting a great player is the only way they have a chance at winning big. I'm Chris Black.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. 1 week only, 3 rooms for $109 and a free 4th room. Must book by the 20th to get the deal. Online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're gonna miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
President's Day is here, and so are the savings at Joe Ball. Drive a new GMC Sierra 1500 with up to $11,000 off, or lease a V8 for just $369 a month for 24 months. See JoeBallGM.com for details.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams. For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit. People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way. So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at PetiteKitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Visit Tapped Poorhouse in Greensburg for Valentine's Day cocktail and food specials.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I don't know, Bob. I might feel different about Tyreek Hill if I felt the Steelers were like on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like a younger, maybe a first-round pick, second-round pick is the way to go there.
Yeah, somebody who could come in and immediately make, 50 catches in a rookie season that you know would complement Metcalf and it only will get better.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Wonder Twin, what do you got?
Being a member of the Miami Dolphins, apparently, or maybe it's a good thing because the amount of players, like high-end players that they cut today, not including Tua, pretty significant, Bob.
That makes it a little easier for new head coach and GM to come in, and they're going to rebuild. It's going to afford them time. And what are they going to do moving forward? They're releasing a lot of people who have big-time resumes, saving money in the process down the road. So, good question.
Great question.
Who wants Tua? Is anyone interested in Tua?
I don't think so.
So what do they do?
What does who do?
Miami.
They get rid of him.
Just like they did with these guys?
Yeah.
Just get rid of him.
And they eat like $40 million.
Oh, really?
Well, they're going to be eating a lot of that cap money here for a while, but...
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. What's cooking is Tua's money, if he's on the team or not.
Very kindly. Cloudy with a high of Mel Blount, 47, a low of Franco, 32. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in a Florida beach house like Ron Cook did? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track.
Great for talk radio, my man.
All right, Bob. It's been a very interesting day. There's a highlight reel trending on Twitter here, I see, featuring Kevin Pittsnogle. You remember him?
Kevin Pittsnogle, yes, I do.
Man,
boy, that team was fun to watch. I remember going down. So did I. I remember we went live down there quite a bit, watching what they had. And I wish we had those kind of things going to college basketball. College basketball, Joe, is going to be very interesting this year. They have, I could honestly tell you from watching some of these games that 10 teams can legitimately make a stake that they are going to be national champs. And I think it's going to be fascinating to see who emerges out of all of this. I watched Kentucky the other day.
Well, Pitt played two of them.
Arkansas. John Calipari has two of the best freshmen in the backcourt in the country. And he brought in the other day the number one 5-star recruit in the country starting next year. I can only imagine how much chicken they're eating in Arkansas to make sure that the Purdue chicken guy who's funding all of this.
Tyson.
Is it Tyson?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, Purdue.
Purdue has chicken?
Wasn't there a Purdue chicken factory?
I don't know, but I know it's Tyson Foods. That's their big NIL guy.
Wasn't there a Purdue chicken, Joe? Do you remember
Of course.
Purdue?
I think there still is. Remember Will Purdue for the Bulls?
Will Purdue, yes.
These Pittsnogle highlights are incredible.
Why are they there?
I don't know. But they are. And Mike Gansey was on that team. John Beeline was the
Patrick
coach.
Beeline was his son.
Beeline.
That was a great team to follow.
Frank Young. I forget who the little point guard was. I don't remember his name.
How far did they go in the tournament?
Sweet 16. No, I think they got to the Elite 8 one year, and they were leading Louisville by like 20 points, and they lost. Am I right about that, Limit? Oh, you weren't even born yet.
I can't recall.
And then I was in Atlanta at the Georgia Dome when they played Texas and lost on a last-second shot. I forget who the guy was. He went to the NBA. They lost on a last-second shot, Bob.
I love that time of year when you get these games. I remember going to the Metrodome in Minneapolis to watch Pitt and Dwayne Wade, Marquette, go at it. And Dwayne Wade just had them. Man, he was so good that night.
Well, that was the night that Donatas Savaskas
took off his shoes.
Yeah. That wasn't good, was it, Bob?
No. Donatas Savaskas and Kevin Pittsnuggle. Who would have thought we'd be getting into that conversation today?
Not me, but I miss those days. I miss the Pete rockin', and I miss the Big East is really what that's about. I miss Big East basketball.
Well, it still exists. It's just a different brand of it.
It's not that.
I understand it, but it's still pretty good basketball. Creighton's pretty good.
Bob, I know that. I'm talking about Boeheim and
I know. I mean,
Calhoun and Lou Carnesecca and John Thompson and the Big East.
Okay.
Did you read the book?
No. I'm going to go back to an original, to where we started. Connor Griffin, right? And I put this poll out on Twitter. I just wanted to see what people say. So Connor Griffin is only 19, but of the baseball people all over this country believe he is a generational player. If you were in charge, would Griffin be on the opening day roster? Almost 900 votes. How many do you think said yes in the majors versus AAA to start?
The question was cumbersome, Bob. You could have gotten right to the last part about Connor Griffin, but I think that probably 90% say he should be up with the team.
75% say he should start in the majors. We'll find out. It's going to be one of the more fascinating stories. Today, apparently, he had 2 bombs. Jason Mackey's been showing video.
Connor Griffin did?
2 bombs that left the yard.
In a game or an inter-squad?
No, it was just batting practice.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
But it reminds me of when O'Neill Cruz first came up here, and he was hitting those kinds of shots in batting practice.
Well, we began the show with Keith Law talking about Connor Griffin as, quote, Willie Mays playing shortstop and the best prospect since Mike Trout. It appears that the Pirates may have landed on their Crosby and Malkin with Skeens and Griffin. And that would obviously
But
save.
unlike those two, they're not going to be around here for 20 years together.
Good point. And that would obviously save Ben Cherington's job if indeed his job is in jeopardy, which it should be if they don't win this year, right?
I think, yeah. I mean, this is the year that the results matter. That's what this is all about. And time is ticking on Skeens and, the time and the expiration of his time here in Pittsburgh. So,
do you want to go see Donnie Iris this week, Bob?
I love Donnie. Dealt with cancer, overcame that, still rocking today.
Now I can't
He's
find.
Amazing.
Oh, here it is. Donnie Iris and the Cruisers at the Palace Theater in Greensburg. How about that? Limits, have you ever seen it?
Maybe we'll do that after we curl.
No, I have not.
Go curling first.
Don by Starkey? Who's that? His name is Don Bistarkey. That's my name, Bob.
Some
Spirit Hall in Lawrenceville. By Starkey, loved as both a fixture in the indie music scene and a bartender at Lava Lounge and Tiki Bar, will be remembered with this event. I guess did he pass away, Limits?
He's your family member.
I don't know about Don by Starkey. I didn't even know of him.
He spoke highly of you. That's all I know. So
yeah, he passed in January. I never knew of him.
I didn't either.
This is incredible. All right, Bob. I'll see you tomorrow.
No, you won't. Okay, Joe.
You're not coming in tomorrow?
It's Tuesday. Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
All
Part-time
kinds of
pump,
things.
baby. You know me. I got stuff to do, Joe, and I know you do too.
All right.
But I'll be here later.
Will I see you Wednesday?
Yes, you will.
Will I see you Thursday?
Yes, you will.
But not Friday.
At this point,
Friday.
not Friday.
You won't see me Friday either.
You're not here Friday. We don't know who's in on Friday.
Now I'm fascinated with this story of this man, Don by Starkey. He passed away Christmas Eve. He was only 55 and was a central figure in the blossoming of the South Side's East Carson Street as a nightlife destination.
What age did you say? Only 65?
Only 55.
55. It's terrible. Well,
so now I'm reading about this in the Post-Gazette. from January 12th. Wow. All right. I'll see you, Bob. Thank you.
All right, Joe, thank you. And before I leave, I want to tell you one more thing, and that's about West Shore Home, because winter, it's knocking on your door. We're soon heading into spring, but there's still time to think about what you want to do when the weather gets better. I'm talking about home projects. West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home really makes home remodeling simple for you as a consumer. That's what you want. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, how about this? You can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With a winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. And this includes bathroom remodels, all sorts of different things they can do for your bathroom, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it even easier to get started right now. What are you waiting for? The project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installers. So schedule your free, no obligation consultation today. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year. All you got to do is visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, if you couldn't hear a singing Starkey, he probably wanted to tell you that the Pirates officially reported everyone's there. Marcell Ozuna officially signed one-year deal, mutual option. Pirates announced today Brian Reynolds in camp. Excited about some of the new additions that the Pirates have made to the roster. Ryan O'Hearn is there. Brandon Lau is there. Everyone is reported, and thankfully no issues with anyone being able to get there. First spring training game is on Saturday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The PM team is up next, and Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Up next, Pony and Muller. But replaced today by Donnie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests are on every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the book with Like the One Sports. Massive game tonight, names between two of the best teams and best defenses in the country when Houston squares off with Iowa State. I expect another war of attrition, as is often the case when these two battle each other since Houston joined the Big 12. Neither team will be able to get out in transition. They both defend each other's strengths incredibly well. Houston and Iowa State, both top 10 in the country in defensive efficiency. That's the kind of game we get tonight. I'm taking the under. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. from office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh, bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Doran, nobody thinks about water damage until it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and free sensor with every home security package.
So now you've got intrusion, fire, and water protection.
That's real peace of mind.
Especially when you're not home.
Don't wait for a surprise. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
February in Western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
You don't marry the person you could live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you are buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was
was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend. If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates' first full team workout today in Bradenton. Their first spring training game is Saturday against the Baltimore Orioles. You can hear that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Go to AAA and face a lot of guys with big league stuff who maybe don't have big league command. But that's a good test, actually. And he's not going to have a problem hitting that. He's basically hit everything. It's a question of, is it what happens when you're facing guys multiple times who have big league stuff, who understand the art of pitching, how to get you out, how to sequence pitches more, who might have a better breaking ball or the ability to land a breaking ball that you haven't seen so much. Like I see a lot of, but most of what I see during the year is AA and below. It's a lot of bad baseball out there. As it turns out, it's a lot of great players, a lot of really bad baseballs, a lot of guys who throw super hard and do not know where it's going because, that didn't work. Let me throw it harder.
The news was made officially official today. The Pirates have signed Marcell Ozuna to a one-year deal with a mutual option for 2027. That right there was Keith Law talking about Connor Griffin, who we will talk about in just a few minutes. The corresponding move, pour one out for Jack Suwinski. He has been DFA'd by the Buccos after 45 home runs hit in his first 2 seasons, just 12 in his last 2. Somebody who forgot how to hit a baseball. And also a quick shout out to Bob in Newcastle, who called Bucco Talk early last season and compared Suwinski to Mickey Mantle. Very, very real possibility that he goes elsewhere and finds his swing again. But the Pirates go into this season with more optimism around them than they have had in quite some time. Adding nearly 70 home runs to the lineup, the NL Cy Young winner returns to lead an exciting rotation. It feels like a front office that is actually trying, and it feels like a team that can actually win a few games. After 71-91 last season, a disastrous month of April that left the Pirates out of the race from the jump, is the team in Pittsburgh bound for a big change in 2026? I still have a few questions about that. It's Donnie Football with you on 93.7 The Fan today until 6. I am in for the guys on this President's Day holiday. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is behind the glass. Intern Jack is in as well. You can join the conversation, as always, at 412-928-9370. However you may be taking us in this afternoon over the radio, the Odyssey app, live on our YouTube page, or on our Twitter/X page at 93.7 The Fan. We have you covered all afternoon. Noah Hiles will join us in studio for an hour, in less than an hour from now. His comrade at the Post-Gazette, Colin Beasley, will join us from Pirate City in Bradenton around 4 p.m. Nick Farabaugh, you know him. He will join us right around 5 o'clock to talk Steelers. We are going to cover a few different bases today. A Borges hockey roundup in about 30 minutes. A NASCAR minute at 5:30. President's Day trivia between Charlie and Jack, quiz show style. 3 editions of that today, so the best 2 out of 3 will take the crown in that. Also, RIP to the legendary Robert Duvall, who got his start as Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird. We will start with the Pirates. We will start with baseball today, as the team is holding its first full team workout, full squad workout in Bradenton. Paul Skeens is drawing in eyeballs, a huge crowd just to watch him throw a bullpen session. Among them, A.J. Burnett, one of my all-time favorite Pirates, who is down in Bradenton to kind of help the mentality of all of the young pitchers. Marcell Ozuna is hitting baseballs a mile. Connor Griffin is doing the same. I think a couple of them have hit buildings or cars at some point today. I have questions about both of them. It's a team consisting of real bats for the first time in a long time, and it is a really refreshing change in Pittsburgh. But I said that we have a few things to ponder here with the 2026 Buccos, and you can feel free to chime in at any point. We will take your calls at 412-928-9370. We start with number 1, and that is the big looming question around the Pirates this spring. Is Connor Griffin going to be the team's opening day shortstop? You heard Keith Law. He was on with the midday guys. He was on with Pomp and Joe earlier talking about Connor Griffin. He went on to say that it would not be the worst thing if he spent a month or so in AAA. But asking the question if Connor Griffin should be their opening day shortstop, that's a little bit too easy for me. Of course I'm going to say yes. I don't care about service time. I don't really care about playing a lot of baseball at AAA. I feel like that's just wasting time. That is not a prerequisite for MLB success the way you may think it is. We have seen position players that have played precisely 0 games in AAA. Manny Machado, 0 AAA games. Giancarlo Stanton, back when he was known as Mike Stanton, 0 AAA games. Paul Goldschmidt, 0 AAA games. Juan Soto, a more recent one. It feels like the guy has been in Major League Baseball for 15 years. He barely played in the minors. 0 AAA games. A couple of older names, Brian McCann, Miguel Cabrera, Adrian Beltre, 0 AAA games. And a handful of guys have barely played, and I'm saying 5 or fewer games at the AAA level. Jose Altuve, 5 games. Anthony Rendon, Jason Hayward, 3 games. Christian Yelich, 2 games. Maybe it's a month in AAA, like Mike Trout. He played 20 games in AAA. Bryce Harper played 21. But I don't see much of a reason for anything longer than that, if that is what they decide. If they come out of spring training and say we want to start Connor Griffin in AAA because he didn't play there last season, we don't want to immediately have him make that jump from AA to the big leagues. Don't waste his time for more than a month. Because if you are curious as to what Harper and Trout did in the minors, beyond just the 20 and 21 games they've spent at the AAA level, Mike Trout actually has a lot of minor league games under his belt, 291 for a player of his caliber, 23 homers. He knocked in 134 runs. He stole 108 bases, 35 triples, 58 doubles. Here's where it gets interesting. He hit 341, on base of 426, slugging of 516, OPS of 941. Keep that last number in your head, an OPS of 941. Harper, 141 games, 25 homers, 81 ribbies, stole 29 bases, a few triples, 32 doubles, hit 306, on base of 402, slugging of 538, and an OPS of 941. And Connor Griffin, 122 games, all of them last season, his first in professional baseball, 21 homers, 94 runs batted in, 65 stolen bases, 4 triples, 23 doubles. He hit 333 between A ball, high A ball, double A ball. His on base was 415. His slugging was 527, and his OPS was 941. Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, Connor Griffin, all of them, a minor league OPS of 941. That might be a good omen. Hopefully it is. If he has a career like those two, I'd say that's pretty good. But as we know, Griffin has not played a single game in AAA. He rose as quickly as the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. So being like Mike Trout or being like Bryce Harper, that's not hyperbole. It's realistic. I think he is going to impress enough this spring, the same way Jared Jones did a couple of years back, to be the Pirates' opening day shortstop when they play the Mets on March 26. Next question, will the Pirates' power moves pay off? The Pirates front office was more aggressive than I have really ever seen this offseason. 30-ish years of being alive for Pirates baseball, and really just under 25, I would say, that I can truly remember. From 2013 to 15, they made some really good, shrewd moves. Bob Nutting and then mostly GM Neil Huntington for teams that made the postseason. They sat on their hands for the 2025 offseason. They felt a little pressure after that. I, among with many others out there, highly criticized the idea of keeping Ben Cherington around because he has done nothing but finish in last place since becoming the team's general manager. That's going to change this season. I would actually be amazed if the Pirates finished in last place. I would be stunned if they finished in last place in the NL Central. The additions of Brandon Lau, 31 home runs, Marcell Ozuna, 21 home runs, Ryan O'Hearn, 17 home runs. That gives them a real lineup. A lineup we haven't seen in about a decade or so since the last playoff appearance in 2015, a team that won 98 games. Now, are they going to be that good? I'm not going to go that far. That would be a 27-win improvement from the year prior. But it is not a lineup that is just counting on their own homegrown guys to be great when they haven't showed any sign of that, or guys that they insisted will be great. Jack Sawinski, who did get off to a hot start. He could hit some home runs. He couldn't really do anything else, but he could hit home runs. But then Sawinski fell off a cliff at the plate. It was just a disaster. More often than not, anytime he stood up there, guys like that who they DFA'd earlier today. I'm not sure if Lau returns to 31 home runs, but I feel pretty good about 25 from him, the same way I do from Ozuna. I think Ozuna is a little bit better than what he was in 2025. He was hitting cars in the parking lot this morning. O'Hearn has never eclipsed 20 home runs, but is consistently in the mid-teens. I think he actually has the highest likelihood of his power numbers maybe dipping down, but he is still more of a professional hitter than what we have seen in the Pirates lineup in most cases in the last handful of seasons. They have a real 1 through 6 or 1 through 7 in their lineup. For how long have they had just 1 to 2 bats to worry about and be taken seriously and then could easily be pitched around? Which leads me to my next question. Is Oneil Cruz the forgotten man? Question 2 takes me to this, and it may not be a bad thing to be the forgotten man. Mulsey posed this question today on social media. Lau, O'Hearn, Ozuna. That makes it easy to forget about the guys that were already here. They made some splashes in their own way, but they made some splashes. Griffin is already being labeled as the next big thing or the next best thing. Having the reigning NL Cy Young winner also takes a little bit of pressure off the superstar expectations that have been around Oneil Cruz since he entered. Because I think Oneil Cruz is perhaps in for his best season because people aren't talking about him. He isn't being counted on to be the team's best bat. And when that extra weight is taken off the shoulders, mentally, the guy can just play. And I think that could really benefit him. It could have the same function for Brian Reynolds, who is coming off his worst season as a pro. The Pirates lineup the last few seasons have been Cruz, Reynolds, and a bunch of random guys. That usually makes it easy for teams to either pitch around them, avoid them, frustrate them at the plate. They finally have lineup protection. For the first time in their careers, they have other viable bats in the lineup to leave them as the ones you forget about and maybe not worry about as much. And I'm excited to see how they respond to that. Will Paul Skeens continue being this good? My guess is yes. The dude is never satisfied with his work, and that is a sign of greatness. Think about the great athletes across sports. 2 of them that dominated the 21st century. Tom Brady, one of the most hated in this town, and one of the all-time most beloved is Sidney Crosby. Skeens is obviously missing that team success, but he's only entering his second full season and his 3rd year in the majors. But in the individual aspect, Brady and Crosby, they never found themselves satisfied with their games, and they were always doing something to make themselves better, give themselves the edge, to adapt, to evolve, finding ways to do that. Skeens is that type of player. He has that type of attitude. We listen to him when he speaks. We watch him work when he's on the mound. And you might be out there thinking, how does this guy keep up with the first 2 seasons that he's had? Rookie of the Year, Cy Young in the National League, both of them unanimous victories. But he can. That's the scary thing. He is a pitcher that can be remembered as the best of his generation. He can be the next the next all-time great pitcher in baseball. So how can I not say he's going to be great again this season? The only thing that can slow him down is his own body. Before I get to the last one, I'll take a couple of calls here. 412-928-9370. Joe is in Verona. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Donnie. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Well, one thing I really hope, I'm glad Shelton went. I couldn't handle his lineups. And I hope Kelly doesn't do that. I hope he has at least 5 or 6 guys that stay in there every day. And if he starts doing that every day lineup change, it's going to be a disaster. You can't do that. You got to start having some consistency. I remember when I was a young boy, go down Forbes Field, that you knew who at least 6 or 7 of the Pirates were going to be. I can name the lineup today when they won the World Series in 60 and 71. So I hope he doesn't get like that. I noticed he did a little bit of that last year, but he didn't have anyone to work with. So I hope he goes that way, Don.
Yeah, Joe, I like that call because I would like a lot if he did that too. Because Shelton did that constantly, and it drove me nuts. It clearly drove other people nuts. And in like a weird way, it was his defense of, well, you know, the other team doesn't know what we're going to throw at it. Yeah, your team's not good enough to have that as the defense. Keep these guys more consistent. I can even remember back to the times the teams were getting to the playoffs 10 or so years ago. You pretty much knew nearly to a T what that lineup was going to look like. That is a small thing that I would like to see Don Kelly mostly stick to in 2026. Because my final big question, and you should know what it is, are the Pirates a playoff team? This is the big one. This is the $1 million question. I think they definitely eclipse a 500 record. They won 71 games last season. That is telling me, if I say they eclipse 500, that they win at least 82. That's a good jump. And that would be them doing so for the first time since 2018. It has been letdown after letdown every year since. The Reds got in last season with 83 wins. It also required a cataclysmic collapse from the big money Mets. Sorry, Charlie.
How dare you?
But will it be that easy again? I can't see a team having a second half like the Mets did to allow a team like the Pirates to get in. Can 83 wins get it done? Fangraphs has them around that number. Fangraphs is high on the Pirates after these moves. They have them at like 82.8 wins. They also have the Pirates as the second best team in the NL Central. Milwaukee always figures it out, even though they are the worst, or even though they are a little bit worse on paper. The Cubs are and should be the favorite in the NL Central. Will the Reds win 83 games again? I don't know if I'd go that far. The Cardinals feel like a distant last-place team. They are the worst team in the division on paper. But then again, it's the St. Louis Cardinals. In true Cardinals fashion, they could just be fighting for a playoff spot all season. And I only say that half-jokingly. The Pirates improved their offense. Lau, O'Hearn, Ozuna, eventually Connor Griffin. Their pitching staff is led by a stud, but it needs a little bit more. Skeens, Keller, Chandler, Ashcraft, Urquidy right now, the number 5 guy. They don't have a lefty in there. The defense did get worse. No question about it, but I've said for a bit that I want offense over defense any day. They need to score runs. You get a full season for Don Kelly, who was 59-65 in 124 games last season. They were also dead on arrival when Kelly came in. They were 12-26 when they finally fired Derek Shelton. I can't imagine them being in a hole that size yet again. So the 2026 Pirates are without question better than the 2025 Pirates. I really, really want to put them in the playoffs. I really want to do it. I can't do it just yet, but maybe once we get to opening day, maybe that fever really hits me and I change my mind. What say you? 412-928-9370. That's the number to join the conversation. You can also hit us up there on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, we take your calls. We also have our first edition of President's Day Trivia. That is next, but first, a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Team USA women's hockey, they will be in the gold medal game on Thursday. They await the winner of Switzerland and Canada. They will drop the puck at 3:10. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, Andrew Filipponi back to talk about Comer and Cross. Well, it is President's Day, and you feel presidential. You feel like a big deal when you walk into your brand new Comer and Cross garage and you stare down at the floor. You feel like you are in a special place. Something palatial, something magical has happened to an area of my home that was at one point very disgusting, with stains and cracks and just a floor that we had in when we built the house 5 years ago. All that changed with Comer and Cross. This is creme de la creme, the very top of the heap. Not a fly-by-night organization, gold standard. These are not subcontractors that are going to do this job. They're going to transform your garage floor in one day. That's all they're going to need. If you've got a lot of stuff in your garage, they're going to take it out for you. Their schedule is filling up. You need to call them now and get on the books for 2026. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is that number. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or you can just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 73 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Team Stars won the NBA All-Star Game. The round-robin tournament did have some competitive games, even though the final wasn't. The reviews for the new All-Star format have been pretty good. 3 of the 4 games were good, with players playing on both ends of the floor. That's an improvement. Now, if only there was a way to put together teams from each conference, like the East versus the West. I'm Chris Black.
That CBS Sports Minute was presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for thepeople.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6TM055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
.232, time to make the smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Donnie Football in for the guys on this President's Day holiday. Noah Hiles will join us in studio in less than 30 minutes from now. Taking your calls on the Buccos before we get to our first edition of President's Day Trivia at 412-928-9370. Riley is in Cannonsburg. What's up, Riley?
Hey, how you doing, Donnie?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, I think the old adage is iron sharpens iron. You need to have Connor Griffin started opening day. There's no reason not to. This team, I don't see a reason why they can't push for that second wild card spot, but if that is happening and our team is doing all right, we're doing good, the fans need to put their butts in the seats. I'm tired of seeing people in those stands unless Paul Skeens is pitching.
I mean, Riley, the thing that goes hand in hand with that, and thanks for the call, if this team starts to win and they look serious, there will be people in the ballpark. It won't just be, hey, Paul Skeens is pitching, or it's a big market team in town that, you know, all the fans from, you know, Cranberry who wear Yankee pinstripes come down. It won't be all of that. You'll actually get people in the ballpark for any other game if they do look serious. If this team wins, people will show up. It doesn't matter how many fireworks or drone shows or T-shirts or dollar hot dogs you're throwing out there. The simplest promotion is winning. 412-928-9370. All right, let's get some music underneath this. You did find it. Sandbagging me. Charlie Borges is behind the glass. Intern Jack is in today. It is President's Day, and we are going to have a best of 3 President's Day trivia. So 3 rounds, fellas. We will do one in this hour. We will do one in the 4 o'clock hour, another one in the 5 o'clock hour. It will be 3 questions per round. You each get a shot. And the final question of each round will be a quantity type question, kind of like the quiz show between myself and Joe Starkey, where I will tell you, name X amount of presidents to do this. And whoever has first dibs, they will say, I can name 6. Whoever doesn't have first dibs will have the opportunity to say, I can name 7, or they will make the person who claims to say 6 answer with all 6. Do we understand the rules? We understand it?
I will not ask you to repeat that 6 times like Starkey would.
Charlie, since you are the elder statesman, I will allow you to go first.
Oh, boy.
In PM Team President's Day trivia, Game 1 in a best of 3 series. Charlie, this president, and I will say this, there is the opportunity for guys to steal.
Okay.
So unlike the big game bonanza, one final rule here, you do have the opportunity to steal. So
Okay.
it is more of a quiz show style format. You just have to wait until it's your turn. Charlie, this president was a star football player at Michigan and was once named team MVP.
All right, so it's a guy in the early 1900s. Not anybody recently.
And also keep in mind that last question is always worth, it's always a 3-point question. So everybody's always in the race here. This president was a star football player at Michigan and was once named team MVP.
Woodrow Wilson.
Charlie, that is incorrect.
I knew that.
Intern Jack?
Are there any negatives if I get this wrong?
No, you don't.
Okay,
You don't. Yeah,
okay.
you don't.
Besides
you
your
don't lose
dignity.
points. You don't lose points.
All right.
But I'm also not going to give like 7 guesses the way that sometimes Joe and I get for the quiz show.
Yeah.
This is just an absolute shot in the dark. I'll go with Dwight Eisenhower.
That is incorrect. The first question missed by both of you guys. I thought one of you might surprise me here and get it. The answer we were looking for, Gerald Ford, the 38th president of your United States of America, a former star football player at Michigan. He played center and was the team's MVP.
Yeah, I missed that one. I
So no
apologize.
blood. No blood on the first question, but question 2 goes to Intern Jack. Intern Jack, this president was once stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania.
Oh, my God.
This president was once stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania.
I feel like I've seen this before, too.
And I'll give you this clue. You better get it because I know Charlie knows it.
Yeah, I know that
That's
he knows
why I
it, too.
directed this one to you first.
Oh, man. Give me George Bush.
Jack, that is incorrect. Charlie?
I believe the match was Umaga against Bobby Lashley. And the managers for Umaga was Vince McMahon. And the manager for Bobby Lashley in a hair versus hair match won Donald J. Trump.
That is correct, Charlie. And the special guest referee was Stone Cold Steve Austin. And he stunned Donald Trump after the match.
Stunned everybody that was in the ring still.
So Charlie has a point, but we go to the final question, and Charlie has the advantage here because he will get the opportunity at first crack. Now, again, how this works, it is a quantity question. You will say how many you can name. If Jack thinks he can name more, he will have that opportunity. If he doesn't, he will simply just tell you to name them. If you do not get them all correct, Jack gets the points and he wins here. So you lead 1-0. But Charlie, here is the final question for round 1, for game 1 of PM Team President's Day Trivia. There are 4 heads on Mount Rushmore, Charlie. How many can you name?
2.
Jack, can you name 3?
I think I can name 3.
Go for it.
You want to go for it? You got to name 3 heads on Mount Rushmore, Jack.
Abraham Lincoln.
That is 1.
Thomas Jefferson.
That is 2.
George Washington.
That is 3. And intern Jack has a 1-0 lead. Do you know who the 4th one is, just for giggles here?
I want to say it's Theodore Roosevelt.
It is. Okay. Jack nailing it.
Wow. That's just...
Jackie goes 4 for 4.
All right.
On the heads on Mount Rushmore. Charlie, I thought you actually would have just named all 4 of them.
Yeah, but it's a strategy part of the game.
I play that game with Joe. I try to chicken Joe into...
Exactly. And now I know who my opponent is now.
Saying one too many. So intern Jack with a 1-0 lead after the first round, after the first answer is missed.
That's upsetting.
Jack takes game 1. So thank you, fellas. We'll be back for a rousing rendition of that in the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up, a very quick Borges hockey roundup. USA women's hockey, they continue to dominate. Can U.S. men's hockey do the same thing? You can follow along on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also watch the shows there now at 93.7 The Fan. Right now, it's time for a Charlie headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Jack Sawinski has been designated for assignment by the Pittsburgh Pirates to make room for new acquisition Marcell Ozuna on the 40-man roster. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook on this President's Day 2026. And the best place to bet on the winter games is on the FanDuel Sportsbook. The hockey is heating up. We've moved out of the preliminary rounds. We are now into the knockout rounds of the tournament. The United States, one of 4 teams to get a bye through to the next round, but they are still an underdog to take home gold, something they haven't done since 1980, because you've got Team Canada breezing through the opening round robin. Canada now minus 140 to win gold. The United States plus 210 to win it. Better than 2-1 odds if you're feeling like a long shot. You've got Finland at 10-1 and Sweden at 16-1 right now as well. So the winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than when the bet on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800.
Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Spring games for the Pro Baseball League are officially in full swing following the kickoff of the preseason over the weekend. Monday's schedule is packed with action at camps in Arizona and Florida, including Boston versus Tampa, Baltimore against Pittsburgh, and Minnesota playing Detroit.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This isn't just how you get there, it's how you arrive. Whatever the day brings, make it epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. A sleek exterior, premium interior, and class-leading space for up to 8 with available third-row power seats that recline to give you room to live big. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schlei Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schlei Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Donnie Football in for the guys on this President's Day. Noah Hiles will join us for the full second hour of the show. But first, we do have ourselves a Borges hockey roundup. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. Team USA women's hockey, dominant. Another dominant display. 5-0 win against Sweden. Team Canada takes on Switzerland in about a half hour. The final, the gold medal match, a few days away. That will take place on Thursday. Charlie, do I have that right? The
Correct.
19th? That's Thursday?
Thursday.
A 1:10 start time. The United States will be awaiting probably Canada. Let's just be honest. And
You never know.
I think we do. I think we do, Charlie. And is that the way things will go on the men's side of the bracket? The United States, Canada, Slovakia, Finland, they all had the automatic qualifier to the quarterfinal round. The qualifier matchups are tomorrow. Germany and France, Switzerland and Italy, Czechia and Denmark, Sweden and Latvia. And then the quarterfinals are on Wednesday. The semifinals will be Friday. And the gold medal and bronze medal games will be Saturday and Sunday. That gold medal game is Sunday morning at 8:10. Charlie, are you still sticking to your guns and telling everybody that Team USA will not medal in men's Olympic hockey?
Yes. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not going to change my prediction halfway through, although my Czechia bronze medal prediction is not looking well in any way, shape, or form, because if they beat the Danish, they're going to go right to Canada, or right to play Canada. But the United States has to get past Sweden or Latvia, and I told you to watch out for them Latvians.
They'll beat Latvia.
Yeah, but if Sweden beats Latvia, it'll be United States and Sweden. And that's something that I would like to watch.
And you think the Swedish team can pull it off? Huh?
I think they could. I think they could. Absolutely. Why couldn't they?
United States is going to beat them, Charlie.
You never know.
It's going to be a gold medal game between the U.S. and Canada. Russia's not in it. It's going to be the United States and Canada.
You say that now, but if the United States falls like 2-1 to Sweden on the 18th, you're going to be thinking of me first. I will
think of you first.
I better be the first text message. As soon as that clock goes down to 3, 2, 1, I better be that first text message.
Is Canada just too good? Like, are they just going to?
They're very good. I mean, McDavid is
no matter
already,
who they play. So if they play the United States or they play Sweden, like whoever they would play in a gold medal game,
it's Canada's goal to lose.
Are they just going to run away?
They should. If they don't, somebody did something wrong. Like I've never seen Connor McDavid be so dominant before. Even in the Stanley Cup playoffs and that Stanley Cup run that the Oilers went on, and he won the Conn Smythe in a losing effort. He's already set the single Olympic record in Team Canada history for most points. And it's not even out of the group stage yet. Or now they are out of the group stage.
Yeah.
Dude's played 3 games and he's already set the record. And you mean to tell me that JT Miller and Vinny Trocheck are going to stop him? Sure. All right. Have fun.
So you think even if we do get like a U.S. and Canada final, it won't be
It's
competitive?
Canada's to lose. It'll be competitive, but it's their goal to lose. Like if it's United States and Canada, it'll be like a 4-1, 4-2 win for Canada with an empty netter.
Okay. I was expecting you to go worse, so I guess.
No, it's not going to be a 10-1 blowout, but it won't be a 10-1 blowout for the other end for the United States. So right now, Canada will beat Czechia, Sweden will beat United States, Slovakia will beat Germany, and Finland will beat Switzerland. So your final 4, in my eyes right now, Canada, Sweden, Slovakia, and Finland. That's my final 4 right now.
Sticking to your guns.
Sticking to my guns.
No medal for America. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. And Charlie, there's no weather on here, but I do know it's going to warm up this week. I think the final remnants of this snow could be gone. I think it'll be 60 in a couple of days. That's pretty nice. I'm wearing shorts all week. Coming up, Noah Hiles joins us for the entire hour. Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and we are finally starting to thaw out outside. If things are still frigid, frozen in the bedroom, Blue Chew can help, fellas. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, which means Blue Chew can help you in a variety of ways. It can help you be more confident where it counts. It can help you feel like you're back in your glory days, in your prime, help you be more confident, like I said. It can help your date nights get longer and better for everyone. And probably most importantly, Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And guys, this isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com. What's up, guys? It's Chris Muller, and guess what? If you're looking for a brand new Mitsubishi, then your best President's Day deal is at one place, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. My guy Mike Engel and his team have it going on right now. They've got the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. You know it, you love it. It's the 7-passenger Outlander. I drive one. I am a massive fan, and right now at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, you can take up to $10,000 off or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. Plus, they've also got Outlander Sports. You can take up to $5,000 off on those or get 2.99% financing for 60 months. And they're all backed by that unbeatable warranty. The Mitsu that fits you is in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. So shop the President's Day savings right now at Crown Mitsubishi and CrownMitsubishiPA.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
What's up, guys? Mulsey here with a big piece of advice. It's time for you to shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Why? Because my guy, Mike Engel, and his team have tons of great deals for you. It's your last chance right now for Ram Truck Month. 2026 Ram Bighorn now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 2026 Wrangler Sports just $399 a month. And 2025 Grand Cherokees loaded up only $529 a month. All of them with up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Don't wait. Shop President's Day savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington and online, crownjeep.com.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates' first full team workout today in Bradenton. Their first spring training game is Saturday, 1:05 against the Orioles. You can hear the game on our sister station, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football in for the guys on this President's Day holiday. Chris Muller will be back tomorrow. He and I will do the show. Pony will return to us on Wednesday. Charlie Borges is here. He is behind the glass. Intern Jack is back there as well. The second game of President's Day trivia coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But here in this 3 o'clock hour, the second hour of the show, we are joined by Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette in studio. Noah is in here. Noah, just thank you for the dedication, not wanting to take off this President's Day holiday. I know there's a lot of events that go on today.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, I watched some Olympics, watched The Wire. I'm watching that for the first time. Mondays are my slow days. I write my weekend thoughts column on Sunday. So essentially, like, Monday is like my Sunday in a lot of ways.
Do you ever think about, like, after you have watched a show and then maybe you go back to watch it again, you know, like, I don't know if you and your girlfriend go back and, like, watch shows that you've seen but she hasn't. Like, Sarah and I do that a lot. And then you just think back to, like, man, I'm really jealous because this person is experiencing all of this for the first time and I'm not. Like, you can't, like, you try to go back to that feeling of watching a show for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, Tanisha actually hates the idea of one of us having seen, like, if one of us has seen something and the other hasn't, she does not want to watch it together. Like, she wants it to either be like we're both rewatching it or we're both like watching this for the first time, because she hates she hates being able to like look over at my face and like can tell like something's about to happen. I don't really have a good poker face in that sense. So yeah, we've learned that throughout our relationship. But I do agree that yes, like when I see my friends starting like The Sopranos for the first time, or even reading a book that I really enjoy or just something, I'm like, oh yeah, like this is I'm so jealous.
Yeah, Sopranos, I felt that. Breaking Bad, I felt that big time.
Have you watched Succession?
No.
That's probably the last like live show that I've watched like week by week I wasn't just binging it, that I've been like locked into.
Underrated one for you. I wouldn't put it up there with like the greats, but it is on Netflix. I have seen it before. Sarah has not. It's 6 seasons. We're on season 5. It's called Animal Kingdom.
Animal Kingdom.
It aired on TNT. I think it wrapped up maybe in like 2022, 2023, right around there. So relatively new show. I recommend that one. Noah, the Buccos are in Bradenton, and I can remember you and I having a conversation months ago on the air. Going into the offseason, the Pirates decide they're going to retain Ben Cherington. I hated the decision. I certainly wasn't alone, because Ben Cherington has done nothing but produce last-place teams. And when you and I were on the air together, one of your points to them was, shut us up.
Yeah.
Go out and get something done. How do you feel they have accomplished that so far this offseason as we sit about a month away from opening day?
Yeah, I think that if you were to have gone to both of us at that point and said, here's what's going to happen, I think we would say that meets the bar, right? Like that would be shutting us up. Now, I mean, the way I look at the way the roster's constructed, and I've been vocal about this, I'm not necessarily sure that all of these pieces fit together to get the absolute most out of all of the newcomers in. I think there's a little bit of a redundancy in some of the positions, and forcing guys to play out of position might make some of these new acquisitions not as valuable. But overall, I don't think you can really argue against the fact that this has been probably the most exciting offseason for Pirates fans in who knows how long. Because they didn't, I can't recall a time in my life where they acquired 2 guys who were all-stars the year prior. Maybe they retained them, maybe they signed extensions, but I mean, the trades Cherington brought in the highest rated prospect he's ever acquired in his 7 years here with Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
He brought in another prospect / guy coming off his rookie year who hit 296. Like, Jake Mangum in most off seasons would have been their best move, right? And
that's a good point.
And he's going to be their 4th outfielder probably right now. So yeah, and then the Lau trade was the best trade, but I really like the O'Hearn signing. The Ozuna thing, I think, made a lot of sense if you didn't bring in O'Hearn. But nonetheless, that was still the best move they could have made. So, yeah, overall, I think, the payroll went up. They added the biggest need. Again, not sure how all of these pieces fit together, but overall, there's reason to be excited for this team.
Yeah, I remember when the Ozuna signing happened, you came on with the guys, and you weren't, over the moon about it. Do you still feel that way, or have you changed your tune at all?
No, it's not like I absolutely hate it. It's just more, and I talked about this on Friday with Crowley, I think if you were to add up the positional war of first base, DH, and the corner outfield spots with the DH spot being open, meaning Lau gets more at-bats there, meaning Reynolds can get some off days in the outfield and get some at-bats there. Ryan O'Hearn's your primary DH, but can also play the field. Spencer Horwitz gets some DH at-bats, as opposed to the positional war of DH, first base, and the corner outfield spots with Ozuna playing 120-plus games at that spot. I think your right field and left field positions are worse. You're getting less value defensively, and both of those guys being 120-plus game outfielders probably makes them worse offensive production as well. Because you're asking them to, in O'Hearn's case, play out of position. He's never played more than 29 games in a major league season in the outfield. So if you acquired this guy for his bat, you're doing something that kind of is going to take away from his bat, I think. And so that's where I look at it. And you're taking Spencer Horowitz's bat out of the lineup regularly, when in reality, for him to be on the bench when you have a guy like Triolo being an everyday player, a guy like Nick Gonzalez potentially being an everyday player if Connor Griffin's not there, whatever you have at catcher, like it doesn't necessarily make sense. Again, I get why they did it at the time. It was the best move they had to make, but if they would have made a little bit more of an aggressive move earlier, they probably could have had a better constructed roster.
But do you think the offense they acquired outweighs how bad the defense could be?
I mean, it will depend, right? Like my three variables that really come down to here are if Reynolds can bounce back, and if lineup protection is all Reynolds needs to bounce back to become more than what he was last year, similar to what he was in 2024. That's part one of it. Number two is we don't know what Ryan O'Hearn looks like as an everyday outfielder. And if Ryan O'Hearn can be the exact player that he was last year as an everyday right fielder, then yes, everything I'm saying is moot. But if you look in baseball, most of the time when you move a guy out of position and it's not him going to the front office and saying, I want to be moved here, that first season, their offense takes a dip. Look no further than O'Neal Cruz last year. So if you have a dip with Reynolds offensively, you have a dip with O'Hearn offensively, Ozuna's got to produce a lot. So I think it's those three guys. If all three of those guys can be what you need them to be offensively, despite two of them having a lot more on their plate defensively, this team's going to be fine. But that's the big question.
I think O'Hearn, out of the three they brought in, I think he is the most likely to see that dip. Now, he's only ever hit home runs like in the teens, right. So it's not as if this would be like a guy that goes from, 30 to like 12. But, yeah, I think it'll be like he gets to double-digit home runs, but it's nothing huge. I want to see him from Lau and Ozuna, who I think could hit 25 each.
I mean, I think O'Hearn probably has the highest floor out of all three of those guys. Now, that being said, O'Hearn is having the biggest change, right?
Yes.
Like, they're going to be asking him to probably do more than he's never done before. Reynolds has played left field at PNC Park. He's been an all-star there, actually. But his defense has declined so much, and it really just depends on his bat for him. And Ozuna is a guy where if you were to ask me to name 5 players in baseball who I expected to have a dramatic regression based off of advanced analytics and metrics, Ozuna probably would have been on my list. Now, how bad is that regression? Does it even arrive, right? I mean, that's just a guess. But you look at the swing speed. There are some other metrics that weren't really favorable. The injury might have played a part in that, obviously, but he's also on the wrong side of 30. So if Ozuna can even be as good as he was last year, which everyone talks about the dip from 24 to 25, if he can just replicate 2025, it was a good move. We'll see if he can do that.
I mean, he would have been one of their best players anyway.
Yeah, he would have. He would have. I mean, he would have led the team in home runs, and it was one of the worst years of his career.
Do you think all of this will help Ryan Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz?
It has to, right? I mean, if it doesn't, then it's on them at this point. I mean, that was almost every conversation I had about Brian Reynolds' offensive struggles last year when I was covering the team went back to the fact that he was the guy that needed more lineup protection to perform. They were willing to move O'Neal Cruz around in the order more than him because he needed the more ideal situation to perform consistently. So I think a lot of these moves were made, just to upgrade offensively throughout the lineup, but B, to get some lineup protection around Brian Reynolds. And O'Neal Cruz could absolutely benefit from lineup protection as well. He's no longer their most dangerous hitter. He's not. I mean, he has the highest upside still, I think, of any hitter in the lineup. But when you game plan for the Pirates in the last couple of seasons, O'Neal Cruz was your first task. Figuring out how you're going to pitch to him, and then you figured out the rest of the lineup. That's no longer the case. So maybe having him bat outside the top 5 spots in the order and having other guys that you need to worry about ahead of him, maybe that unlocks him a little bit more.
Yeah, Chris brought it up on Twitter earlier today.
Right, I saw that.
I mentioned it last hour. Like, O'Neal Cruz being the forgotten man a little bit, I think that's going to help him a lot.
It could. I mean, or if he just is what he is. Like, this is the point of no return for O'Neal Cruz. If it's ever going to happen here, it's got to happen now. Because if he replicates what he did last year, I would get rid of him. There's no point in keeping him for the final year of arbitration. because someone else might want him with that one last year and try to make him a reclamation project, because you have young outfielders in your system now with Mangum and Garcia, and those guys. I mean, Garcia profiles pretty similarly to Cruz, maybe not with the intense, exit velocities and everything, but he's a swing and miss guy who can play center field, who has athleticism, can hit the ball really hard and far. So Garcia can be the Cruz replacement if this doesn't work out. But I mean, O'Neal Cruz still could work out. And even if he is what he just was in 2024, that is good enough for this equation, in my opinion. It's just, can he get there?
How badly do you think Jostinson Garcia's name gets butchered by people all season?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think that...
You take one look at it, you get intimidated. But then you realize it's not that difficult of a name to say. Jostinson.
I got to hold my dad accountable here. In the family group chat today, he referred to him as the alphabet. And I'm like, you got to get the nickname right at the very least. It's got to be,
password.
If you can't get the password right, we have no hope. Right? So the password being his nickname, that is interesting. That is funny. That's appropriate. And it's so easy to remember. So Yinzers really do have a bailout there, where if it's not, I mean, I don't know how many people are going to be saying Jostinson Garcia.
Is his brother the one that's nicknamed the username? Isn't it like one of them is the username and one of them is the password?
I've seen that. Then again, like, I think everyone who's like close friends with him also likes to call themselves the username. So yeah, like like Andy Rodriguez made the joke that he calls himself the username now in Bradenton this past week. So yeah, I don't know. But I mean, Garcia is a guy that, because he was the first move, and granted, every other big acquisition made after him deserved more attention than him. But Garcia has a ton of upside potential. I mean, this is a guy where if you would have got him for David Bednar last trade deadline, people would have been pretty pleased with that return. Because he's a top 100 bat, right-handed hitter, outfielder, can play all three spots. That's the type of guy a lot of fans wanted to see them acquire at the deadline last year. And they got him for something way less valuable, in my opinion, than David Bednar, which was Johan Oviedo.
And speaking of the return for David Bednar, what type of timeline is Rafael Flores?
I don't know.
At?
I mean, I don't know where he fits. Like,
he played seven games with the Buccos.
He
did,
the
end of the season,
and I mean, he's your depth piece. If they need to clear up a little bit of money to add another starter or get another utility guy to play on the left side of the infield, Joey Bart makes a lot of sense to trade. I mean, I know there was interest in him at the trade deadline last year and a little bit of interest in him this past offseason. I'm sure a lot of teams wouldn't mind taking on a catcher who can be your backup, who can hit lefties well and isn't that expensive. I think he's making like $3 million or something, a little under that. So if that happens, then the plan's a little bit clearer. It's a battle between him and Andy Rodriguez to be the backup catcher. But every player in that catcher group has some very clear flaws that need addressed. Like Henry Davis needs to be able to hit 200. Andy Rodriguez needs to be able to show that his arm still works. Joey Bart needs to be able to catch the top-end talent in this rotation and not take away from their game. And Ro Flores needs to show that he belongs in the major leagues. So I think between those four, if you figure out two that can be productive, you're fine. It's just, can you get any of those two to work?
Is Bart here on opening day?
I don't know. I think probably yes. If I had to lean toward it, yes. But if you told me he was moved, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying I haven't heard anything lately on the Joey Bart camp. It's just, if there were to be any position player traded, he is the most obvious candidate for a million reasons.
412-928-9370 to join the conversation. You can hit us up at that number on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More with Noah Hiles coming up next. We will pivot to football a little bit with the Noah Constrictor, the Post-Gazette columnist. That is next. First, an intern Jack fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
U.S. men's hockey back on the ice Wednesday at 3:10 p.m. They'll take on the winner of Latvia and Sweden, which will be on Tuesday at 3:10 p.m. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Here's a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, Andrew Filipponi back on this President's Day to tell you guys about my friends at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Beautiful day to go out there and get your car washed. I mean, it's a gray day, but that means it's a good day. $19.99 per month, and you get unlimited washes. They pay for themselves in 2 washes at Mr. Magic. Paint, protect, the most premium wash. That's what I go with. Plus, tire shine treatment keeps your wheels looking brand new all year. So stop by their 23 locations, or you can register today at MrMagicCarWash.com. It's Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through mid-March, PennDOT crews will shift traffic patterns across the McKeesport-Duquesne Bridge as crews do containment installation. Expect delays. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Donnie Football in for the guys on this President's Day. And one of the guys will be on national TV in 10 minutes. First things first, on FS1. I have it on one of the big TVs in here. Andrew Filipponi will be joining his pal Nick Wright or his pal Danny Parkins. I don't know if Nick Wright took the day off, but he is buddies with Danny Parkins and Nick Wright, and Pony will be on there today and tomorrow talking about the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers, Mike McCarthy, the possible reunion in Pittsburgh. Noah Hiles in studio with me, the columnist from the Post-Gazette. Noah, you've had some time in the sun on like national podcasts or national TV programs. Does that get you a little nervous? I mean, it's got to be a whole lot more nerve-wracking than just this.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just when you talk about the same things so many different times, write about the same things, like your algorithm is catered to the same things. And Donnie, you're like me. I mean, we're obsessed with this. Like, we're thinking about it and talking about it well past the hours of where we're getting paid to do it, and probably to the detriment of our personal relationships at times. But like, so yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable. Now, if I were like in studio, sitting at the desk on First Take next to Stephen A. Smith, yeah, I'd probably be a little nervous. But when I'm doing it remotely, I'm looking into the same webcam I look at when I speak in college classes or do my guest hits here or wherever else. So it's not as nerve-wracking. Like, the only one I was like super nervous about that I've done like the last year is when I went on Fox News. That was the day after the Kavin Markwood fall from and it was more just like, you know, you got to really make sure like all of your facts are straight because this is like real news.
Yeah,
you know,
like
that
if
was
more Noah the news reporter.
Yes, exactly. It's not like where I said in the last segment, like, oh, Joey Bart, I think he's making $3 million. Like, I don't have the luxury of round numbers and that. Like, let's just be accurate. And I always try to be accurate, obviously, but I'd rather be a little off when I'm talking about sports statistics than that story. And it's also like you look at their guest list that day. I think Marco Rubio followed me. So I was like, wow, a lot of people are probably watching this.
What about Fetterman? Was he on that?
I
day?
don't know. I don't know.
People are always surprised when I mention this because I've even done a little bit locally, TV wise.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm with Cale Berger among others, Josh Roundtree on The Final Word. Some people here from Odyssey Pittsburgh. I still to this day I do not like public speaking.
Really?
I do not like. I mean, I'll do it.
Yeah.
But I still get nervous if I go back and talk to a college class, a high school class, like anywhere that I have to do some form of public speaking. I don't want to. I don't want to say I dread it, because I do enjoy, like, going to do that, like, kind of.
It's like going on a roller coaster. You're like, oh man, like this is gonna be scary. But as soon as you're on the ride, you're.
But I
having
get
fun.
nervous.
Yeah.
Like, start to sweat a little bit. I mean, I sweat
Really?
all the time anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the nerves with public speaking and talking in front of a crowd, that is always way more difficult for me than it should be, considering what we do, you know, considering what I do. But normally I'm in here, I'm talking into a camera. Yeah, there are people watching on YouTube or Twitter, but usually it's just me in here yapping.
Yeah,
And
right.
it feels like I'm just yapping to like some of my buddies. You know, when the guys are in here, it's like me talking to buddies. But if I talk in front of a class of college students who, you know, let's say it's like I go back to Waynesburg, I speak to a class, and I get invited by the chair of the department who thinks, hey, my students should look up to you as somebody who got through things
Right.
here. I'm still the nervous one going in.
Really? Yeah, I've always just had irrational confidence in public speaking. It's like one of the only things I'm good at. So I also, like, my dad was a minister growing up and my mom was an English teacher. So I think seeing both of my parents speak in front of crowds, be it classrooms or, you know, in front of, you know, a church on Sundays and everything, it just always was very normalized in my childhood. So I've never been, unless if it, again, when it's out of my usual element, it can be a little bit more nerve-wracking. Like if I had to go talk to people about quantum physics, I'd be like Frank the Tank in Old School. I'd be, you know, I just blacked out.
I hated high school presentations.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Like in college, like there were times where I just remember like I had a very similar group that we always did projects. We weren't even like the best of friends. It was just we all had the same major and we had a lot of classes together. So throughout our 4 years at Mount Union, if there was ever a group project in our comms class, I just knew that like these 4 people, and they just knew they were like, Noah's the point guard. He's not going to be super involved in the planning, but if we give him a very brief outline on what we're trying to say here, he will do all of the talking and he will get us the grade that we need. This is my thing.
I feel like in the group project setting, like that stuff needs to get like studied more, like not even just the, you know, like the actual stuff on the slides or whatever, but the choreography side of it.
Oh,
where
yeah.
It's like, hey, here is who is saying what.
Yep.
Because you'll be in like those high school or college classes and be like, these guys have no idea who's saying what.
Right. Yeah.
Like
They're
some
stepping
guy
on each
keeps
other.
trying to jump in. It's just an absolute mess. And I think that always hurts people in those, you know, in all of those settings.
My proudest academic achievement was the day after I finished my fraternity's Hell Week, my freshman year. I showed up. I hadn't slept at all. I reeked of beer, and I looked at my group and I said, what are we talking about? And they said this. And I looked through the slides one time and I just led the whole presentation. And the professor said, it seems like Noah's the only one who put any effort into this. And I was like, yeah, you know.
That had to be a good feeling.
It was a good feeling. You felt great.
Noah, the Steelers, as it seems like always now, the last few years at least, they have the second best odds to sign Tyreek Hill, according to the 33rd team. Now, the Chiefs are a pretty heavy favorite, and I think that's the assumption. They are minus 180 to bring Hill back to Kansas City. Steelers at plus 500. Would you have any interest in the Cheetah?
No, not at all. I mean, that's just I I know he's had a great career. He's been a very productive player. He's been a part of some winning teams. I don't think he fits what they need right now, both in the locker room and on the field. And I'm just not, personally, I'm not a fan of that guy. I think he's a garbage human, and I don't want him here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but
objectively, I also think it's just like, is he worth it? Is it worth it? Is this guy gonna? I think if you're taking on a guy like that who's on the TV screen that we're looking at right now, you need to make sure that it's like, will this addition take you significantly closer to a Super Bowl? I don't think they're a Tyreek Hill away from even sniffing one of those right now. So I have no interest in him. He's not worth the squeeze.
I would be interested in Tyreek Hill.
You're a bad guy. No, I'm just joking.
I've said this before. I had the conversation last week about Ozuna. We had the conversation all week about Big Ben and Joey Porter. When it comes down to what we're talking about, I'm worried about what the guy does between the lines, and he is a damn good football player.
Is he still, though?
I still think he is.
I mean, he might be.
I mean, he got hurt midway through the season. I also just
look at, like...
The guy broke his leg in half on Thursday Night Football.
I'd be interested to see it here because, I mean, this town's had a long run of wide receivers creating a lot more headlines for non-football things. Or even, Pickens never got in trouble, but, it seemed like all the headlines he generated was from practice the week leading up rather than the game, or in the game when the ball wasn't in his hands, just not trying or doing whatever. So I think with this new regime change and everything, you're looking for guys. I think character matters a little bit more in a year like this year, where if you have a new foundation and you have the right people in place and everyone is on the same page, maybe you could take on a guy like Tyreek Hill. But I think this year, where everyone's going to be getting to know each other and trust is being built, someone like him can make things a lot more difficult for everything to mesh in the intro stage.
I'm also at the point where I am so frustrated with their lack of finding of a second wide receiver.
That is true.
It's kind of like the Pirates looking for a bat.
Yeah, I mean, they got a guy just like Tyreek Hill to play DH.
Yeah, just give me anybody who has had good numbers in the NFL, and this guy has had great numbers.
Yes.
Now, he's a couple of years removed from that, but I think you can maybe question how good was the quarterback he had the last couple of years.
But are they going to have a good quarterback? Are they going to have a quarterback that's better than Tua?
I think Rodgers is better.
But how much better? How much better? Like, I mean, he is, I agree, but like, is it going to be that big of a difference? And I also look at it, it's like, I would rather them take two receivers in their first 3 rounds. I think that's A, it's more affordable. B, it's a better long-term strategy. And C, I think it's equally valuable in the now. And I think every move the Steelers need to make this offseason should be focused on not just 2026. You're not winning anything in 2026. Think long-term, think big picture. What is bringing in a well past his prime Tyreek Hill do to make the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers better? It might improve the present. I'm not going to refute that a ton, but I would rather those reps go to people who were younger, and especially if they were drafted in a high round, an early round, I should say, this upcoming spring.
They have 5 picks in the first 100.
Yeah.
I'm using 2 of those on a receiver.
Without question.
One of them is going to be pick 21.
Yeah, I totally agree. Why not?
I mean, it has been maybe, I guess I can't say more than quarterback because that is the game's most important position.
Yeah.
But a very close second is how they have fumbled the situation at wide receiver.
And which is ironic.
They just continue to neglect having a real second option, and they say, well, don't worry, we have a million tight ends on the team. They can catch the ball, but they're not wide receivers.
And this was a franchise that when we were growing up, Donnie, I mean, they developed any 6th-round pick into a productive pass catcher, right? It was like almost a meme at certain points where if they drafted a guy past the 3rd round, he was a receiver, everyone would just say, oh, that guy's going to be a stud. But then, that kind of fell off. So I totally agree. I even wrote a column that ran this morning in the Post-Gazette, and it talks about it. The headline was, who needs a star quarterback anyway? And obviously, that's a little bit of a sarcastic quip. Everybody should want to have a star quarterback. But my point was that if you look around football, both at the collegiate level and in the NFL, game managers win a lot of games now. If you have the right system in place, which the Steelers think they do by hiring McCarthy, and you have the right infrastructure around, sometimes it's not the best idea to have a quarterback who's one of the top paid players in the league, because what can you put around them? Look at how the Chiefs fell apart. Look at what the Bills are right now because they're paying their quarterbacks. The Ravens, another example, whereas if you have a quarterback who's making the 10th to 15th most money at his position in the NFL, you have a lot more money to build your defense, which is aging rapidly here, even though it's already still super expensive. You have more money and draft capital to surround your very average Sam Darnold-esque quarterback with great playmakers who can turn an average quarterback into an above-average quarterback. I'm not saying that that's the best way to win, but when you look around right now, they don't have a route to acquire a great quarterback unless they find a diamond in the rough or unless you believe Will Howard is the guy. And he might be. We'll find that out eventually, I'm sure. But as of right now, there's no one in free agency that's really worth signing that you could think, okay, this guy is worth making a top 10 paid quarterback in the league. And there's no one worth drafting that plays quarterback in the first round aside from Fernando Mendoza. And he's not going to be around for pick 2, let alone pick 21.
Fan Twitter, you can follow us there at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the shows there now as well. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up, more with Noah Hiles, a little Steelers, some hockey before we finish up the hour with Noah. But first, an intern Jack fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates DFA'd Jack Sawinski today in order to make room for Marcell Ozuna, the new addition on the 40-man roster. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Now here's a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar on this President's Day 2026, coming off a big weekend of sports. Still a lot more to go. There's going to be a lot of Winter Games hockey going on during the game the next few days. The U.S. still vying for gold. Sid still playing for Team Canada. The place to watch those games with friends is at Mike's Beer Bar. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer, including all of the winter beers made right here in Pittsburgh. Awesome food options, too, like steak on a stone. So what are you waiting for? Meet me at Mike's today. It's Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 73 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directory.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98 Twins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can also get 93.7 The Fan trading cards, brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we are out in the community. Noah Hiles across from me. He is in studio for one more segment, the columnist from the Post-Gazette. Noah, I assume you've been out to the Card Castle at some point in your day.
I have not. I need to get out there. I hear about them all the time. I have not been out there, though.
I highly recommend it. I mean, Joe and I did a Friday show out there a few months ago, and it's a place that I could probably spend a
lot of time with. Yeah, Jose Negron of DK Pittsburgh Sports, he is a huge card collector. So when we were on the road, like all last season, every city we'd go in, like that would be his one thing he wanted to. I'd be like, let's go check out this, iconic monument, or like, let's go to the Sears Tower or the Wills Tower or whatever it's called now. Or like, let's go to the Golden Gate Bridge. He's like, well, there's a card shop like 2 blocks from it. So yeah, I'll go. I'm like, didn't know that needed to be the.
Any good finds?
Oh, he finds a ton of good stuff. A ton. Like every trip he comes back with something. And then what was cool was him and Ryan Barucki would talk about, like Ryan Barucki used to do that on the road too. He would go to a different card store on the road. He was a big card collector. And it was funny that Jose would have to remind him like, hey, my budget's a little slimmer than yours as a 9-year Major League Baseball player. But yeah, it was cool. I would go with him. I not a huge card collector anymore. But it's still a very cool hobby to like be cognizant of, and it was fun to just go with Jose and look through everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to window shop at places like that.
Yeah, just looking at the different designs and stuff. It's like art,
But also not even just the cards, like the other stuff.
The memorabilia there,
I mean,
they have like framed whatever. Yeah, like all of it's cool. All of it's cool.
Jack, have you ever been out there? Baseball Card Castle?
I have not, no.
I recommend it for you, too.
I am a big card guy, so yeah, I might have to check it out.
What's the best one you got?
Oh, that's a good question.
Honus Wagner?
No, nothing quite that
Rowdy
crazy.
Tellez?
I don't know. A recent one that was cool. We pulled a Paul Skeens rookie auto that was like numbered to 499 or something. That's
pretty good.
The best one that we've pulled recently.
I'd say that's a really good
That's
one.
a really good one indeed.
You're not quite that, that like 12-year-old that got the one of one.
Yeah.
I also had the hardest time explaining to Sarah at one point, like why
this matters,
why sports collectibles are such a big deal.
Yeah.
And it was a battle.
Physical
I wasn't winning.
cryptocurrency. Like we all just decide what this is worth. Like there's no, I don't know. I'm not hating on it. It is just kind of goofy though when you think about it. Like it's a card at the end of the day. Like they're made for kids, but like they fund houses, and that's very interesting.
Yeah. Noah, how much of the Olympics have you?
Every day. As soon as I go downstairs, I put on the Gold Zone. I have it on my office TV at our house. It's 24/7. I have it just on the Gold Zone thing. So our cat watches it when she sleeps in my office at night when it's on, like the reruns. But yeah, I wake up around 7 a.m. every morning, and I go downstairs, and I just put on whatever's going. I go on my little app, and I see if there's any medal events. I see if there's, the primary ones I'm watching are hockey, and then, like, it's either hockey or the most dangerous thing. Those are my viewing preferences.
Like skeleton.
Skeleton, or like the big air where they're like going off of that jump. And
ski jumping.
Ski jumping is insane. Like Tanisha and I were watching that. She was like, how do you even get into this? And I was like, yeah, I can't answer that question. I have no idea.
I really don't know either. I also discovered a couple of weeks ago, and I've mentioned it on the air, I don't think I could do, besides curling, besides being the brusher in curling, I don't think there is a single Winter Olympic sport I could do. I don't know how to skate.
Okay.
I don't know how to ski. I can't snowboard.
Okay.
I sure as hell can't do the luge or the bobsled or the skeleton. I think curling, being the brusher in curling, is the only thing.
Bobsled, I think you could figure out. If you were just like the middle guy, just run, jump it, that could be some fantastic content. If Craig's listening, get the PM team on a bobsled. Plus, you need a fourth person. That could be maybe like a fan contest. I don't know. I'm just printing out money for you guys while I'm over
I might have a story idea for you, Noah. There is a local girl that is in the 2-person bobsled.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
Jasmine Jones, a Hempfield grad. That's something you could look into, Noah. What do you think your best event would be?
Oh, man. I don't know. Probably just skiing, because I've skied before. I've never played hockey, but I can ice skate. Like, I played hockey, like, with my friends. I never played organized hockey, but, like, I know the rules, and I can ice skate well enough to, like, put a shift in a beer league game, maybe. But, like, I don't know. I wouldn't be good at any of them, but I think, I would say bobsled, because at that sport, I think you could depend on other people around you to just be really good, and you could just say, like, tell me 2 things I really need to work on.
I'll be the second or third guy.
Yeah, like,
I can't be the starter. I can't be the
I can
anchor.
learn how to run in sync with the person opposite side. Now, I don't mean to diminish how difficult bobsledding is. It is super hard. But, like, out of everything, it would have to be a sport where I could depend on other people to perform well, because I don't think I could do anything well. But I can ski, I can ice skate. I've snowboarded a little bit, not a ton. So I could do those things. I don't know if I could do any of them on the courses that, if Lindsey Vonn can't make it down a hill, I don't think I can.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of like Booby Miles'd herself, though. Like, I mean, she was hurt going in.
That's a great way to put it, yeah.
She insisted on doing
Except
the
Booby
event.
Miles was, hadn't played football in 6 years and then decided he wanted to play his senior year at Odessa Permian.
Yes.
Yeah. She was retired longer than Phillip Rivers. People don't talk about that enough. Like, we made this huge deal about Phillip Rivers' comeback, and we should have. Like, it's crazy that he was out of the game that long and then just goes and becomes an NFL quarterback again. She was out of her sport longer and then tore her ACL and then was like, yeah, I'm still going to go for it. Props to her.
Yeah, I mean, it's insanity. I feel bad that she suffered an injury.
Yeah, I'm sad she got hurt. I can't feel bad. I mean, I feel bad in the sense
you're playing with fire.
Right, yes. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? But, again, I don't like seeing anyone get hurt. Lindsey Vonn has represented our country very well on the national stage, and I appreciate all of her victories and success for USA Athletics. But, again, what did you think was going to happen? It's just, yeah, like, I remember waking up to that notification because that happened at like 6 a.m. I rolled out of bed and I was like, oh, yeah, water's wet. Yeah, like, I'm not surprised.
Now, do you get, like, hyped up when it is a final of any event and you're rooting for the American? Like,
for sure.
You're standing, you're clapping. Hard rooting interest. Like, if the United States, the women's hockey team is going to make it to the gold medal.
They're going to
win
the gold
and
medal,
then if the United States men's team.
Oh, for sure. Like, those are the ones, like, I have my Jimmy Craig Dream Team jersey in my office just on a hanger, and I put it on for every hockey game. Like, I'm invested. I've watched every second of the men's tournament so far for the guys, or for the U.S. team. I've watched all 3 of their games, and I've only missed one. I missed the first round of the elimination round against Italy, so their last game prior to today. But every other women's game I've watched too. So I've watched I love the Olympics. I grew up in an Olympic household. My mom was a track coach, and she was a diver in college, so 2 Olympic sports. And we're just a sports family. So, yeah, I grew up watching summer and winter. I have a whole bunch of every year during the Winter Olympics, I get a new Team USA gear for, like, a specific sport. I have U.S. speed skating. I have bobsled. I have the Jimmy Craig. But I also have, like soccer for the summer ones and stuff. So I didn't get one this winter yet. So we'll figure out what I want. Maybe some skeleton. I think skeleton is, like, the scariest sport in the world.
Without question. I mean,
insane.
You're head first and you're doing the luge.
And do you, I don't think people recognize, like, what the angle of those tracks are when they're going down it. Have you ever seen, like, the photos? Like, it's basically they're going up against a wall. Like, they're on their side.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going, I don't know how fast because it's all kilometers and, I read numbers in American.
Math.
No, but it's crazy, man. It's interesting to watch, and honestly, I mean, there's nothing else going on right now. So what else am I gonna do?
Do you go Winter Olympics or summer?
Summer by a mile. I mean, summer's far more interesting. I mean, winter only has like 13 sports.
It is less than I thought.
It's just all some form of skiing, ice skating, or snowboarding, I guess.
Biathlon.
Yeah.
When they're like,
I mean, it's all,
yeah,
like, it's all some form of skiing or sliding on ice. Whereas in the Summer Olympics, it's running, it's swimming, it's jumping. Like, I think that's more of a true test of athleticism than, I mean, this is far more niche. It's still very interesting to me. But yes, I enjoy the Summer Games far more.
When the Penguins get back on the ice, Noah, are they a team bound for the playoffs?
I think so. Now, I will say, I mean, the Olympics came at the absolute worst time for them. They were humming. And now you see their team, I mean, half of their team sitting around doing nothing right now. I mean, they're probably training and getting healthy, which is good. But then you have other guys who are playing with other teammates, right? And like they're putting more wear and tear on their body, and they're playing hockey for another sweater. I mean, they were firing on all cylinders before this Olympic break. And I really would hope to see that momentum not be completely squandered. Because when you go through I mean, you talk about when I was covering baseball, I remember talking to Derek Shelton in 2024. They swept the White Sox before the All-Star break, and they got to 500. Mm-hmm. And I remember him saying, like, I kind of wish we weren't hitting this break right now, because they're playing great ball, and you want to keep that going. Same thing kind of happened to the Penguins, except the All-Star break in baseball is like 4 days. This is weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's good to get healthy, but they were really clicking. And I think when you're really clicking, the best thing that you can do is keep playing and not allow other people to get a time and a chance to figure it out to match your pace.
I might go to the very first game out of the break with Charlie. They play.
Oh yeah, on the 26th, right?
They play his Devils.
Oh man.
Yeah. So Charlie, we still may need to make a date out of that if you.
I'll probably be there
if you want to do that. Yeah. Little Penn's Devils.
Don't forget, I have that Ticketmaster gift card from my mother.
Oh, that's right. See, I don't want to make you pay for it, Charlie. I'll pay my own way.
See, okay. So here's my question, and Noah can answer this as well. Do you see gift card money as like it's free money?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a gift card. It's free money. So I'm not paying for anything. It's free money.
All right, if you say so.
I mean, it's currency.
It's something that you could use on
anything.
On like yourself and your fiance instead of me is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but like we're planning a wedding. There's so much money.
She's getting enough. Is what he's essentially saying.
Fair point. Fair point. Fan weather. That is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire to a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Noah, I've been down to Bradenton before, but I am going on my bachelor party this weekend.
All right.
I'm going to Tampa.
Okay.
So if you want to throw any recommendations my way, please let me know.
I went to Tampa my senior year for spring break, and we hit up a spring training game because there's like 6 of them within an hour's drive.
Yeah, the house that we got it's about 10 minutes from Steinbrenner Field.
Yeah,
but
that's about the same distance. So we would go to a different spring training facility in the afternoon, then we just go out at night, either in that little town and then or back in Tampa, depending. And it was a blast. There are a lot of really good spots to go to down in Bradenton. I stayed there the whole time last spring. I was there for 7 weeks.
Now, do you like the Phillies ballpark?
Yeah, Clearwater's cool.
Because that might be what we decide to do. That's the Sunday game. The Pirates play the Phillies in Clearwater.
Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite parks as a spectator. The media accommodations can get a little hairy there a little bit, but like they're never ideal for anyone because they're built for single A baseball games. They don't really think they're going to have 10, 15 reporters in them, but yeah, Clearwater's cool, and there's a lot of good stuff to do around there afterwards. So, yeah,
all right,
you'll have a good time.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Absolutely, man.
I appreciate it. Noah Hiles, check him out for the Post-Gazette. Writes some very good stuff there. PG columnist. Coming up, one of his comrades from the PG, Colin Beasley. He is in Bradenton. He will tell us about the Pirates' first full workout in about 10 minutes. That's next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Kostos here helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Huge game tonight in college basketball. Top 10 matchup. Iowa State hosts Houston. Iowa State a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game 134.5. And I think Houston's going to win this game, but you want to be safe. Take Houston plus 2.5, plus 2. I like that as well. I think Houston ready to make a championship run. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
One player changed the narrative around the NBA All-Star Game. It was Victor Wembanyama who decided that he was going to play hard that saved the game and the event for at least one night. When one player decides to play, others do not want to get shown up, and that's why Anthony Edwards, Kawhi Leonard, and others actually tried and respected the game yesterday. Let's hope this sets a precedent for the future. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Ready for an unforgettable shooting experience? Keystone Shooting Center welcomes walk-ins to their world-class indoor range. Enjoy hourly access to shoot pistols, rifles, and AR-15s. Choose from a vast selection of rental firearms or bring your own. Keystone Shooting Center provides all the necessary gear, plus a massive superstore with over 500 guns for sale. It's all right here. Plan your visit today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com. Keystone Shooting Center, where every shot counts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Listen up, basketball fans. You Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
The
biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This evening, mostly cloudy with overnight lows in the mid-30s. Patchy fog early Tuesday, then becoming partly sunny with highs in the mid to upper 50s. Cloudy Tuesday night with a chance for showers, lows around 40 degrees. Then Wednesday, highs near 60 with rain and thunder. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
In Marshall Township, work continues on the interchange renovation project on I-79. Watch for round-the-clock restrictions in both directions approaching the Wexford interchange. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
U.S. women's hockey, a 5-0 win over Sweden. They punched their ticket to the gold medal game on Thursday. They will take on the winner of Canada and Switzerland, which just got underway a little bit ago. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you until 6. I am in for the guys today. Chris is back tomorrow. Pony back on Wednesday. He will be featured on First Things First on FS1 tomorrow afternoon. He was on there a little bit ago with his pal Danny Parkins and former Steelers Super Bowl champ Willie Colon. So Chris and I will have the show covered tomorrow, all three of us back together on Wednesday. Another edition of President's Day Trivia is on the way, just about 15 minutes away. Intern Jack is here. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is here. Game 2 between those two, just 15 minutes away. But before we get to that, we talk to Colin Beasley, Pirates reporter from the Post-Gazette. He is in Bradenton. The Pirates had their first full squad workout today at Pirate City. And Colin, who was the person that impressed you the most?
I was impressed by Marcell Ozuna. First time we got to see him play baseball and actually take the field, and he was certainly put on a show in batting practice. It was good to see him swing. There's a parking lot behind the left field fence, and he was taking aim at the cars out there, so that's always a good sign.
Does he look like a guy that's ready to hit about 25 homers, or do you see the regression continuing?
I think he looks like a guy that can hit about 25 homers for the Pirates, if not more. I know they'd love more than 25, but he certainly looked like someone who still has his power.
Colin, I just had Noah Hiles with me for an hour. You and Noah used to share time on the Pirates beat. Noah, now a columnist for the Post-Gazette, but he has not been as high on the Ozuna signing. Where do you come down on that? How do you think he melts in with the rest of the team? What do you think the new additions will look like in 2026?
So I'm a little higher than Noah on the Ozuna signing. Noah, I've read his work and heard, we've talked about it a lot. We're still friends and still close, even though we're not sharing the beat. But what we've talked about is just kind of how it fits. And he's right that signing Ozuna brings up some defensive issues for the Pirates. It means that Ryan O'Hearn's going to have to spend more time in the outfield and in right field, and he's much better suited for first base. It means that Brian Reynolds is going to have to play left field, and he's better suited for right field probably. And it makes for a lineup that's a little bit concerning defensively because you're having Ozuna play 162-ish games at designated hitter. However, the reason I like the signing is, A, because he's just a bat. Like, brings real right-handed power. That's something that the Pirates desperately needed last year and still honestly needed considering how lefty-heavy their lineup was. But the other reason I'm high on Marcell Ozuna is before I was at the Post-Gazette and before I was out of college, I worked as an intern at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and covered the Braves a little bit there. And just from my limited time in that clubhouse, I could see how his teammates interacted with Marcell Ozuna and how Ozuna interacted with teammates. And even just from a limited sample size, I could tell that he's a different sort of teammate and one that makes teammates better and interacts with all guys, not just Latin guys, not just American guys, is willing to interact with everyone and help everyone. I didn't really see someone who had a similar personality around the Pirates last year, and I think that that's something that the good teams need, is someone who can be that sort of veteran leader and can help out all the guys on the team. So I think that he's a good clubhouse addition, and I also think that he's still a good player even at 35.
Do you suspect that there is any unrest because the Pirates didn't bring back Andrew McCutchen for a fourth season of the reunion tour?
I haven't canvassed the clubhouse and asked for thoughts on that, but no, I don't think there's some sort of unrest there. I think that given some of the guys that they were able to bring back, Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, Marcell Ozuna, all three of those guys are stellar clubhouse additions. So while Andrew McCutchen was a good guy in the clubhouse, a great veteran presence, I don't think that there's going to be a void there this year just because of the guys they've targeted back.
Talking to Colin Beasley, he covers the Pirates for the Post-Gazette. He is in Bradenton, fresh off the Pirates' first full team workout. Their first spring training game is Saturday against the Baltimore Orioles. Paul Skeens had quite a crowd around him, Colin. Some speculated it might have been the most people ever watching just a bullpen session. Would you concur?
Yeah, I don't know whether they intentionally planned on having him on the field instead of out in a corner bullpen, but yeah, they certainly gave the fans a treat just by having him on the field and having him watchable instead of back where they usually throw the bullpens.
I've had friends ask me, can Skeens really be that good again in 2026? And I have no reason to say he can't. Rookie of the Year unanimously in 2024, Cy Young winner unanimously for the National League in 2025. And it always seems like, Colin, he is working on something else to make his game better. Have you gotten any indication of that? I mean, maybe it's something that you'll get in the next few days, but he always wants to adapt and find other ways to be great.
Yeah, Paul Skeens is always looking for something new to do, and whether that's new pitch, new workout method, new ways body moves, like whether it's tweaking something his delivery. He's not the type to say, okay, I was good this year, I'm just going to run it back. He did deny that he's working on a sleeper. He denied that he's working on the cutter again. He said that he's not working on any made-up pitches, but I don't know. I have to not see it to not believe it, I guess. Like, considering that he's always working on something, I would not be surprised at all if either that's a lie or if he is in fact working on, or if he's working on something we haven't heard anything about.
My only concern with the starting rotation is that it lacks a left-handed pitcher, and Ben Cherington has had a knack for signing veteran lefties every single year he's been the Pirates GM. Now, not all of those guys have been great in black and gold, but is that something we should still expect by the time we get close to opening day?
I don't know about expect it. I don't know exactly where things stand on whether they're planning on adding someone else or not. I will say, like, just personally, I'd still like to see it. The only thing that worries me about the rotation is it's a whole bunch of young guys that either will be asked for higher workloads this year or will be asked to repeat exactly what they did last year. And not every player will inherently be as good as they were the year before. There's always risk of regression with anyone. That's not to say Paul Skeens or Braxton Ashcraft or anyone specifically. I would still like to see them add a veteran lefty. There's still a couple that are out there, but where exactly the Pirates stand and if they still plan on adding one, I haven't heard.
What do you think that rotation looks like once we hit March 26 and they are being introduced in Queens?
I mean, right now you have to only go with guys that are here instead of saying that they will or won't make a signing. I know that Paul Skeens will be starting on the 26th. I'm sure he'll be the opening day starter. There's no doubt on that one. I expect Mitch Keller. I expect Bubba Chandler. I expect Braxton Ashcraft. And right now, I kind of think that Jose Urquidy would have the inside track for the fifth job, just considering he has experience and he's had success. Yes, there's injury questions, and he didn't pitch much at all last year, but early reports on him have been good. So I think that it's likely he's the fifth starter, though, of course, they could still go out and add someone.
What is the expected or projected return date for Jared Jones?
So Jared Jones, he's thrown two bullpens at Pirate City that we've seen. He's looked good, and the velocity's looked solid. Obviously, he's still ramping up. He's like, all is going well there. I saw some people once he was placed on the 60-day IL that think that it was another injury. It wasn't. He's simply recovering from last year. To answer your question, he's on track for a May/June return, somewhere in there. I think that if it were a situation where, like, they were waiting, like it was closer to the end of the season or something where he wasn't projected to return right at the very beginning, the Pirates could probably rush him a little bit more than they're currently doing. But because it's the very beginning of the season, you've got to play 162, and because of how good Jared Jones is, they're definitely going to be careful with him instead of trying to rush him back.
Colin, you broke the news this morning that Jack Suwinski was not out there. He was DFA'd by the Pirates. What happens there? Does he just end up right back in a Pirates uniform, or does another team take a swing?
There's a couple of options for what can happen. Over the next 7 days, the Pirates will either have to, he'll be on waivers where any team can claim him, but the Pirates could either make a trade, or if no one is interested in him in the next 7 days, they could simply outright him to the minors. But I expect some team to take a shot on Jack Suwinski. He's a player that, yes, he's hit under 200 the last 2 years, and yes, he's had his struggles, and I didn't see any path for him in Pittsburgh dating back to last November. I expected them to cut ties at the Rule 5 deadline. But I think that a team will see what Jack Sawinski was in 2022 and 2023 and think, I can fix him, and think that there is something there that can be changed if there is a change of scenery. Take a team like, I don't know, the White Sox, or someone who isn't playing for much this year that's looking to cast a flyer on one of these guys. I think it's likely that he ends up somewhere else, whether that's claimed or whether that's traded for some low-level prospect. But I personally I don't expect to see Jack Sawinski in a Pirates uniform again.
Does Connor Griffin make the opening day roster?
I mean, he put on a show in batting practice today. Like, seeing him hit a couple balls on the roof, I don't know if you've seen my Twitter and Jason Mackey's Twitter, but, man, he put on a show. I think that he's going to have to earn it. I think that it's a situation where today was the first day of full squad workouts, and he certainly looks the case of someone who's the best player available and the best option for the Pirates at shortstop. However, I do think that the Pirates will make him earn it in spring training. I think that he'll have to go out and hit above 300 and show he can hit major league pitching and handle himself well throughout this entire spring training. I think that he'll have to make it clear that he is the best option. I personally think that he's someone that could help the Pirates right now, but he is still 19, so I don't want them to definitively say he's the opening day shortstop right now. I think it's understandable if he has to perform well and earn it.
Colin Beasley, check out his stuff. He covers the Buccos for the Post-Gazette. Colin, thanks for taking the time, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Donnie. Have a good one.
There we go. Colin Beasley from the PG, as the Pirates had their first full team workout today. 412-928-9370. That's the number to get at us. You can also hit us up on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, Game 2 of President's Day Trivia. Intern Jack against Charlie Borges. That is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
U.S. men's hockey back on the ice. That'll be Wednesday at 3:10 p.m. They'll take on the winner of Sweden versus Latvia. That game is at 3:10 p.m. tomorrow. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 93.7 The Fan. Here is a message from Mr. Mueller.
Chris Mueller here, and as the temperatures are starting to warm up, you're obviously noticing that a lot of the snow is melting. Things are thawing out, and that might start to reveal some problems with your roof if the snow melt has been uneven, if you still have some stubborn icicles hanging from your gutters. In fact, if you got brown stains on the ceiling, you should know by now you've got roofing problems. If you're seeing any of those things at your house, put down what you're doing. Call my friends at MHI Roofing immediately. They are open 52 weeks a year. They can be at your home within 24 hours, and then they can do their free 21-point roof inspection, go over all the findings, and then recommend a course of action. MHI Roofing can repair or replace your roof in just about any weather conditions. And if it is, by the way, time for a new roof, MHI offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee, and that means if anything goes wrong, they'll fix it for free. Make sure your roof is ready for the rest of winter. Schedule that free 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online, mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
In Collier Township, watch for a right lane restriction on southbound I-79 approaching the Kerwin Heights interchange. That's where crews continue to repair the bridge that was damaged Christmas week that carries I-79 over Tom's Run Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on Saturday, February 21 from 1 to 4 p.m. Support youth sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop. You can meet Coach Dave and help give back. More details at 937thefan.com. You hear that music? Donnie Football in for the guys this afternoon. That music is used for Quiz Callus. It is used for the quiz show on Fridays. And today it is used for a little President's Day trivia. Game 2 of 3. And could it be the decider if intern Jack picks up the victory? He came back. He was down 1-0 in game 1, but he hit the big 3-point question. The way this works, it is like a Friday quiz show, but since it is 3 separate matchups, it is just 3 questions per round. There is the opportunity to steal questions, and the final question is a quantity question or a counting question. I will say it is X amount. The person who is up to bat has a right to say how many they could go for. The opponent could either say they can do one more or ask that person to do it. And how it worked out in the first matchup, naming the faces of Mount Rushmore, Charlie gave a number. Jack said, I can do better. And Jack did, to his credit. The intern took round one. So round two, it will start with Jack because round one started with Charlie and Jack also won round one. So Jack, your question.
If he wins this one, do you have a backup plan for the segment?
Oh, we're still going to do it.
Hour?
We're still going to do it. We're still going to do it. We're still going to have this game. It's just you're playing for pride at that point. Jack, your question. Who was the first president to throw out the ceremonial first pitch in a Major League Baseball game?
Oh, my goodness. The only president that I know for sure did it was George Bush. But that was when he was like in a wheelchair, and that was pretty recent.
Well, that was H.W. Bush.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Oh, my.
But this is just...
This was the first president to throw out the ceremonial first pitch in a Major League Baseball game.
I mean, this is just a complete shot in the dark.
I'll give you this clue. The team that he did it for does not exist anymore.
Oh, boy.
The first president to throw out the ceremonial first pitch at a Major League game.
I think I'm going to go back to the well. I mean, if I guess the same president twice, I feel like you wouldn't pick a question that has the same president, or you wouldn't pick multiple questions with the same answer, so I'm going to go with Dwight Eisenhower.
Good guess, Jack, but that is incorrect. Charlie, you have an opportunity to steal.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how far back it could have gone.
The first president to throw out a ceremonial first pitch at a Major League game, and the clue, the team does not exist anymore.
Well, that could be like, oh, it was just the 90s and it was Bill Clinton, it was the Expos. Or it could be like the Montreal Maroons in 1890 or something. I am going to say you know what? It was around that time. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
First president to throw out the ceremonial first pitch in a Major League game. Jack answered with Dwight Eisenhower. That was incorrect.
I'm going to say Harry S. Truman.
Charlie, that is also incorrect. The answer, fellas, one William Howard Taft.
That was the guy that I was going to say.
That may have literally been the last guy I would have guessed.
The same president that allegedly got stuck in his own bathtub on April 14th, 1910. He threw out the first pitch to Walter Johnson.
That was the guy that I was going to say.
Of the Washington Senators on opening day. They beat the Athletics that day 3-0.
Oh, that's infuriating. You saw it on my face. I was going to say it, and I was like, oh, no, that's probably a dumb answer.
Taft, the big fella.
Son of a malarkey.
Charlie, you get the first crack at question 2.
Sadly, I do.
You're not a native, but Pennsylvania can claim just one president. Who is it? One president from Pennsylvania.
Not him. Not him. Not him. Not him. 1800s, I'm thinking. It's not one of... No, it's Massachusetts. Probably something dumb. You know what? I'm just going to have fun with it. Zachary Taylor.
Charlie, that is incorrect. It is not Zachary Taylor. Now, Jack, you are a native, born and bred. The only president that Pennsylvania can claim is who?
I'm absolutely going to let my state down here. I have absolutely no idea. I'm going to go with the same track that Charlie tried to go on and think it's further back, like pretty far back in the day. I'm going to say James Buchanan.
Jack? James Buchanan from Cove Gap, Pennsylvania.
Are you kidding me?
No way. No way.
Also, the only single president, the only bachelor president, James Buchanan. So intern Jack now holds a 1-0 lead as we go into the final question.
I know the only president from Jersey. That matters.
Who is that?
Grover Cleveland. I think from Garfield.
We go to the final question, and this one I would say more difficult than what we had last round, the faces of Mount Rushmore. And again, a quantity question that will be faced to intern Jack first. He will have the opportunity to set the number. Charlie can either tell him to go for it, or Charlie can one-up that number. 8 presidents have been assassinated or have died in office. We all know Lincoln and we all know Kennedy. How many of the other 6 can you name?
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to say I can name 3.
Charlie? Can you name 4? Or will you challenge intern Jack to name 3 besides Lincoln and Kennedy of presidents that have died in office?
See, I can... You know what? Do it.
No!
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
I tried to get you to do it. Oh, boy. I might go 0 for 1 here. Oh, man.
8 total presidents have died in office. We all know Lincoln and Kennedy. How many of the other 6 can you name? Intern Jack has to name 3 of them.
I'm about to just unload the most atrocious guess ever on number 1, too. For some reason.
Let's hear it.
The first guy that comes to mind is William Henry Harrison.
You got 1.
Okay.
You got life.
I thought
William
so.
Henry Harrison, who I think is a distant relative to the Pawn Stars guys.
He might be.
Rick
I
Harrison.
think.
One of those guys is.
Probably the old man. A focus, Jack. 2 more.
2 more for Jack.
Oh, man.
He hit William Henry Harrison.
I'm sweating over here.
Oh, no. I have nothing. I'll go John Tyler.
Jack, that is incorrect, but a good guess because Zachary Taylor was one of them, not to be confused with the Bengals head coach. William Henry Harrison, Zachary Taylor, James Garfield, William McKinley, Warren Harding, FDR,
World War II,
Kennedy, and Lincoln. The 8 presidents that died in office.
I didn't have to do nothing.
I had
Charlie
0 chance at that.
rode the lightning. He challenged intern Jack to name 3. He got 1. And folks, we
So
have
it's
a
gonna mean
1-1 ball
something.
game. Game 3 is going to mean something. And it comes up next hour. 412-928-9370. You can also follow along on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch every single show there now live. Just like on our YouTube page, Twitter has a live video function. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up, we have a debrief with intern Jack. That is a few minutes away right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Jack Sawinski era in Pittsburgh is over. The 27-year-old was DFA'd as a corresponding move to make room for Marcell Ozuna on the 40-man roster. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Dor Dickerson here. Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Cloudy with flurries tonight, the low 20.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline, that's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Nick Faribault will join us there in about 20 minutes. Also, some clarification from the President's Day trivia. The question that was answered by intern Jack, which he got correct, James Buchanan, the president that is recognized as being from Pennsylvania, the only one. There were two that were born in PA. Joe Biden was born in Scranton, but moved to Delaware as a child. So his claim is from Delaware. But I understand where that can get a little bit dicey when people question, where is this guy from? Who gets to claim him? He was born in PA, but has lived in Delaware since early childhood. But the important part is Jack got the question correct anyway. And the even better part is that it will come down to a decisive Game 3 next hour. A little bit after 5:15, I would guess. But right now, you hear that music. It is time for a Donnie Football debrief, but today it is led by intern Jack.
The debrief to February 16th. In a recently released mock draft, this was about 5 hours ago, CBS Sports' Josh Edwards has the Pittsburgh Steelers selecting Makai Lemon at pick 21 and passing on Ty Simpson, who a lot of people want the Steelers to take. Thoughts on this?
Oh, I'm all for it. I think Lemon is on a short list of top-tier names that the Steelers should be eyeing up. I brought this up before. I think we've had this discussion, Jack. I brought it up to Ryan Wilson last week. He is going to start joining the guys likely every single Tuesday to break down his mock drafts as we get closer and closer to the event in Pittsburgh 2 months from now. I've always thought that the breakdown of receivers and the cliche line of, well, this guy is only somebody that can play in the slot. I think it's one of the lazier things that gets said every single year around the draft, because I can think of two pretty good wide receivers that was said about in the last few NFL drafts. One of them, Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State, who
didn't really do anything.
As a rookie, played for Charlie's Buccaneers, had nearly 1,000 yards, had over 60 receptions, had 6 touchdowns, and a lot of that damage was done early in the season. And then the other one that got that rap, also coming out of Ohio State, just the guy that won Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith-Njigba, had nearly 1,800 yards, 10 touchdowns, just under 120 receptions. So I feel like Lemon is going to be another one of those players, Jack, that we get a lot of people saying, well, he's just a slot merchant. He can only play in the slot. He can't play outside. But it seems like every single year we get somebody that is a first-round receiver with first-round pedigree that goes against that and plays just fine no matter where you put him on the field.
Yeah, this definitely feels like another scenario where draft experts and whatnot are just freaking out about a wide receiver size. Makai Lemon on CBSSports.com is listed at 5'11", 195. Not that that's like incredibly small either for a wide receiver. And I remember a Steelers wide receiver that was pretty good that was around that size as well.
What was the size again?
5'11", 195.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, especially somebody as skilled as Lemon, and again, he's not going to be in the Carnell Tate group. Tate's looking like he's going to be a top 5 to 10 pick, but he's in that next tier. There are 3 or 4 receivers I feel are in that group that he falls into, and I would be thrilled if the Steelers got any of them. You have Lemon, you have Tyson, you have Boston, Concepcion, I think, is in that group too. And maybe by the time we get to the draft, because the combine is coming up, there's going to be another name added.
I agree with that. That happens all the time too. Some dude runs an outstanding 40 or something like that, which I think people oftentimes overreact to. The most recent case of it would be like Xavier Worthy, who hasn't been exactly what the Chiefs want him to be, given he was a first-round pick. But, yeah, also wanted the thoughts on the Steelers passing on Ty Simpson or potentially drafting Ty Simpson at that spot.
I don't want them to draft Ty Simpson. Maybe I'm still going through the pains of being excited when they drafted Kenny Pickett around that number. Maybe it's me still thinking it's same old when it's not. One Mike is out, another Mike is in. One of them was defensive minded and had no idea how to No idea how to build a quarterback. No idea how to mature a quarterback. The other one knows how to develop a quarterback, at least in some way, shape, or form. So maybe I shouldn't be as close-minded to that idea, but I just feel as if they aren't at the luxury to be like a Rams per se, who would get connected to him a lot, where they don't really have a lot of needs. They can make that move. They can draft that QB. They don't have that. There seems to be a massive drop-off, even more so than last year, when it comes from quarterback one to the rest of the group. Mendoza is going to go 1-1, and then after that, we may not see one for the rest of the first round. I think it's going to be Simpson and, maybe the Rams later in the first round. They do have 2 picks. I don't think another one will emerge out of the shadows. I think Simpson is doing the smart thing. He's benefiting from this class being a lot worse than what it was supposed to be. I also just really want to see the Steelers address some of their major needs. And you could argue that quarterback is one, but if Aaron Rodgers comes back, they won't look at it that way. And wide receiver continues to be one that they just keep neglecting. Just draft one. Please, just draft one.
Well, they did in Roman Wilson. That didn't work out.
Draft one in the first round.
All right, so...
Because they have fallen into their trap that has now become kind of an overrated feather in their cap. Because for so long, and Noah brought this up last hour, for so long we heard, well, anywhere the Steelers draft a receiver, that guy becomes a good player. That hasn't been true in quite some time. They've gotten a couple of good seasons out of guys. Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson. If you want to squint and say James Washington in that 2019 season with Duck Hodges.
Real hard there.
Right. You're squinting real hard. Because that just hasn't been true the way it used to be. They're not getting guys like AB and Hines Ward at a regular clip.
So if Carnell Tate falls, let's say he gets past New York, which is what this mock draft is currently projecting him at, and he falls to like 7 or 8. Do you trade up? Because for some reason, and for good reason, everybody is thinking that Pittsburgh would be a team that could and should trade up for a good receiver.
They have the picks to do it. I mean, they have a dozen picks.
So why not?
They have a dozen draft picks, and they have 3 picks in the 3rd round. So they have the ammo to do it now more than ever before. And I would be more excited if they did something like that than if they did it for another inside linebacker the way they did years ago for Devin Bush. But it's a deep wide receiver class. So that's kind of the game you got to play. They probably will have a number in mind going into that night of if Carnell Tate gets to this number,
we're picking up the phone.
We're going to try to strike. Like, we're not going to take it seriously until it gets to maybe 8 or 10 or 12, and then we will pick things up and make that phone call. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but they have the ammo to do it. Thank you, Jack.
They have 6 guys that are wide receivers going in this mock draft in the first round.
It's a loaded.
When was the last time a draft had that many wide receivers go in the first round? It probably last year. I'm just not remembering.
I mean, it has become a lot more common. I mean, 2 years ago? 2 years ago, there was not a defensive player that went until the middle of the first round. Because that was a night that I was on here with Adam, with Doran, and it was just...
Me? I was behind the glass.
Yeah, you were. You were. Because you got 6 quarterbacks taken in the 24 class, 3 of them right off the bat. Then you had Penix. Then you had McCarthy. Then you had Bo Nix. The first defensive player was Latu to the Colts.
There were 7 wide receivers taken that in 2014, including Ricky Pearsall. who I saw.
Harrison, Neighbors, Adunze, all in the top 10. And then you got Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Pearsall, and Leggett to round it out.
Remember that one media outlet said, is Ricky Pearsall injury prone? And they listed all of his injuries, and one of them was when he got shot. I'm like, how can somebody be injury prone when something like that happens?
And he still came back faster than Brandon Ayuk.
Well, he'd be a Steeler next year.
Oh, God. We might be having the full summer of that
I'm all
again.
for it.
Do we still have the Ayuks of our lives, bed?
That might have gotten deleted by now. You know how stuff in our system goes away after
House fire.
Yeah, after like a year and a half.
I think 351 days is the day count I was given.
Oh, that's
it's very specific. So even less than
yeah. Fan weather. That's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. It's hot in Florida. It's going to warm up here. It is going to be in the 60s later this week. We can be excited about that. Coming up, Nick Farabaugh, PennLive.com. We will talk some Steelers with him in just a few minutes. The decisive Game 3 of President's Day Trivia next hour as well, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Andrew Filipponi back to talk about Comer and Cross. Well, it is President's Day, and you feel presidential. You feel like a big deal when you walk into your brand new Comer and Cross garage and you stare down at the floor. You feel like you are in a special place. Something palatial, something magical has happened to an area of my home that was at one point very disgusting, with stains and cracks and just a floor that we had in when we built the house 5 years ago. All that changed with Comer and Cross. This is creme de la creme, the very top of the heap. Not a fly-by-night organization, gold standard. These are not subcontractors that are going to do this job. They're going to transform your garage floor in one day. That's all they're going to need. If you've got a lot of stuff in your garage, they're going to take it out for you. Their schedule is filling up. You need to call them now and get on the books for 2026. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is that number. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or you can just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event. At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684. VIN 3TMK B5FN6T M055265. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. Ends 3/2/2026.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver has a giant problem on his hands when it comes to tanking in the NBA. The possibility of ending the NBA draft even came up this weekend as a way to deter teams from purposely being bad to acquire the best talent trying to enter the league. But then how are teams supposed to escape the hole that they're in? You don't get the Thunder in their current form without the NBA draft, and the Cavs don't draft a franchise-changing player in LeBron James without the draft. I'm Adam Abdallah.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Book us. 2 men and
FloridaJunkTruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Weekdays from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. through mid-March, PennDOT crews will shift traffic patterns across the McKeesport-Duquesne Bridge as crews do containment installation. Expect delays. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM.